Good morning to everyone. This is Jay Randy here. Good morning to you guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to update number 3, day 3. Let's see who can get there. Good morning to everyone. If you're just joining me, good morning. Please share the video. Good morning to everyone. Sam William, what's up? Just share the video so you can come listen to my update. Thomas Awaji, good morning. Please help share the video. Thomas Awaji, you should just come down here, my man. You should come down here for us to talk. I think you right over the border there. Or you just sitting over there, you don't want to come. Guys, good morning to everyone, and please share my video. Let me give you guys a quick update, please. Share my video. And Gerald, that right I was sitting there, Gerald, you're talking to me. This is why I was sitting, Gerald, you're talking to me right here. Good morning to every one of you guys, and please share the video, guys. Please share the video. All right. Please share the video. Yes, Tommy. And I'm also homesick. I'm homesick, Tommy. I want to go home. I want to go home. But Miranda keep calling here. Miranda said ANC should come to the office. She said, Daddy, why ANC did not come to the office? I said, Mama, the ANC is too big to be in our office there. That's your girl there, Thomas. She said ANC should come in the office. Oh, Beatrice, I got a picture for you. I got a picture for you, Beatrice. I promise you, right after the show, I'll send you the picture. Yeah, I got a picture for you, Beatrice. My apologies yesterday. You know, I was caught up here, so I couldn't how to call it. I couldn't do. Somebody said from CDC to ANC flip-flop. Yeah, that's how you kill people in Liberia over there. And you know, they got a call Raz. He said from CDC to ANC. That's how you kill people in our country. That's one of the reasons why some are not going back there. By you coming to visit America from Liberia, I mean you're a U.S. citizen, right? Right? Saying you want me to put you in the spotlight. By you coming from Liberia, you can't visit America, or you go visit Dubai, you go visit Sierra Leone, you're a Sierra Leone citizen, right? Some of you guys sick in the head, to be honest with you guys. I gotta, some of you guys sick. There's nothing advanced about some of you guys with the party sentiment. And that's very sad about some of you guys. But you know what? Some of us who are really seasoned in this country called United States, who understand that you must learn to reach out and get to know an organization and get to know people, not from a distance where you prejudge people. We got to start to educate our Liberians, brothers and sisters, because most of you guys is so pathetic that this generation doesn't really understand the democracy we have. Liberia democracy itself is young, but the caretaker and the participant in our democracy are at the highest level of illiteracy, filled with emotion. And with that kind of character, we need to keep educating our people. And you know, good morning, Sis Vivian. Just because somebody come visit ANC, you're automatically, some of you guys, the men say ANC. That's how they kill people in Liberia over there, because when they see you, oh, that man was working with dough, they kill the man. But you don't even understand whether that man was just trying to make $1 to live the next day. Y'all got to get out of that kind of illiteracy. Y'all got to get out of that kind of illiteracy. And you know, you gotta get by the time you see some other men like this. So when you see the men in Niba County, the men live from over, the men go to Niba County. Oh, the men are man men. The men live for Niba County. You go graduate. I mean, like you man. You can't live like that, guys. You know, I had a conversation with a young man. He told me, he said, people in South Korea, the people put their citizen first. Every individual, especially when you come from a developing country, they put their citizen first in everything they do. That is called a national commitment to our country. So right now, everybody in our family guilty now. I'm an ANC man now. So the citizen uniform going on now. ANC uniform now. ANC uniform now. So it will hunting all ANC people now. Jay Randy will be dead today and gone. Jay Randy will be dead today and gone. What's up, Oliver Kahn? Thank you for stopping by, Oliver Kahn. Y'all got to stop that kind of damn behavior here. All right? Y'all got to stop the behavior. So yesterday I saw a photo of the Unity Party chairman, Moda. Moda was standing right to George Weah there. Sedition. Is Moda now a sedition now? Let me put it back to you guys. Yesterday there is a photo where Moda, the ANC chairman, is standing next to George Weah. So that means he's selling the party now, right? He's going to be one. You guys are living in one of the best countries in Africa. But the reason why Liberia is behind, because there's no leader to lead our minds. We all look at things from our eyes and just describe it as the way it is, because from the classroom to the community to the institution we go to work, there is no leadership in how we perceive things. And this is so sad, you know, man. To know about things, you got to go. You know, let me tell you, before I came to the United States, I used to go to LU. I didn't go to school. I didn't attend the University of Liberia. I used to go and audit classes there. That's what I used to do. I used to audit classes at the University of Liberia. Does that mean I'm a student of LU? No. When you're trying to make a sound decision, you have to do your due diligence. I think the word due diligence is being misused and misapplied in Liberia. No wonder why the political party always remain divided. Because you see the thing as a battle. Us versus them. So when somebody kind of negotiate, oh, you're not for oil again. What about the guy that just you ran behind a few days? We can't live like that, folks. So I just want to just expand on that. But we got more heavy lifting to do. So let's get to the main point here, because I know many of you guys are interested in that. First of all, I want to bless God for giving me the opportunity to travel. I will tell you guys one secret about me. I hate getting on airplane. I hate getting on airplane. I don't like to fly. I always like to drive. But sometimes you got to take that step to go. So I flew and came over here. And that's one of the reasons why I don't go back to Liberia, because that flight from here to Liberia is too far. I don't enjoy plane ride. I let it be in control of my own destiny. But when you get in that plane up there, forget it on your own. When go for all, you don't have total control. But I'm glad that I will be leaving today, even though the program will be climaxed today at a park where they're going to have Vivian laughing at you, Vivian. I let her control my own will. The ANC program today will be climaxed at a park where they will be having barbecue and stuff like that. But I got to roll. Yes, I got to roll. And so I got to roll. But I would say this. I think the all visit the overall visit was great. If you ask me about the positive things and the negative things and the neutral thing, I think there were more positive things that I got out of this. One is, I'm not going to prejudge the ANC people, but what I would say to you is the level of openness is very high. If you ask me, it's in the highest 90s. They are not defensive as other party, and I'll be general in giving that negative feedback as it relates to other party. When I arrived on Friday, I think I did tell you guys, and yesterday, I met a lot of people from the ANC who recognized me. Some introduced me to other people. The conversation was mainly about Liberia. The conversation was mainly about Liberia. Everyone I spoke to, they are concerned about Liberia. I know some of you guys will have reservations. Oh, Giovanni, that politics. I just giving you a clear report of what I heard. I'm not here to manufacture anybody conversation. What I heard. It's like you get a camera, you take a picture, whatever the camera see, it captures. What I heard from many of the ANC folks that I met, they are very passionate about the country. Each and every one that I spoke to got their vision, and that vision is to change Liberia. There were people who spoke about children sitting in the street. There were people who said they don't believe that federal Liberia should be called Zogo. There were people who believe that the county across the landscape of Liberia needs to improve. People spoke about the medical issue. And those issues in itself are very, very important to our country. Unless you are in an organization where you don't care about Liberia. That was one of the positive things I took out of them. Also, the party is very committed when it comes to their goal. Yes, they are very committed when it comes to their goal. Kind of remind me of an NGO or an organization. And guys, what I'm giving you guys here is not a typical Liberian way of doing things. All right? Think about me sitting here. I work for you. Your company is an American company. You are paid by the American company, and you send me to Florida. I came by and I'm lecturing you guys out of my Zoom or in a conference hall. If you put your Liberian mind in there, you get everything wrong here. Because most of the time when I'm talking, the way America trained me, that I can report. So some people say, oh, I mean, you're talking about, he's talking to get a job. No. So those of you who are listening to me, thank God for you guys. I'm just giving you a feedback report as to where I went to visit. All right? I know there are a lot of, illiterate partisans around here. Yeah. Remember, they got literate partisan and they got illiterate partisan. The illiterate partisan are the one that I don't understand nothing. They just talk. They talk out of emotion. The literate politicians are the one who say, give me more, I will think about it, I will process it. So I'm just taking that approach. All right? So they are very passionate about things. Yes, they are very passionate about things. I had a conversation with many of them. They sat down and they believe in people's talent. When they see you, they believe in your talent. They recognize your talent. And they will tell you, say, you know what? You play a very important role. We need you. Think about a company running after you because of your experience. Think about Messi, Mbappe, or any soccer player in the world that a coach or a team won. That is a feeling that I got from the ANC folks. They are open, and that openness even is coming from the top. Mr. Cummings said something that I forgot to mention on Friday. Mr. Cummings said ANC should be open to everybody. There should be no political discrimination. Oh, you belong to the place, you belong to the place because Liberia comes first. If you have someone who is giving you that civic motivation, that civil responsibility, be grateful to God for that. Be grateful to God for that. Yes. Be grateful to God, because knowing Liberians that just want to discredit people, I didn't see it in him yesterday. I didn't see it in him on Friday. So it left me with a decision to make. But my decision to support any political party will be based on the people I call my Big Five. Yes, I want to say this openly. Even if you're from the ANC watching me here, my decision to support the ANC will be based on my Big Five. You know how America got the founding fathers who made their country great? Anytime you hear a real patriotic American, they say our founding fathers. My Big Five are my backbone. They're the 5 pillars of my backbone. When I started to criticize George Weah, everyone ran away from me. Whenever I came up, it was one of the 5 people watching me. So at the point of my life, especially on social media, if I decide to make up my mind, I'm going to call the Big Five and say, guys, what you guys think? The election is coming next year. I know it is good to make all the criticism, but I want to make a choice now. Because you guys started with me from the beginning, and I want you guys to be part of the decision. So that when it succeeds, we succeed. If it fail, we fail. And that is what we call commitment. That is what we call commitment. And mind you, support me is not joining a political party. Support me is reallocating my academic, my experiential, my political influence, redirecting the energy to a party to do what I can do with the support of the party itself. But the decision will be based on who's going to put Liberia first. Who will put Liberia first? Because I will tell you this, the Sonny one that we see in Monrovia there, many of you guys left for that country, and no matter how long you stay here, you go back Sonny one, stay the same. Many of you guys left from here, that Jonathan Kerr behind LU there. Many of you guys left from Liberia. After all the years in America, you go back there. It stayed the same. It stayed the same. So if we are to achieve a sustainable change, it is important to make up your mind as to who you think would be the best person. See, many Liberians love soccer, right? This George Weah man, who president today, he was way in Liberia. Someone on the continent of Africa started going from Liberia, Guinea, Sierra Leone looking for a professional player. Looking for a professional player. How you think the person managed to see George Weah? And think about this. When LeBron used to play way back, it was not the social media where you can see anybody playing good game without you even going there. Football recruiter will go from one country to another and physically go to see the player playing. Sometimes they look at the camera. My point here is this coming election is going to put everything at risk. Why? When you are 20 years old, when we are begin president, you're going to be 26 years old. Question is, as a 26-year-old young man, what have you achieved in your life in Liberia after the past 26 years? What have you achieved? I mean, after the past 6 years that have been added to your age. And so if you're 20 years old, next year you're going to be 26 years old, same Mr. Weah took office. What have you achieved? I was in my teens when they walked in Liberia. It messed my future up. But thank God that he brought someone out to the country that slash the dialogue that were coming our way. But some of our friends that left back there, today we can see the difference. Some of our friends we went to school with, I taught them how some of them living in Liberia today. And we all see daylight, we see nightlight, we go to bed. But because of geographic differences, while it is true that we all were affected, some of us went ahead. But there are some that in Liberia today, they work for the government. So how they got up there to be better than some of us, they know when they go into bed, they're not sleeping with peace of mind to say, you know what, I suffer for the thing I get here. But they'll be going to bed knowing that they cheated other people to get those things they got. But when Jay Rennie going to bed, he set his alarm clock because that freaking alarm clock got to wake his ass up to go back to work and continue to do what he's doing. So he goes to bed happy, he goes to bed peaceful. On the flip side, the sincere Liberian back home who don't have a job, who cannot survive, will go to bed and sleep sound because they want that problem to go away. They want that hardship to go away because they ain't got no job, they ain't got no connection, they're not in any political party. So when they go to bed, they say, Lord, let me sleep until I don't know when you will wake me up. Because they don't have a job. So think about that triangle there. Up from the C generation. The first is some of us who got affected during the war and did not achieve what we were hoping to achieve in Liberia. But luckily for us, we got on the plane, we came to this country and got lucky. So the pathway to our suffering, it was cut in half. And I am a living witness. I met my buddy yesterday from Tottenham. He is a living witness. Just so you know, that book that was written about George Weah, you remember that book, chapter 13? That guy and myself were from Tottenham. I didn't know the man. We are from Tottenham. We took picture. I'm about to post the picture after the show. And my buddy down there. I didn't know it was he the one. But he's part of the story I'm telling you today. In fact, that was so nice good to travel to because I just sit down in our whole state where I don't do nothing. Go to work, come back, go on the couch, go to work. All the play in the program, all the couch and lazy ball, Raymond and Flanagan, and about all the sofa they say I've been in the country, and I choose sofa over sofa. Because I set my ass down, go to work, come back, lay down on that sofa, go to work, come back, lay down on that damn sofa. So I didn't even know none of my men there around here. I went so the best of my men. You need to live it up. Just want to just add some fun to this thing. All right. So my buddy done that. But we'll talk about one later on. So the three kinds of people, I want you to create that triangle, right? There are three kinds of people in Liberia when it comes to your personal survival. I will crack your side, Vivian, trust me. When you go, you will tie bandit around your waist. There are three kinds of people that live in Liberia. I mean, there are three kinds of Liberians that survive. And I'm going to use my generation. My generation, we were about to graduate prior to 1989. Or in 1989 and 1990, we were about to graduate from high school. Very young people. And that walking is separated us. Few handful of generation from that group travel abroad. We managed to break through. The second component are those who left there, and today when they look at their life, they regret why they became or they were born in Liberia. The third component are those who are politically connected, and they got what they think they got. So when the decision comes 2023, we need to look at the forgotten generation. Because we are government, the early government, there are young breed or generation that are leaving our country right now. Young breed or generation that are leaving our country. And within that generation, there are some who will get into government position and they will get rich overnight. Because if you're looking for a millionaire in Liberia, it's not coming from the soccer world. It's not coming from any activities. Only politicians are the millionaire. Right across the border there to Ivory Coast, you got footballers who are millionaire and other business people. But in Liberia, the only millionaire are politicians. So the second group of people that may not be lucky to travel abroad to foster their career or to see greener pasture, they could become politicians and get rich too. But is it benefiting the Liberian people they're serving in that capacity? No. And that brings me to the third component of people who will be in that same generation but will be the one to tell the story. So this coming election is about putting Liberia first. I am probing every political party. Joseph Boga then come here today. They're having three-day convention. If they invite me, I will go there and listen. Because what I'm doing here is called a political or forensic assessment to make a better decision. That's what I'm doing. A political forensic assessment to make a better decision. There are times that you stay away, like online, and make decision. To me, it doesn't really cover all everything. It doesn't really cover all everything. So, as the election draws nearer and nearer and nearer, it shows to Liberians that we must engage each other. Because the decision we are making is going to be a legacy of our generation. Your little child you see today, when you start to go beyond your 50, your 60, that little child of yours will start to enter their 20s, their 30s, and they will be able to look at what things are in their time and look at what decision you made when you had the opportunity to make the better decision. And that's something that always to the back of my mind. I know the generation that just want power, their goal here is nobody should bring any level equipment, or conversation to the discourse. It should just be support the person here, so when they get it, I can get my own, and then when time comes, I remember what about it. No, I'm not that type. So, I will sit with my big five when the time comes. There were a lot of people at the ANC party who had the same mindset to write. They're like, oh, Randy, thank you for coming. thank you for joining. I didn't really respond to them, say, I'm not here to join. But what I would do in response to the expectation is to conduct myself on the platform, how I'm going to look at the positive things, discuss it, who is making the progress, discuss it, and then discuss the other rest. And it will be up to you guys to make up your mind. But my decision to support a candidate perhaps will come next year during the election season time. When I supported CDC, it was already 2016 when I supported CDC. But it was through many observation of all the political parties. CDC, if you don't know, CDC invited me on Citizen Avenue. I attended their convention. I mean, it was not like a convention, it was like a symposium. I attended that as well. All right? I attended that as well. Then I also went to Baltimore and attended their second convention as well. And then when I look at Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, I said, well, this CDC party, it might be a progressive party to change things around, because the generation that I see today could be a force to change things. But when you look at today, what the CDC is doing and measure it across the country, I'm not talking about one project where everybody go there to celebrate. But when you look at the CDC accomplishment and take that particular accomplishment and put it across every county, it's like you get a size 5 shoe, right? You take size 5 shoe, you try the shoe on the feet of all the children in Moscow County. It fit. You go to Grand Bassa, you go to Riverside. If that shoe size fit everybody, don't that make sense? So whatever development Mr. Weah is carrying out right now, can we take that development and see whether across all the counties they are getting at least 1% or 2% of that development? If the answer is no, then we got a problem after 5 years. And that is why I want to go through every political party and understand, because when you go to the convention or you go to the symposium, you get to meet people who are in the party, and the way you're going to engage their body conversation, the way you're going to hear what they tell you, it's going to give you a sense whether they are open to collaborating with people who differ with them, or they're going to be pushing you behind. You see, the approach that I'm taking, no disrespect to my fellow partisans across all the parties in Liberia that live in America here. You guys don't understand these things. All right? You guys don't understand these things. It's called, like I said, it's called political forensic assessment. You go to these places to look for evidence of truth. The evidence of truth is who got the party at heart. Because when you see these things, it persuades you to make a decision as to why you want to support somebody. And that's why you see everything I'm doing here, I'm documenting everything. Because the day I decide to make up my mind to support a candidate, you guys will be able to come back to this video here and say, Randy went to Florida. He was there for day 1, day 2, and day 3, and he updated us on everything. So if the day comes where I say, ladies and gentlemen, I think this candidate here going to get support, you will already know the why now. The why will be up to you to explain to other people. And that is called what? Transparency. Whatever I'm doing here is nothing but what? Transparency. And we need to learn these things. Because when you create transparency, you get to see why someone is making a decision or why someone is trying to go in the other way. So let's come back to day 2 yesterday. So yesterday we went to the symposium. Mr. Cummings was there. I got there late. And when I got there, because I was a guest of among the many guests, there's a sister called Rosalind Cooper. She's very nice. Very, very nice. Not just me alone, but like Yeke Koluba would say, I'm speaking for myself. But what I'm going to tell you was applied to everyone across the board. The moment I got in there, Jay Rainey is here. I got a seat. I sat down. Female, male, the demographic, young, old, medium size, everybody. How you doing? They never made me to feel unwanted. They never made me to feel unwanted. You know what does that do for me? It changed the perception of judging things from far when you are not getting closer. And I think we need to get rid of that idea. From seeing things from far and say, oh, they're not correct. That's why they always say, never refuse a call, but what is in the call. If I had never come here, my perception of the ANC would have been different in terms of people relationship. Everyone on it, how you doing, Jaren? How you doing? They made me to feel at home. The only thing I made my children, so I gotta go back home now. But these are some of the good things I'm giving you. Is it only limited to cities? To ANC? No. Unity Party people can have that same institutional relationship with Liberians. Liberty Party can do the same thing as well as CDC. But you think they would do it? No. What I also took away from the ANC is, do not be afraid to go to ANC convention or to ANC any program. They will welcome you. It will be up to you now to look at your country and say, do I really belong here? Let me go and think about what I want to do. That is what I'm giving you today. How many times I came here and said on my show, oh, come in a liar, come in at this, come in at that. Well, I never heard nobody say nothing to me. That is the one that broke me. You remember the last time when coming talk about that celestial thing, I came on Apple, come in a liar, come in and lie, he doing this. Nobody brought that thing to me. But it was on my agenda. It was part of my alight. To say, damn, who will be in the grade, I'll come to me and say, you said come in a liar. Nobody. In fact, what they told me, they said, my man, we like your show. We appreciate your criticism. Many of you guys from the opposition, when I said, come here, lie, some of you guys here. To this, you know the reason I don't go to church? Because some of you guys lie too much. Many of you guys who come here and say, oh, I'm an ANC man. You saw me putting on to releasing the words because of how I felt that time. But nobody from the ANC walked up to me and said, oh, you said you're my political leader. You're not welcome here. No. But had it been for the other party that I know, maybe time they now lay down in Florida hospital now with one wet plaster over my eye here. Regretting why I ever came here. But that did not happen on the CDC camp. On the ANC camp. That just goes to show that when people believe that a country got a problem, every committed and serious citizen of that country will say and do things as long as it is not posting any harm, but it's about the well-being of the country. They will say things. But nobody walked up to me yesterday. Nobody walked up to me on Friday to say, I know you, you are here, you are causing a man. Nobody. And that's something that I am going to take with me for a very long time. Because you know why? These people put Liberia first. But will it be the reason why I should join ANC? No. But what I would say is they have a character that put Liberia first. They understand what I was saying against the political leader as a passion because of what followed that after. When I said those things, I believe they understood why I was saying it, because when I said it, there were a lot of reason given to that. So I didn't find anybody pointing finger at me. So the question was asked. The QA session came out. And when everyone got done answering the question, it was rustling. But what other man say? Stop beating around the bush, Mr. Dabo. We understand. Yeah, Edward, you're a rebel. And you know, rebel ain't got no patience. Rebel call to shoot people. Yeah, they got to call Edward and say, stop beating around the bush. We understand. That you acting like a rebel. You acting like a rebel. I see my man Samuel Tue here. Mr. Tue. Mr. Samuel Tue. I saw your man Clark. I hope you thought Samuel Tue Junior Piggy. Mr. Tue is here. I know you, Mr. Tue. We will talk about tomato beyond. Let me tell you right now. We will talk about tomato and Samuel Tue. Samuel Tue Junior Piggy. We will talk about the tomato will talk about. Your man, he might coming for you. Samuel Tue. Samuel Tue. That man I wrote that book. About joke we are. That your man. That your man was Samuel Tue. I should have taken the picture of my other phone. Yeah, myself to a picture. That your man I always argue with you. You used to be able to meet the challenge that your man wrote that book. I remember that post so the man myself took a picture yesterday. But anyway, the man, that one thing the guy said yesterday to him, all right? And one thing he said, and I'm going to say it to you because I already said it to you. He said, Randy, no matter what Tue does, we're still going to be friends and family. That's what he told me. That's what he told me, Tue. He said, no matter what happened, we still going to be friends. And that what? 10 years ago, when he saw me, he said, damn, J. Randy, 10 years ago, he started telling other people. So they got hard to get, oh, look at him. And we started laughing. But when we got together and started having a private conversation, he said, Randy, let Tue them do what they want to do, but I still care for him as a brother and friends. We are from a generation. And that's the message I want to pass on to you here, Tue. Because I know you're listening right now. So your man Emmanuel, he still care for you. He didn't say anything negative. He will just devour you based on how things are done in the country. But he said he understands that your government policy, that's fine. But he said, Randy, you remember the guy that wrote a book with Asif Atogba? The one that got out Sony inside with the woman business? That's the man I'm talking about here. He, myself, and Tue, and many other people from that class of 1992, 93. Anyone listening to me, you want to talk about class of 92, 93, that guy that wrote the book, Asif Atogba, myself and Samuel Tue, we all from that same generation of Tomaha graduates. I did not know till yesterday. I got to know, and we had a very good conversation as well. So that's why he said, Tue. That's how that's what he told me. So he still care for you. As a matter of fact, he said he came up with another version, a different book again, and stuff like that. So that's the message there. But again, when the QA session came in, I got up because everyone had asked a question. I mean, I think they took up to 6-7 questions. And then the people who were monitoring the show, they called me and said, Randy, you got anything to say? And I said, yes, I have a comment. And then Mr. Cummings, because he was in the front, he turned around and looked at me. So I stood up and I said, I'd like to thank the entire ANC Sultan chapter for giving me this invitation to come over here to see things for myself. But what I would like to say to Mr. Cummings, I recognize your strength. You went to court. It shows how committed you are to doing the right thing. Because even in America here, if anybody accuses you and there is a court request, you will go to court. And I said all the time you were going to court, there were people on the sideline calling your name, doing things. You never got mad with that. It showed courage. And personally, I'd like to thank you. Because back then, someone of a political character might not have that chance to do what you did. I would like to thank you. And I turned around and look at every one of them. I said, coming joining the CPP should not be a regret by you guys in the party here. Coming join the CPP to understand the strength, the weakness, the opportunity for improvement, and the threat all the political party plays in here. So you shouldn't see it as a regret. That was the second point I made. I said the third point that showed unity, but it became a greed when Mr. Cummings was head of the CPP. Darius Dillon got elected. Borja got elected. Simeon Taylor got elected. And then the next thing I know, everybody started calling all the other people that normally Kanga got re-elected. All the other people got re-elected. I said, there you go. I said that was a unity that could tune out the CDC defense. But some people got greedy. And they decided to walk away. But I want you guys to understand that when Mr. Cummings was head of the CPP, that was the value he added to the CPP. And then what happened? The greatest test after the split, Joseph Boakai went and took a candidate to Lofa County. And he lost. So you shouldn't see Mr. Cummings going through this different trial and see it as a disappointment. There is a reason why. And I said, Mr. Cummings, to be honest with you, I campaigned for CDC. The gentleman that won that election in Lofa County, sedition will always say he's not a die-hard sedition. That's the first thing. He's not a die-hard sedition. Secondly, he registered as an independent, and there's nowhere in the history that ever show that CDC candidate will go register as an independent. So that candidate that CDC supported, Mr. Cummings, it just showed that the brand CDC is not powerful anymore. For sedition to go support an independent candidate, that never happened in the history of CDC. And I said, CDC brand is going down. Joseph Boakai does not even have what it takes now. and there's no more a stronghold. You need to support your candidate. Mr. Cummings, your stock is going up high, but you need to put more support structure to keep it up. But CDC doesn't have any brand anymore. But it's yet to be determined. But it should not be underestimated as well. And that's what I told him. And as I was speaking, I saw Mr. Cummings give me all the thumbs. You know, my son always let to give thumbs all the day. There is something about people who live in this country, and I'm sure some of you guys will relate to that. He started giving me the thumbs all of this. And I stopped there, and he came and said some things. And then you will see the photo that I took that I sent to you guys. So it was Duke, the guy they called Duke. I met him for the first time. And then Lofa Jr., I met Judah for the first time. I met Judah for the first time. Sometimes you meet people, you meet on camera. So I met Lofa Jr. for the first time. So Lofa Jr., Duke and myself were trying to take some photo. Just in that time, the slide door open. And then Mr. Cummings came. If you look at the photo, because I put the 10 picture. As soon the person around take a picture, Mr. Cummings just came with his entourage. And then he's like, okay, you're taking a picture? I said, yes, okay. And then we took the picture. And we took the picture. And he left. My point here, guys, is when you want to make a decision, and that decision policy is going to affect the country for the next 6 years, you want to be very mindful, careful, calculative, and do your due diligence. You see, the CDC party that I supported, it came from my heart. It came from my heart. Why? Because when we left that country, I felt that there was a vacuum that we left. And to fill that vacuum, after all these years, our generation that traveled abroad, Liberians that left back home, I felt that we could build a bridge. So the Georgia election was seen to me as a progressive change for the better. But boy, I was wrong. Mr. Weir and his people, they rejected us. I had a guy yesterday I met, senior brother. He's a civil/environmental engineer. If you guys watched the program on Lofa Jr. yesterday, the guy was wearing a Bronco suit. I mean, a lot of people that wore Bronco suit. But I will just tell you, during the spare time when I went outside, because it was 7 there, he came to me, he patted me on the shoulder. He said, J. Randy, I said, yes. He said, I watched your show on the B Mountain. He said, you were very excellent on that whole B Mountain situation. And he introduced himself to me. How he worked for the government. Now he's a consultant. And how come he introduced himself to me? He said, I'm a civil/environmental engineer myself. But I was very amazed to hear you. He said you explain the thing in the simplest way that people could understand. I said, really? He said, yes. And he said, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for coming here as well. I want to thank you for coming here as well. It's all right. We exchanged number. We took pictures and all. There was a guy who was selling the ANC pen on the ANC pen here. He asked me the question that many people always asking me. So if coming winner election, do you want to play part in the government? I said, no, I don't want to play no part in no government. I said, I want to be a consultant. He said, yeah, but you understand the environment. I said, yes, but still, being a consultant still means that I can still help. He said, all right. Before Coming left yesterday, Coming was walking, going. Right after that picture, Mr. Coming said, I need Randy particular. That's what he said. I need Randy particular. The girl who organized the show, he instructed her, say, I need Randy particular. Joe Weir, who I campaign for. Many of you guys today calling me flip-flop. Oh, you are citizen, you. Joe Weir, who I campaign for. Never ever pick up the phone or even text to say, J. Randy, thank you for what you did for me. Joe Weir never did that. Never. Every one of you guys here, if you want to put me in a court of guilt, you will tell people, J. Randy campaign for George Weir. Many of you guys will always say, you made that man president. But that man that I made president never ever called me to say thank you. Even my own man Samuel Tuet, even my man McGill. Can I say, Randy, yeah, the president on the line want to speak to you. But a man that I criticize, a man that I said negative thing about, is willing to say, I need that man information. Tell me, if you believe in today's Sunday and that the day that Jesus resurrected, do you think what Joe Weir did? Do you think what Joe Weir did, it was good? My man, I told them all of them, man. All of them, I told them all of them. I told them all of them. Including communists. Communists, hello, communists, just post it in there. I told them all of them. If I most of them was saying, Mama, you too tall, you too tall, you too tall. I said, yeah. Somebody gotta be tall too much too. But coming back to the thing, George Weir never ever called me to say, J. Randy, thank you. But the common man that we campaign for George Weir against is coming by and say thank you. That is what we call a moral character. There are some things that you do that don't deserve pay. That don't deserve pay. But the thank you is more than the pay. George Weir never did that. Never. Never did that. But I want you guys to understand that sedition. George Weir never did that. George Weir never did that. Yeah, the car is usually a bucket seat. But imagine I'm sitting in the car and then my head all the way to the top here. How they call it? Say, Emmanuel, I'm not going to block nobody here, right? Let the people come and insult. They can even cause my mom. They can cause anybody here. It's the sacrifice that we got to make. All right? It's the sacrifice we got to make. You can come here and be causing ma and stuff like that. They can come here. They can make any statement they want to make. You cannot stop them. Just how in the country, they got some people who are racist here. No matter what you do, they're not going to change. That's how some people's mind are already made up. You're not going to change it. All we can do is to keep talking and keep talking. Those who got ears to hear will hear. Those who got eyes to see will see. There are some people that you cannot change. All right? They know their own reason of supporting something. All right? They know their own reason of supporting something. So I'm not going to change. I'm not going to for anybody to change it. All right? And going forward, we're not going to get any relevant here. We are on a mission to educate our people. I think those who are having the bitterness should say, J. Randy, if you telling me that George Weir never spoke to you, I'm going to make a campaign for George Weir to call you and tell you thank you for what you did for him in 2017. If you don't hear them saying those things but telling you something else, that means that they themselves Don't even get the country in your hand. So why waste your time behind these people? So Cummings, in my opinion, is a people person. And I'm only speaking from a professional level now. It has nothing to do with politics. He's a good listener. When I met him, we had a conversation. And when you're talking, he listens. His security detail around him, as long as you are in a class, they will give you the opportunity to talk. And he will engage you. That is the character that I got to know based on the visit here. That when you see Mr. Cummings on television or on social media talking, that character is not all to it. You got to go close to him and get to understand him. I'm not here to sell his brand, but I'm here to tell you the character he has that relate to people likeness. Not everybody will like him, but I want to say you got to interact with him to get to know him. And that is why most of the symposium, the get together, the invite, they are so important. There was nothing like people protecting him. Oh, mama, you get tired. Oh, mama, go outside. No. It wasn't like that. Kind of remind me of, in fact, our privilege, and I will see that as a privilege. Remember the last time I told you that I saw my CEO? Yes. I had a conversation with him. I told him exactly the name of my company, called the CEO, and he was there nothing here. And I met the CEO. I told him how I met the CEO, and I brought his name out, and then he started laughing. I said, but the place you reach, some of us still struggling to reach there. When we go all the way up, we load down and say, okay, come and stay up there. And then he started laughing. To have that kind of conversation with a high-level person is a victory for me. It's a victory for me. George Weah did not do that. George Weah did not do that. There are many clinicians out there today that took out their shine for George Weah. All George Weah had done, only brought few people around him. Those people you always see to the Sagomo tree over there, you think that they put and made George Weah president? No. There were many people that made George Weah president, but Weah failure to make himself available. Weah failure to make himself available. It's the reason many people now are finding other ways, but testing the ways to make sure that the Weah factor does not replicate itself. And that's why we got to test everything nowadays. Because the Weah factor is not a good factor. Leadership comes with so many characteristics. If you cannot get 100%, at least be in the high 90s. But Weah, what Cummings did, Mr. Weah is yet to do it. It may be very hard to accept people. It may be very hard. That's fine, Mr. Weah. But we out here will tell you that people still see us as solutions. I don't know how you feel, but people still see you out here as solutions. Right now, as I'm talking to somebody, oh, my man, I'm a citizen, man. You're going to ANC looking for a job. The Weah factor is still affecting us. But you, Weah, don't give a damn that what some of us has done. That what Cummings said on Friday night. That picture you're going to put up there, and you're going to start your... And you're right. He was absolutely right. And that time that you understand that brain people mindset now. We ain't give a damn. People don't need money from Weah. What people need is thank you very much. Even the Obamas, the Trump. When Trump run the presidency, if you remember, in one of his first press conferences, he said, we'll be taking local people from the town to come to the warehouse here to come be asking questions. Even Trump did something, but not Mr. Weah. So they come in here is to see what kind of leader Mr. Cummings will be. I'm not saying I'm the one who's going to make the magic for Cummings to become president, but I'm trying to understand the character that Mr. Cummings has. Based on what I just said to you about Weir, based on what I just told you about Cummings, it's up to you. If you believe that you should love your neighbor as yourself, if you believe that Labrador will come first, look at the two story. Look at the two story. You know, when people meet celebrity, their whole spirit is broken. They're like, yes. But when you did something good for somebody, and the person turn around and don't get it done about you, instead of uplifting your spirit, it breaks your spirit. Not to mention when you out here in the general population, people say, oh, my man, I see this man. Oh, my man, I this. And you know in yourself that those things are not true. But what can you do? People's perception is based on what they saw you doing. But the individual you did it for don't even give a damn to give you that opportunity to say, yes, I did it. Now you see the kind of support I'm getting. Never did that. And that's what Mr. Weir did. So I'm calling on every Liberian, no matter where you are, don't be afraid to visit other places. You see, when your child going to college, right? What you do? And you go to other colleges then, they say they having open how they call the word, I forgot. Open house. If they having open house for any college or university, you will go there. You will go there. You go to the first university. Some people that got money can travel from one state to another to go see which university their child should go to. This election, all the political parties now need to have an open house. That is my message. All the political parties need to have an open house. And the President, Joseph Boakai, and Mr. Cummings should be there so you can see the difference. Let them have an open house. And you go there and interact with them. And let them member them be there. And let's see how it will work. When you're having open house, you're not only sending for your solution, right? It's open. It's an open house. You can come inside. And let's see how they will start behaving. And be careful because the way I'm talking now, someone will come. My man, yeah. Or Jay Renito will have an open house. My man, you have a good character out there. When the man can, tell them, say, oh, yeah, be okay for them. And no. We want to pretend behavior. We want to pretend behavior. So let all the political parties now begin to have an open house across the globe where they are in majority. So that people can go there. Are you guys ready for it? Because ANC are taking the lead. I see it now as an open house. And when you attend the open houses, they don't criticize you. They don't point finger at you. So I would like to say thank you to ANC for giving me such an opportunity. I saw a girl who looked at me yesterday. She said, you coming to California? I said, well, what am I going to do to California? She said, oh, ANC having a program to California. I said, but when so I'm going to be a guy who going to be traveling around here. And so I said, you want me to come to California? She said, yes, I want you to come to California. I said, all right. I had to think about it. I will think about it. I will think about it. So, I don't know. But again, they're having another convention. This one is a convention in Maryland. They already sent me an invitation as well. And if time permits, if God gave me the strength, I like to attend all these things. Because the decision that I plan to make, I want it to be a solid decision. I want it to be a decision. What's up, you? I want it to be a decision that I can say, yes, I crossed my T's, dotted my I, proofread, proofdid everything before I can say yes to this. because it's not for me. And that's one thing I said throughout. It is not for me. The future we are fighting for, it is not for me, guys. The future we are fighting for, it is not for me. It is for the generation back there. And we should see it as a battle that we want to fight to give the opportunity to the people back there. Many of you guys listen to me right now, especially outside of Liberia. That future is not yours. It's for the young people back home. No, I'm not coming, Paul. I'm not coming. All right, Mr. Ellis Mensah, I have to let you go. Yeah, I have to let you go. We cannot build our country with these kind of nasty words, Alex. We cannot build our country like this. You have to go and do some soul searching, Alex. I don't think cursing here, I don't think a Joe Weir or Samuel 12 or McGill even give you that mandate to go out there and start using that words. I don't think so. I don't think Joe Weir send you here to come be cursing at that. That Joe Weir pay you guys to come and do things here. No. So I have to let you go. It's hard for me to let you go, but if I don't set example on you and others, then there's no reason why Joe Weir say hope for change. So the hope for change is to use all the F word here. Is that what Joe we are telling you, that Mensah? Hope for change. F you ready? Hope for change. F you Florida. Is that what Joe we are teaching you here, Mr. Ellis Mensah? If that is so, then Joe we are the leader then. If that was, then Joe we are is a bad leader. Or whatever pissing you off is a bad person. All right? So I have to let you go, my brother. All right. So I am going to, and oh wow. So Facebook had changed it now, guys. Those of you that let blacking people, they say ban Alex from stream. This user from your stream. That is a new thing that Facebook has said. Ban Alex from your stream. Ban this user from your stream. And then you just hit that button. Wow. Facebook has done well now. They can actually ban you. Ban you. Ban you. All right? So the decision that is coming next year is another 6-year decision. You don't want to make mistake. For me, I was trained in a country under a program called CAPA. All right? It's a corrective action to prevent another incident. Whatever job we did to many of you guys, if you decide to keep it in you, I have decided to take that as a lesson learned. And the way I conduct myself is by engaging every political leader. I don't want to base my decision on, my heart say I should go for that man. No, I want to say I engaged that man. I had a conversation with them. And this is what I feel. I engage the people around him. And don't get me wrong, folks. Not everybody in the ANC is perfect. There are some imperfect people, just like any other organization. And I'm not going to tell you here that everything is okay in the ANC. No. The ANC, as I always said, need to open up to people. And I'm glad that Mr. Comey said that in his speech. We should welcome everybody. We know that we are not exempt from making mistakes, but when we make mistakes, we move about. We continue moving. So he recognized that there are problems, but the problem can be fixed. I met a girl on Friday who came strictly to just blow on me, oh, you said yesterday, you said do this. So as we were having the conversation, one of the member came and said, it's all part of the conversation. And then she realized that. She realized that. And then we spoke yesterday, we spoke on Saturday. And she's learning to understand as well that politics can be an issue of debate. Politics is not a science. Politics is an art. It depends on how you create the art to make things work. So are ANC people 100% perfect? No. But what they are doing by the day is identifying their weakness and turning the weakness into an opportunity for improvement. That's exactly what they're doing. They have created a body system. When somebody's saying something, they're listening. And they kind of say, oh, don't do this. If they take that kind of party standard or best practice or practices, if Mr. Cummings wins the election, I'm not saying everything's going to be perfect, but I think things will work out. But it is up to you. What I have said so far up to this point, I don't want you to just take my word for it. Wherever you are, and there is an ANC having what I would describe as an open house, go there, just be cordial, introduce yourself, tell people, tell them who you are. If you're a Seditian, say I'm a Seditian. If you're a United Party people, say I'm a United Party people. I'm just here to be part of this occasion, to see what I can learn. Because trust me, if you go there with that kind of open heart, a change of heart, even if it changed you not to join the ANC, you will be changed to go back to your party and say, guys, come on, we got to do some house cleaning in here. Because what I saw the other people doing, I think we can do better too. So the open house is not just for you to go and go join. It's to go and see the difference. And see the difference. Why you think you ought to leave on Liberia, come to America? Man, I'm going to America, go get education. Man, I'm going abroad. Because the thing in your country has become so fair in your eyes that you don't think to see things. But when you leave and go elsewhere, you come and you see things differently. And that's the message. So I would like to say a big thank you to the ANC. And the ANC woman that I met, Foreign Minister Weston Gafini's sister. Oh, that woman gave me a hard time. That woman gave me a hard time. The woman said, you already part of the party. I said, woman, I got to think about it. Woman said, you already part of the party here. She said, I am Weston Gafini. The ANC woman there, let me tell you now, the woman there, they are very, very powerful. Yes. They are powerful more than the men. And they are die ANC people. The woman are no joke. The woman are no joke. The ANC women are powerful more than the men. I'll tell you one of them. I know this is just my first experience. However, most of the women that are king, they came from different places. But they are very, very powerful. Yes. They are very, very powerful. They are committed. Also yesterday, while I was amazed, or what amazed me yesterday, it was the speech of Mr. Cummings' wife. Oh boy. Every time you will agree with me that every time you see Mr. Cummings' wife, she sits next to him and is always quiet. She's always quiet. When that woman took to that platform yesterday, she told a little story about a secret. That there is a train going around, she was speaking figuratively. This train is going around and collecting people with a message. I mean, I'm not saying it right, but I did record that part, I believe. But when I get back home by God's grace, I will edit it and I will start to play it. After that speech, everyone went to her and started shaking her hand, giving her a hug. I went to her, she recognized me. I said, my Oma, the message you gave here, let you not stay in the hall, let you not stay in this Florida. I said your message got power that when you release in Liberia, it will send a wave. You might want to start. Some of you guys that were listening to the record, because when I put the phone down, the ANC Global Chairman came to me and I told him the same thing. He said, did you tell her? Because one thing about this guy they call Ada, he believes that when you get your idea, he tell you to go and promote your idea. Now one thing I like about Ada, this guy they call Ada, this is my first time meeting him, but if you ever saw all the ANC documents I was giving, he is the one that used to give it to me. I never met him. I just met him recently and they visit. He said, did you tell her? I said, yes, I did. He said, okay. He's not a guy who will come and say, oh, mama, give me the idea. I'll put on my arm, go tell the people. No, no, no. He will walk up to you and he will tell you, say, did you tell her? I said, yes, I told her. So I also sat down with Duke. Duke and myself had a very good conversation. Introduced his wife to me and stuff like that. Yes. I could have carried my wife, but yeah, that's another problem that we'll talk about another time. And, you know, I mean, but she was busy back there. But I'm hoping one day we will go together. But it's a political function. We all have different political view. And, you know, she got a political view, I got mine. And, you know, some of you guys know me personally. Some of you guys follow my show. You know which side she for. So, but I'm glad that she got her political view. Yeah, but I got to meet Duke's wife. And Duke and myself had a very good conversation. And, you know, they seem to be open. They are open to ideas. And, you know, they are open to ideas. Oh, yeah, guys, you please hit that like button. Everyone, hit that like button, guys. Please hit that like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Yeah, hit the like button. Hit the like button. All right? Hit that like button, guys. So, the mission for me here is done. The decision to support the ANC is still to be determined. But I see more positive in the ANC. I'm hoping that Mr. Cummings and I will have this conversation. I'm looking forward to that. Aside from the conversation we had, he's a very friendly person. Yes. Mr. Cummings is somebody that you can get friendly with. If anybody never told you something, I will tell you. If you meet Mr. Cummings on the street and say hello, you will start and say, my man, what's up? What's going on? He will talk to you. You gotta know how stubborn I am. Yes. He is a people person. This had nothing to do with, oh, somebody do this. No, 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 no. I went to Mr. Cummings with a blind eye to interact with him. Yes. I went there. I went there. All right? To understand who he is. But what I want you guys to understand too is when I started the campaign, I said it's either Weah or Cummings. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to look at Boca. If Boca people invite me, I'm going to go there and fully engage Boca to see what he's made of. Because I need to make sure that I touch all bases. So if the Boca people invite me, I will go there. I'm not saying there's no invitation for me to visit the Boca. No, when Boca people invite me to the United States here, I will go there and spend time to see what I think I need to see. But I will say, if you ask me, Weah or Cummings. But that decision will be made. All right? So, I hope that everyone will do what I did. Attend all the somebody start rubbing your hair. All right. All right, Chocho, I will start rubbing my hair. I don't know, for some reason I can't do this. Start rubbing my hair. If I get it bold now, what can we doing? Getting bold. Yeah. So let me see who is the Mahawa's son here? Somebody called Mahawa's son. I don't know, but they want to come join here. So let me read a few comments here from you guys here. Christopher Camara, I'm starting from bottom to top now. Christopher Camara said Jay Rainey is a John, if you're here, please.
The country giant that play Ludo with the people. How can you become president? Turbo then are way educated than you. Turbo used to come and dance with the people and play with the people every day.
Yeah, he stay high playing though. He stay high playing.
Yeah, but what about you that were in the slum with them playing Ludo with them?
Yeah.
How can you become president? That's small Morovia. Liberia is a small country.
Yeah, but he making it more smaller too. He's making it more smaller.
Liberia is a small country. That president will be lost. I remember one African president was walking around with towel on his.
All right. Again, we don't have no right to this song. Eric, good morning, and good morning to everyone. So again, the music we are. Yeah, idiot. I don't know why I put it. Oh, right here. For the sake of transparency, I ate something this morning. In the interest of transparency, yes, I'm gonna be transparent. So when I eat something, I can't be transparent, right? Yeah. So in the interest of transparency, I ate something here. So anything you do, anything, yes, in the interest of transparency, that will not hold you onto anything. Yes, in the interest of transparency. But anyhow, so are you guys really how to call it? Are you guys really calculating? I mean, listing what I really want. I'm trying to make a point here, right? You see, we have come a very long way, and I think when we're making decision, yes, when we're making decision, we should be very careful. We should seek every means to make the decision that will not impede the future progress of our country. By the year 2100, Liberia, since 2000, when we reach 2100, all right, when we reach 2100, that means we're by 2065, everything. By the time we reach 2100, when somebody say in the year 2100, that means all the children that was, the kids that were born in 2000, by 2100, I say 2100, the year 2100, they will be 100 years old. I'm hoping that God will keep many Liberian children that are born today to see that year 2100. The reason I'm asking God, and I know God will do that, is to determine where Liberia will be. Because I can guarantee you, where Ghana will be at that time, where Africa will be at that time, it will be just like what our generation is seeing today with the competition and competitiveness between African countries. With that being said, I would like to say this. If anybody know where Darius DeLong is, I want you guys to share the video with Darius DeLong. And with all due respect to the collaboration of political parties, I'm going to ask for an exemption tonight. This morning. Yes, I'm going to ask for an exemption. To the CDC, to the ANC, I'm going to ask for exemption. I'm going to go directly to address Darius DeLong. All right? I'm going to address Darius DeLong, and I'm going to take a serious in addressing Darius DeLong. You see, in the world we find ourselves, if you are you as a parent did not go far in school, you must do everything humanly possible to make sure that your children go beyond your step and even go further than graduating from high school, college, and becoming somebody successful. Isn't that our dream? Yes. Back in the days, Liberians who left for the United States, they went down to Liberia, African American, and the free slave that left from this country here. They went to Liberia. and put in a rules that turn into a constitution. They said anyone who is not dark skinned or of a Negro descent should not be citizen of Liberia. Why did they do that? Because they were angry. They were angry. Liberians, American Liberians who left from here, their forefathers that left from here after the declaration of the freedom for all black people, they said to themselves, look guys, we went through slavery here. We understand that the country is now giving us the freedom. But look, think about this, man. We want to go somewhere where we can build that, relationship with the people that we miss, or, the place our grandparent, our father then came from. So they were giving that freedom. And God, I want you to understand it, because I want you to think from now to 2021. 2100. What you guys are doing is going to affect the country. And I will try as much as I can to give you guys more example with the reality of truth I'm going to speak to you guys here about. So these guys left from here. They left from here and went to Liberia. And today, we call them what? The founding fathers of our country, right? But when we look at what they did, the impact it had on the country is more than the progress we have made. For example, in the current constitution and the prior constitution, they said we will not accept anyone who is not dark like us. Do you know why they made that comment and put that in our constitution? It's because the way they were treated here as slaves. So it left that impression on them, and they went back and said, the way they got treated over there, you can forget it. If they come to this country called Liberia, we will never give them citizenship right. They were angry. They did not think that today, America, the people we live with today, they did not think that now everyone in America here supported how they were treated. Right? But because they were angry, they generalized that law and put it in the constitution. And what did it do for us? It affected us. It affected us. But when you look at the Cote d'Ivoire, their constitution is integrated. French people in their government during Frédéric Houphouët-Boigny time, and it did very well. If you look at Ghana, she's changing now, bringing in some soft rules to help build the country up. Because why? They believe that with unity, a country can grow. But the regulation of the Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, it was not against the people of Ghana who were born in our country. But when you look at the amendment of the Liberian Constitution that Darrell Dillon signed, it's telling you right now that no matter how much education you got, if the country needs you to be in a position, you will not be able to get that position if you hold another citizenship of another country. That means you are not going to participate in any governmental role. You can be a top sergeant. You can be the most top astronomers. You can be anything in America. As long as you came from Liberia and you got a different citizenship, you cannot hold any position. All because Darrell Dillon supported that idea. You follow me here, folks? Look, let me tell you, it's not affecting you now. It will affect the country in time to come. You may think that it's not affecting you now. You know, when people passed that rule way back, it didn't affect them. But those are all who came
after the law was passed, it affected us today, right? And look at the level of development that we got today. Look at the level of development we got today. Ain't compared to nowhere. So sit there and believe that what God had done. Most of you guys in America, in Europe, your children will not go back to Liberia. Your children will not go back to Liberia. After many of you guys had died and gone to the great beyond, all they will say, the people did not give my father opportunity to return. Why am I going to do that? What am I going to do that? So believe that because you in favor of it today, it's okay. But when your child become American president and say Liberia, say, oh yeah, I remember that country. My great-great-parent came from there. They denied them. I'm not going to be part of it. There is nothing wrong with bringing in dual citizenship with restriction. I said that on my show. I support dual citizenship, but with restriction. Before I expand into that, let me ask you guys a question. Those of you that live in Europe, that live in the Middle East, that live in Asia, those of all that live in North America, those of you guys that live in South America and in other African countries. Is it dual citizenship that keep you in compliance with the law of that land? Or is it the law that you must follow in order to stay out of trouble? I want you to answer that question. Is it dual citizenship that keep you to be in compliance with the law of the country you find yourself in outside of Liberia right now? Or is it the law of the land? Come on, let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. Is whatever country you're in right now, is it a dual citizenship that keep you in compliance? Come on, guys, answer the question here. Let me put our common understanding to work right now. You got that ability to think, so I'm going to challenge your thinking and your ability now. Do you believe that being a dual citizenship is the reason why you will obey the law in the country? Come on, guys. We are looking at the dual citizenship amendment law that passed in Liberia right now, right? From my understanding, it is saying that people cannot hold minister, deputy minister position. Is that true? If that is true, what is the purpose for doing that? If that is true, thank you very much, Armstrong. Thank you very much, Armstrong. That's what I like about you. That is what I like about you, Armstrong. You know, you decide to leave your creativities from politics and put it into your own personal path. Armstrong just answered that question correctly. People who are American citizens live in this country. Liberians who are American citizens live in this country. Any other national live in this country here. But when they go outside and commit crime, they pay for the crime. You see, let me tell you a history about Darius DeLong. Darius DeLong is a natural failure in life. Let me say this again. And right after the post, I will put it right there. Darius DeLong is a natural failure. You know, when somebody fails naturally, it's not a man-made reason to fail you. You know, some people plan together and say, we made a guy unsuccessful. That's not in the case of Darius DeLong. Darius DeLong is a natural loser who every opportunity was given to him, and he never acquired them. Everything from his parent being a teacher to giving him the opportunity. Eddie Johnson said he gave him the opportunity to go and study. Darius DeLong failed every step.
Everything that you have accomplished, Darius DeLong failed to do that. Between 2013, 14, and 15, when Darius DeLong was in America here, many of you guys were not around. You know, I met a guy in Houston, in Jacksonville. He used to listen and participate with us on Radio LIB. He came and popped me on the shoulder. He said, Jay Randy. I said, what's going on? He said, glad to see you. And I thought the guy was one of the guys, on Facebook. He said, I used to listen to you and I used to call on the show from Radio LIB. I said, wow. He said, at that time I was living in Texas. Guys, y'all need to share this thing. Y'all need to share the video with our fellow Liberian back home. Because this guy had created a boundary between the incoming generation of Liberian American and the Liberians in Liberia. You all need to share this thing here. You will not see the result today. The result will start to show itself 10, 15 years from now. So by now, many of you guys will not understand this thing. Darius DeLong between 2013, 14, and 15. Darius DeLong used to be on Radio LIB. And the gentleman I met in Jacksonville, I'm just bringing him in to tell you how long and how much I know of Darius DeLong. But I want you to understand as we go deeper into Darius DeLong, he is a natural born loser. He is what? A natural born loser. Take that government job from DeLong. Your daughter or son that just graduated from high school, DeLong cannot go for any interview with them based on their articulation. Like your daughter or son will get that job over Darius DeLong. Darius DeLong is nothing but a parasite that feeds on other people to survive. And he will do almost anything and everything to protect himself. But the Liberian people, based on George Weah failure, has given Darius DeLong a very dangerous position. Sometimes people will tell you, sometimes people will tell you, this individual is a very high-risk individual. Sometimes people will tell you, this individual is a very explosive individual. And when you look at the two descriptions of them, explosive, when you think of a real explosive, thing that can go kaboom and kill people, when they apply that to a human being behavior, think about how that kaboom will destroy things. DeLong is a very explosive senator in our place. All because he's not educated. I'm not here to degrade DeLong. But what DeLong has done is not different from what our people did almost 175 years ago. That's what DeLong and no guy who signed that bill has done. Remember, the king, they said nobody or dark color should be anything in the country. And it was only left with the native and few educated Liberians that did not teach anything. DeLong had come out and said, you know what? We have come a far way. Every one of you guys who transported to a different country and became very open to ideas, you're not coming here to do anything. With that idea in mind, let me tell you about DeLong. DeLong came in this country here, never graduated from high school. Let me tell you this one now. Darius DeLong did not graduate from high school. See, when you are put in position where you think about policy, this is not in the interior where the town chief will come and sit down and say, oh, how many women you got? They are using their traditional knowledge to discuss things. But when you take an uneducated man and put him into a place where the both people are supposed to make decisions, you are making a big mistake. If DeLong had gone in the interior and make a decision with the traditional Poro society, I would have nothing to say. But when you take DeLong and put DeLong into an environment where you say policy maker, you that live in Europe, when they say policy maker, those people that make policy for you in your little village, in your town, don't you see them with their credentials? You go to school, you learn, you come back, you become a policy maker, right? In the interior, you the elephant killer, you the crocodile killer, they give you that big position. You the town chief of the town. Every position, as you ascend to it, is based on a path that you develop to get there. policy maker in a democratic society where you deal with people with different minds is different from how traditional people work. DeLong never graduated from high school. He need to tell you guys. We got all the audio here, but we'll do this as a series. I'm just launching it today to tell you guys that DeLong is a very high-risky senator that will destroy that country beyond anything that Ellen left that country to today because of his level of ignorance in there. Look, don't see DeLong wearing jeans, shirt, think that he up. No, he's not up there. He's not up there. DeLong has been a natural failure in life. That's who he is. And we know that. And that's what I'm telling you here. You take DeLong from that senatorial position, even no disrespect to the janitorial position, but DeLong cannot sit before the chief janitor and have a common conversation regarding that job that will convince that individual to get DeLong that job. That to what extent DeLong is so illiterate. Guys, I'm not going after DeLong character. No. I'm going after DeLong's ability to make sound decisions that will benefit the future. He doesn't have that. He's destroying the future of the country. That's what I want you to understand. If you live in America here and think sometimes what Democrat does, or you think sometimes what a Republican does, and you think that that thing is not right, that's something in comparison to what DeLong is doing in our country. But except that those guys here, they are educated, they got their own intent. But DeLong is not a better individual. So DeLong in 2013-14 was sent to this country here to come and go to Strayer University. The man did not graduate from high school. Some universities in the country, they are for profit making. They don't go after the different rigorous process that you have to go through. So DeLong tuition was paid by no cow. Because DeLong could not attend LU. Do you know why DeLong did not go to LU? Those of you who are in the political arena, have you ever sat down and looked at yourself in the mirror and said, why DeLong did not even try to go to LU, to even take the LU entrance? You know why DeLong did not take that? Because DeLong did not graduate from high school. DeLong did not graduate from high school. So DeLong could not go to sit for any entrance in that country. Nevertheless, political reason, Ellen decided to help DeLong. Now, I'm giving you the background of why DeLong is doing what he's doing. So when I get to hit the main target, but then you will understand who DeLong is. DeLong came to Ellen, and Ellen managed to talk to Vani Shema for DeLong to come on a government scholarship to the United States, and Vani Shema said no. And Ellen went right back to Robert Salif, and they sent DeLong to attend Strayer University in the United States. DeLong tuition was paid off. They don't have a resident where he will not pay nothing. All DeLong needed to do, get out in the morning and turn on his computer or go on campus. And after staying 2 years in America, DeLong was let go for academic poor performance. Academic poor performance. And upon his departure, he told us on Radio LRB that I'm going back to Liberia to complete my education. Up to today, have you seen DeLong showing you any credential? That's the academic part. Let me bring in the jealousy part of DeLong now. When DeLong used to be on Radio LRB, whenever the issue of dual citizenship comes out, DeLong became very defensive. At that time, many of you guys did not know DeLong. You all share the damn video with DeLong. And I will call name Nokofo, George Formula, Jordan P, Ben Sauer. Let Darrell DeLong listen to those names. You share it. You might not come with your own emotion here. You share it with DeLong right now. Let me call your name again. Christian Nelson, aka Nokofo, from Maryland. Jordan P from Maryland. Ben Sauer from Virginia. Asif Vatokpa from Maryland. Jay Randy from Pennsylvania. We used to be on our show. We used to be on that show, and not to mention God's Comma as well. We used to be on that show. DeLon, prior to nobody knowing who DeLon is today, DeLon said, I don't prefer dual citizenship. Because you're not in America here, you're already better off. So I don't support dual citizenship. That's what DeLon saying. Share the video with him right now. Let me repeat that again. DeLon, he said, you're not in America. He targeted American. He didn't talk about Liberian in Ghana. He didn't talk about Liberian in Salon. Let me put it Salon. He did not talk about the Ghanaian, the Liberian in Ghana. DeLon was in America here and telling everyone on that radio, Liberians, you got lucky you're kin to America. You're better than us. You're better than us. Oh God, you share the video with DeLon. You share the video with DeLon. I dare you, and I even dare DeLon to come here. I dare DeLon to come here. Those names that I call, let me call them again. Nokofo, aka Christian Nelson. That Darrell DeLon Intellectual Forum. You know who established it? It was established by George Formula. If you ever watch Asifaya Tokpa show and see George Formula up there with him, it was George Formula who lived in Arizona, is the one who built that Darrell DeLon platform called the Darrell DeLon Intellectual Forum. Up to today, George Formula still control that platform. Your eyes Darrell DeLon that. Your eyes Darrell DeLon that. Everything I'm mentioning here, you look at it done. And this Darrell DeLon, listen to this guy. Darrell DeLon used to be on Radio LRB telling us that you're not in America, you're already better off. So we don't want dual citizenship in Liberia. Let's see how far the people can come. And you know one thing about me, I used to sit down and just listen to the guy when they come to talk. And I look at the guy and say, this guy's a very terrible man. I said, this guy is a very terrible man. But Liberian back home at that time did not understand it. Some people on the platform thinking that, oh, DeLon is just he's just speaking his own mind. But sometimes when somebody gets stone in their hand and say, I will throw it, you better watch that person all the time. Until that stone drop from that person's hand, keep your eyes on them or keep one eye on them. And that's what DeLon did. So DeLon had that thought to his back of his mind. That people like you who are citizens of this country and any other country, your life is already better off. So he will not accept you in Liberia. And guess what? He came here to better his own life too, right? But at his own potential strength, he failed. And the tuition that was paid, he left from here and went back to Liberia. They don't have completely given up on life. But at the detriment of the Liberian people who are not smart to understand these things. You know, they know these things, but they're not challenging themselves to be very smart to understand these things. They went and put DeLon out there and made DeLon a senator. A dangerous and explosive individual. Made him a senator. Instead of DeLon saying, let's look at this thing here and look at the positive it brings and look at the negative and let's craft a dual citizenship with restriction. Our law today in Liberia, the president, the vice president, the president pro tem, the speaker, the foreign minister, these are part of the three branches of government. If you were making any sound law into the constitution or amending the constitution, I would stand for that. If the president and the vice president, something happened to them, the foreign minister can take charge until the national legislature and the judicial branch can find a replacement. So in that position, if you say dual citizenship cannot take that position, I support that. The chief of the army, same thing. But what the deputy minister? What the deputy minister got to do with you don't have to be a dual citizen? In a country here. Today you see Liberian passing around here, you're voting for them. Oh, vote for the man here, vote for the man here. You think the American people are saying those things that you from Liberia, you from any country, you can't be nobody in the country here? No. Like Armstrong said, Armstrong, you still here? It is not the restriction that you be on a dual citizenship. It's upholding and keeping our laws. It's upholding and keeping our laws. The very people in that country, when they invest so heavy sum of money, what can you do when they are Liberian citizens? They fly the council in America. What can you do to them? What will you do for them? It is not the restriction that make the country stronger. It is the law that you put in place. If anybody went to Liberia today as an American Liberian, if you got your law and say you must declare your salary, anything you do, it will determine that it violates our constitutional law in this country. We will hold you accountable. America is a country that will support you in that idea if you can prove that the person did X, Y, Z. And also, when you have the law in place that determines that if somebody is about to do something bad, you can let them go. That is what I call sound decision from a sound country. You think by you saying that Liberian who got different citizenship should not be deputy minister, should not be there, you think that's going to solve the country problem? You joking, Darrell Dillon? You are joking, Darrell Dillon. You are joking, Darrell Dillon. You are joking. It is not the restriction you put on the dual citizenship. It is how efficient and effective the laws are in our country. Benjamin Senvi, you see on Spoon there. He took $45,000 for the Liberian government. And King sat down here, right? Is the Liberian government coming after him? I assume that he was a Liberian citizen, right? Is the Liberian government coming after him to say you got to pay our money back? What about Ellen Cochran, who took the American people money and misused it? Ain't she American citizen? Is she protected? Is she protected under American law? Yes, she is protected under American law, but was she giving a true justice? Yes, she was giving a true justice. She was protected under American law because she took that money as an American citizen. She misused that money, so she went through the due process. And today, she's somewhere. But there are Liberians in our country, right now in position, that are misusing our country, abusing our country. But because Liberians, many of them from the place, Darrell Dillon know that he's not qualified, he is intimidated by the oppression because they will expose him. So he joined God Emmanuel Nukwe. You remember Emmanuel Nukwe? How many of you got in? Now you're coming to know how to remember. This very Emmanuel Nukwe guy, when you were running against George Weah as presidential vice candidate to Joseph Boakai, you listen to the audio? They coming, they want our job, and we're not sitting here to get our job. Who were they? How many of you guys remember that? How many of you guys remember Emmanuel Nukwe? I got a recording here. I got a recording. I got that recording. Emmanuel Nukwe said, they are coming to take our job. They are coming to take our job. Your own fellow Liberians. You're talking about they coming to take your job. You see, these guys in Liberia, they are very self-centered and selfish. That rather than focusing on the laws, everyone that came in this country here from Liberia, let me limit this example to Liberians. You come from Liberia, you come to America here. Whether you are a citizen, a resident, do they give you any grace period because of your citizenship? Or when you violate the law? When you violate the law, and that when they come after you? The failure of our country to make progress is because we are afraid to implement the law, because the law will prevent us
from doing the wrong thing. But many of those guys that are in power love to do the wrong thing. That is why they are stopping you out here not to go and see it, because your exposure from abroad will be able to educate the people. So they try to frustrate you to not go to that country to participate. Because when you go to the embassy in Liberia, or when you ask your friend back in the days, why are you going to America? Well, I'm going to America to better myself. So should we now go back? Let me say this here. Should we go back and file a class action lawsuit against everyone who was part of the MPFL movement that came to Liberia? Should Liberians abroad who became citizens of any country, including Sierra Leone, should we rally them up and say, you know what? We are going to file a class action lawsuit against the people who brought the rebel movement. And that includes Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and everyone who supported the rebel movement. Can we do that? Yes, I'll tell you why. Prior to the war in 1989, how many of you guys knew that when you become a U.S. or any country citizen, that you lose everything? How many of you guys knew that? It was the government responsibility to teach everyone, right? Not many people knew that until they found themselves in 2000 and whatever, that is got to know that, oh, when you become citizen of another country, you lose everything. Be honest with yourself and ask yourself, why you are in Liberia, whether you are 10 years old, 15 years old, 20 years old, even 30 years old, how informed were you when it came to that constitution? So the war came and forced you out of that country at no will. And then because you wanted to survive, you came and took on a country citizenship. But then they're telling you that you cannot go back to your own country to take on any position that you feel comfortable and you are qualified to be able to make sound decision. Nobody told you that, right? But the people who came and created that stalemate, that destruction, go after them and sue them because you did not invite them to come to that country to force you out of that country. Because today now, all of them that came, that brought that war, they all benefited. When are you out there? And then you got Garlet Dillon, a man who failed. I couldn't even say I graduated from high school. That did not graduate from high school. And you go give him that kind of big position. What do you think he would do? Your country going to be messed up. By the year 2100, I want to see where Liberia will be. Liberia will not go anywhere. Every functioning area, government is there to make policy. Those who consult with the government are people who follow the government strategies to improve the country. If they are preventing you, everything you learn, and say you can't come to this country, that is the highest level of hatred by Darius Dillon and those guys who signed that bill. The country called Liberia, the laws are there to do well for us. But those who are in the driving seat are the ones who messing the country up. So whenever you, from this show today, whenever you say Liberia is not a good country, look at guys like Darius Dillon. In the new generation, a man who called himself the light is putting in darkness to stop the country from making progress. There is nothing wrong with the dual citizenship restriction. That's not my focus. My focus is about what laws do we have that hold people accountable. They got to call Asset Joe, who were accused by a girl for being beaten by her. Did Asset Joe face any ethical problems? Did he face any ethical problems? Did you hear any investigation into Asset? No. Because Asset Joe, who used to be on Spoon Network, is part of the big boys. So ethically, Liberia mean nothing. Liberia mean nothing. It is not the dual citizenship restriction that will make Liberia better. You in America as a Liberian citizen, I mean as an American citizen from Liberia,
Are you exempted from doing when you do bad things here? No. They gave you the Fonati Kofa man. So let's get into some detail here now. Fonati Kofa need to resign. You tell Darrell DeLong. Fonati Kofa need to resign. Fonati Kofa is a U.S. citizen. You know, before you apply for any position, you must relinquish your citizenship and make that publication in the newspaper for people to read. So let Fonati Kofa tell all when lies he relinquished his citizenship because he was never given any executive clemency. He was never given any executive clemency. So how did Fonati Kofa get over there? How did he get over there? That's why you see he did not support anything over there. Carla Vani Shemo. Vani Shemo got all the training in America here. All the millions of dollars he stole from Liberia that the U.S. government frozen. Do you think Vani Shemo children got time for Liberia? No. That money in their children account, they are rich for good and forever. You think he care? No. Emmanuel Nukwe, who is the senator now, rotten rich guy. He served as the final minister of the Senate, of the House of Representatives before becoming senator. He already rich. Abachie, who is the president pro tem today, all the mineral resources they put exploited in a place. All the minerals they put exploited in a place. Abachie is benefiting from it. So do you think he would care to say, let's do this? No. The dual citizenship should have been restricted to very high level position. The presidency, the vice president, the speaker, the president pro tem, the chief justice, that include the judicial branch, the foreign minister, the chief of army. Those are critical infrastructure of leadership that should not be given to any dual citizenship. But somebody as a deputy minister, and then he be town chief, damn it. The people had told, the future of Liberia is a very dangerous future. People can say, we passed the danger. We're not looking up to a better future. No. What Darrell DeLong had done, you guys are looking at a very bad future for that country. One, it's going to discourage Liberians for reaching for the higher height. You know what made the country great? It is not the dual citizenship that made the country great. It is how they embrace you for your talent. And Ghanaian has seen that. The Ghanaian has seen that the only way Ghana can make progress, we have to put in place good laws that will promote our country. Many of you that live in Ghana, what I always say to you guys, Ghanaian will lease land to you for 99 years. But can you live in that 99 years forever? Look at the Lebanese guy who had a conversation with Kwame from Lena. What did he say? We can be here for all these years. You can lease land to us for 99 years. But we are live to see that? No. But you see, when you get a group of Liberians who will just look at you because you're in America, your life, from your personal achievement to all the achievement around you, and say, you know what? I got the power, I will stop you. You're not only stopping us, you are stopping and starving the children in our country that don't have the opportunity that you got. That is what DeLong is doing today. That is what DeLong is doing today. He's not thinking about the future of those children in our country. That's what he's doing. Liberia problem is not the issue of dual citizenship. It is how effectively can we put in place a law that will hold everybody accountable. Whether you come from Australia, you come from Germany, you hold a German citizenship from the United States. If you are appointed as Minister of Finance, you commit any act of financial malpractices, we will hold you accountable. We will hold you accountable. And as far as the efficiency go, you will be asked to what? To report everything, including your bank account, your financial statement, and your property in this country. To hold people accountable. That's what we call smart laws. It's not based on whether somebody should have. How can you denounce your own or deny or prevent your own brothers who came from that country without their fault, and then you put in place a law? That country is fucked up. Liberia is fucked up. And that's why this election should be about the issue. You know, if that was in America here, oh, trust me. If that was in America here, you will find senators them popping over here and there in the coming election. You elect me, I will tell that we will get rid of that law, and you will see the overwhelming support. But you think the Liberian people are going to think of that? No. And this is where another risk factor come in right now. This is where another risk factor come in right now. This is where another risk factor come in. Because when the people back home who don't have that means, because you see, one thing about Liberia, the only people that are rich in our country are politicians. Liberia is one of the first country among the one that you and I don't know, where politicians are the richest people. Liberia is the country that I have come to know. Only politicians are millionaires. If you look around Africa there, around that region, there are individual millionaires from different backgrounds. But in Liberia, and Liberia is the only country that when you listen rich people, you only list politicians as the rich people. And that's why the guy trying to protect. And to protect it, they don't want progress to be made. Because you know what? Integration bring about transparency and it builds strength. Tara Delon doesn't believe in that. That Delon you see over there, he is one of the most dangerous men you're messing with. Any law you get with Tara Delon, if Tara Delon will tell you, say it will take 1 year for Liberia to visit Liberia, he will sign that document. Because you know what? He's a coward. He's a natural loser in life. He failed himself. And because he failed himself, those of you who work hard for your own earning in this country, he's afraid that when you go back, you will be better than him. But he's just the symbol of what's happening in our country. That's why all of them like that. Look, until the generation from the 1960s are dead and gone, until the generation from the 1970s are dead and gone, we Dara Delon is part of. I think Dara Delon is a 69 group. Until the 1980 generation are dead and gone. The early 2000s are dead and gone, including 1990. If that 4 generations, they are dead and gone before Liberia will become a better country. For me right now, I want to see where Liberia will be in the year 2100. That will be 2100. Because from 2000, we start counting, right? You start from 2000, 100 more years to 2000. The law that they don't have put into place and supported, start counting from this year and reach out to 100 years. And by the time you reach 100 years, I want the generation that will be alive. Tell your grandchildren in this story, record it and give it to them. Say, I know I will not live to see the year 2100. But what I want you to understand, please remember when you see that year, what will Liberia be compared to other African countries? And I can guarantee you, Liberia will not be a progress because it takes years. The current generation in the country, you and I who came from Liberia, we are the one that got the soul of that country. We don't want to understand what have been the blockage. We don't want to understand what have been the choker of that country. And with the experience you got, Tara Delon telling you, you as the original son of that soul that came from there, he's telling you, you can't come back. Your children are born in this country. They are from different place here. They are from a different environment. So they are not going to take anything to help our people back home. Their mindset, their culture is embedded in the country they were born in, fellow Liberians. If we are to make progress, we need to look for people who are sound, who think about the future. Tara Delon is destroying the future before you even get there. All because why? He is very selfish. Nobody will be brave to take a pen and sign and say, oh, I agree. Let me tell you to show how aggrieved Darrell Dillon is. Let me show you. Let me show you here. To show you how Darrell Dillon hates every one of you guys. All right? Let me come down here and show you guys something here. Let me come down here. I'm coming to the signature page here. Let me show you the signature page. If you think Darrell Dillon is in your interest, you're wasting your time. All right? You guys, I hate you guys. Let me tell you what they did here. Look at that signature here. You see Darrell Dillon's signature here? Look at the other guy's signature here. Emmanuel Nukwe, he only signed here. But to show that Darrell Dillon is so bitter, he signed it and put a date on it. If like somebody kill you, they say, you know what, let me bury the person. I killed the person, but I gotta make sure I bury them. That's what Darrell Dillon did here. He signed it, and then he went and put his signature there. If you look at emotional hate, that's what Darrell Dillon is here. Many of you guys don't understand these things. And those of you who do, thank you. He signed it, and he dated it to say, yes, this is my signature here, and I dated it. That's how bitter Darrell Dillon is. Yes, that's how bitter he is. That's how bitter he is. When last have you signed any document that already got a date on it and you put your signature on it? If you look at the CPP document, you will see the same date on some of the guys' signature. That's how wicked and nefarious those guys are. Don't take my word for it, though, folks. I'm not talking for myself right now. I'm just worried about the future of Liberia. Because the generation that will come 50 years from now, when they start asking the question, what our country not develop, I want to be the witness for that. I want to be the witness for that. I want to be the witness for that. This has nothing to do with whether I'm an ANC person. No. I'm worried about the future of that country. This is where we talk about Liberia centricity. The law for the country. America will take you from anywhere and bring you in the country and tell you that you can be citizen, you can do anything. As long as you follow the law here. People who have been thrown out of the country, they are not being thrown out of the country because of the dual citizenship or the citizenship they took as an American. No. People are thrown out of a country or deported based on the law they violate. Do you think that they don't understand that? Darrell Dillon is preventing Liberians from getting position in the country because of citizenship. He's not saying come and commit crime. So that means Darrell Dillon will accept anybody who will come and commit crime as long as you are not a dual citizen. That just goes to show how illiterate Darrell Dillon is. You follow me there? America will not deport you because you became an American citizen from Liberia and say, oh, well, they're trying you, so you betray your country, now we'll send you back. No. The Americans, the British, and any other country around the world, they will accept you as part of them. They will only come after you when you violate their laws. They don't pass that law to benefit themselves, and they don't care about who breaks the law. The law is telling you that in order to be better in Liberia, don't take no country citizenship. Remain a Liberian. But as long as you break any laws in the country, you do this. We don't care. We don't care. I did not get $30,000 and put it in my pocket and sign for it. Whether that is a financial, this or inequality benefiting me and not benefiting the people, I don't care, Randy. If you want to hold me onto ethical standard, guess what? You can't hold me onto ethical standard. That's not what I'm all about. I'm about people who are dual citizenship, who respect ethics, and that's why they're not here. No country will deport any national who became citizen for becoming citizen. The New York will they stop you from taking on any position. They will not stop you. It's only breaking the laws will hold you to those standards. You can bring anybody into Liberia if the laws are strong and hold people accountable. They will not break that law. They will not break that law. But whatever they did is nothing but selfishness, evilness, and let's top it all with what? Jealousy. So whenever you see Delon anywhere, he is a very jealous individual. Don't be around Delon and brag. He don't like it. He's envious. And then you go get him power. That way he will use all the evil power against you. That way he will use all the evil power against you. And that word put Liberia in a very dangerous pathway. You will be celebrating July 26th. What the independence going to be about? Somebody go on the platform there and say, yes, July 26th, today Liberia is 175 years. What is the accomplishment? Oh, Liberians who went abroad because of the war, they took on citizenship, they cannot be citizens of that country. They cannot be citizens of that country. That's the accomplishment message we give to our people. Wow. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Not to put in restriction. You're not even amending the law. You're not amending the law. This election, it should be about the future of Liberia that Delon had destroyed. Anything that Mr. Cummings is hoping for, it cannot be accomplished without restriction. It cannot be accomplished without restriction. Anything you are hoping for, it cannot be accomplished without restriction. And one of the ways to start to change those things is to make this campaign about the issue. Let me tell you this. Most of you that came from the interior, all right? Yeah, let me read a comment here. I know I've been reading a lot of comments, but let me read a comment here because it's from a very special person. So Samuel Leo Brown wrote, J. Randy, good morning. Mr. Dapo, the Liberian people will not understand the truth. I am trying to insult, I'm not trying to insult our Liberian people, but they are very, very stupid. I understand, Mr. Brown, you're trying to educate them, but they won't never understand. 2020 election, they are going to put, and yes, I'm not going to read everything, but I got a message. The same people back. All right? You are right, Mr. Brown. I mean, with all due respect, stupidity is not something that people are born with, but the lack of understanding is what makes other people to think that people are looking at things stupid. So I don't think, Mr. Brown, you are saying anything bad here. Because you know why? You are acting from that same country. We know what we went through. We were the people that were forced out of that country. And what we are seeing here, by obeying the laws here and doing the right thing, it has benefited us and everyone out here and in other countries. And we feel that following the law, it got nothing to do with citizenship. You can be a citizen. Huh? She working today? Yeah. All right. All right. I already gave you yesterday. All right. That's the boss lady. That's the boss lady. She's not a dual citizenship, but you gotta follow the law. When she come in here, you gotta hold on and say, okay, yes, ma'am. Because nothing, just check the whole phone like this. The phone, yeah. So you don't want that. You don't want that. So I'll be walking on a third rope. So when the body they come, you gotta understand when the body they show up, gotta be there. I sure I took off my shit. But you understand. Anyway, back to the mission. My sister Vivian laughing laughing. So, let me say this, all right? What Darrell Dillon has done, here are some of the negative implications. So, many of us who came, in fact, let me finish with Mr. Brown, something. So, Mr. Brown, as I was saying, we are all affected. And what we have learned in this country and other countries, I know, we are supposed to be going back home and teaching our government, teaching our people, and adding value to our system. And the way we do that is to be in a policy role position to help. But Dillon is saying no to that. Dillon doesn't believe in that. Dillon doesn't believe in that. Good morning, Sister Yola. Dillon doesn't believe in that. Now, think about this. This law that Dillon has supported. If you were to go back home and go to your village, and you grew up in that village, everybody knowing you, and then you tell your grandma or your great-grand, and say, you see, Leroy Brown, yes, I was on Leroy Brown, yeah. Oh, one day we want that man to be, so his grandparents speaking now, right? One day we want that man to come here and be like Joe Weir. One day we want that man to come here and be the Ellen. One day we want to come that man be the Cummings and any other politician looking for government job. That our son. We want him to be somebody in the country. And then you go and tell that Oma or that Opa, the grandparent, and say, oh, your grandson, yeah, our grandson, we want him to be president too. The day he come, he say he won't be superintendent, we'll support him. And then you go, you tell that grandma and say, oh, anyway, your son, that American, yeah, we happy. He will come back one day. They land here for him. He will get job here to be superintendent. And then you turn around and say, he cannot be minister in the country. He cannot run for president. He cannot be Tanchi here. How do you think that grandmom who raised her son or her daughter came to America because of taking on American or any country citizenship? You go and tell her, say your son cannot be what you thinking right now. How you think that conversation will go from that woman understanding? Think about that. I want you to think about that. Go in the video right now. How you think that conversation will go? Do you think they don't understand what he has done? You think they don't understand what he has done? The whole dual citizenship thing that they don't fighting is not fighting it against Liberian who became Sierra Leone citizen. From Liberian citizen to Sierra Leone citizen? No. Or Liberian that became Ghanaian citizen, Liberian that became South African citizen? No. DeLon and all these guys, they have been targeting you and myself in America. Because they never had an opportunity to get here. This election, I want you to understand that the future of Liberia, like I said, from 2000, by the time we hit the year 2100, same we got from 2000, by the year 2100, Liberia will be 100 years old. There will be 100 years from 2000 to 2100. It will be 100 years. So what I want to say here, I want to say this. This election, it should be about the future of all Liberians. As we approach the election, I want for Liberians. This morning, I got, this morning, I got a message from my guys this morning. Because today's holiday here, right? So the guy called me, Randy, you coming on this morning? I said, no, I'm too tired. I want to take the day off because of Independence Day. But tomorrow, by God's grace, I'll be live in Liberia again tomorrow and Wednesday. By the way, I'm trying to get in contact with KMTV. So for those of you out there, including my Big Five, I'm going to be talking to Saros. KMTV is coming to go 24 hours. I think they got some time slot in there. We want to also have evening slot. All right? We want to have evening slot. So please, we have an opportunity to explore. So we're looking forward. So when that opportunity presents itself, all the supporters here, we need to get our message. I'm looking for a leader who is very people friendly. And like I said yesterday, right after the show, I'm going to download that video that I had in the car. And if you're a Seditian here, let me just get off the topic a little bit. Say I'm talking about this thing. It will come a time that I will have to support. I'm not going to become a member, but I will have to support a political candidate. And I'm assessing everything. Mr. Weir has done something that no Seditian can come here and tell me what I'm about to say and what I said yesterday is wrong. I campaigned for George Weir. I did everything. Everything. There's no paper in the office here that you will find. That got something to do with Unity Party. That got something to do with Liberty Party. That got something to do with ANC. Every document in this place here is all about CDC. It was a commitment that I gave to CDC. But for Mr. Weir to pick up that phone, even the old phone like this, or the new phone, or maybe they want right here, or maybe they want here. trying to ask some flavor there, or maybe they want this one, or they want what the other one here. My daughter will hear the video. She not take all the things from here. One more, the last one. I think she took it already. If I hear it right here. Yeah. This one here. The one you can hold at it. This one here. This one. This one. This one. And now this one. Or this one. Mr. Weir never. Mr. Weir never pick up a phone to say, J. Randy, thank you for the campaign you ran. You took your time. You sat down for hours, planning your electricity, planning your time. Thank you for what you did. He never did that. He never did that. I decided to take another approach to how I will support a political candidate. And I started visiting now different, like I said, political open house. Political open house. I went, and for transparency, what did I do? Every conversation that I had with Mr. Cummings, I came out and gave you guys an update. So that you guys can say, yes, what Jerry, we took picture. I also have Mr. Weir picture too. Mr. Weir myself took picture. Many times you have to see the picture there, right? But this is a man who today, when I walk in the street, people will look at me and say, you support the CDC, you made the man president, you're a seditian. You flip-flopping, I leave a CDC, you go to another place here. But all the pointing finger at me, like people can say you beating a dead horse. You're just beating me for nothing. Because the Weir men over there don't even get it. Damn to say, J. Randy, thank you. When I go to Jacksonville and meet a man who are even campaigning against and say, you know what, I'm going to listen to you. He and us had the conversation. And he said, take picture, but don't put it online because it's going to create things. I said, I'll make that decision myself. Don't worry about it. And the next day, you see that picture we took in front of that building? The one that we took in the daytime? Mr. Cummings was not, all right, Yango, take care, bro. Mr. Cummings was not part of that picture. We were all standing up. And then he was about to leave. The door opened, the sliding door. And then he came. And he said, well, you're taking picture of all me here? What's going on here? And then everybody said, let's stop. And then he came and took the picture. And not George Weah. When you see Mr. Weah dancing on that stage, there's a lot of guilt in him. People did not question Mr. Weah's character to bring it outside, like the way we dream Mr. Cummings today. We did not challenge Mr. Weah's character, like the way many of you guys are challenging Mr. Cummings, and Mr. Cummings is living up to that. Weah was giving a free run, but he decided to pay us back with bad. Even the Donald Trump, when he won the state of Pennsylvania, he came to Pennsylvania and said, your thank you. Pennsylvania people, your thank you. He didn't know everyone in that state. But because he won that state, Donald Trump came and said, thank you to every one of you guys. Those are all who campaigned for Mr. Weah. How difficult it is for you to look at the list. J. Randy, thank you very much for what you did. I appreciate you. He never did that. So when you get somebody like Mr. Cummings, who is trying to open his arm to people, how will you appreciate that? Those of you guys that are in Liberia, you got your children. You got other people that just visit Liberia and talk to you. But you got somebody who can visit Liberia and say, you know what? I will help your child. I will adopt your child. I will bring your child to America. When you are talking about people who did good for you, will you be concerned about talking about the guy who just come to Liberia visit you? Or will you be more happy to talk about the guy who is trying to give your child that future? Let that conscience of yours conscientize you to answer the question about George Weah. You're conscientize yourself. Sometimes I got to put this thing in an empathy situation. You're trying to answer yourself. I don't need no money for George Weah. What my picking power? I saw here. I don't need no money from George Weah. But just a thank you. Just a thank you. The Bible says, if one soul is saved, the angel rejoices in heaven. But George Weah doesn't care. People have said many things over the years about George Weah. Oh, George Weah, thank you, my picking power. George Weah selfish. George Weah this. They talk all these things. But for some of us, especially me, I said, let me go and find out for myself. And I found out for myself. Now I can be the story writer, I can be the storyteller, and I can even be the reference now to tell people about George Weah behavior. To pick up that phone. To pick up that phone. After we took that picture, when Mr. Cummings was leaving, he turned around to Rosalind, who is the CDC Global Regional Director for that region. He turned around and said, don't forget to tell Randy particular. I need Randy information. And then he got in the car. Why you think he asking for that? Because he believes that every human being is important. Thank you, Power. He believes that every human being is important. But this is a man that I had never even gone out to say, oh, I hear to campaign for. Nobody know me to be an ANC. Right now, if I don't talk about ANC, but oh, man, the man, I flip flop. Don't trust the mail. Don't trust the mail. But when it comes to citizen, oh, I mean a sedition, I mean a sedition, I mean a die sedition, come back home. But the thing you're saying, you don't understand. Then we are men here, does he even believe that I am a sedition, even though you're putting me there? Does he even believe that? So you can come here and say whatever you want to say. Your man Joshua, he had put himself into a situation not that he can handle, but a situation that going to ruin him for a very long time. They're going to ruin him for a very long time. His heart is cold. He keeps things in his heart. I know I hear people say he don't let for people to call him incompetent. But Mr. President, with all due respect, your people relationship is very incompetent. People who take their time to talk for you, their mouth get all dry. Argue with people out there. People turn against them. Just because of your sake. And now one day you pick up phone. And to those that are around George Weah, they are even worse than a venomous snake. For me, you know, in 1980, growing up as a young child, because I was still in one DJ when that war came, when that thing came, they went and killed all these people on the pole. Many of them did not understand within that time. But as we age in life, they were saying that, oh, the people were corrupt. They hijacked the country. They kept the country like that. So they and Toba got to go. But today we see our own native brother and sister then around it. And look what they're doing to the country. If they're not putting in dual citizenship to be blacking their own brother, your own brother, oh, you put it in law to stop them from coming to the country. Then you got a president who there too that don't care what damn about his own brother and sister. You need to understand this. It's Liberia belongs to just few people who agree that they must do things to only benefit them and leave the rest of the people out there. Is that what you believe? Sedition? Then you must just divide the country. Let it have the island of sedition. You can take that island and carry it. But Liberia belongs to all Liberians. And if Mr. Weah doesn't understand that, then Mr. Weah need to go. Because I can guarantee you, if Mr. Weah can be there for 27 years, they taught me. With that mindset, that behavior, he's not going to do so well in that country. Y'all that support Mr. Weah today, how many of you guys can come on now to give a personal change in your life? How many of you guys can come up right now and tell you about your personal change in your life? It's one thing to build roads, to do this, but what about your personal achievement? What about your personal achievement? I want to hear it. I want to hear it. What are your personal achievements on the George Weah? Don't talk about the roads, because you can have the road, but when you're not educated, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Mr. Weah generation will be gone. Your generation will come in. The infrastructure will be there. But what about you individually? What have you achieved? You have a job? Are you thinking about getting a medical insurance? Do you have any life insurance for yourself? Do you have a skills? Do you follow it? Are you achieving your passion? Some of you guys want to drive a train. Some of you guys want to power plane. Some of you guys want to be a mechanic. Some of you guys want to be an electrician. Some of you guys want to be plumber. Whatever you want to be, do you see those things in George Weah government? It is one thing to praise the thing that George Weah doing, but had George Weah brought a bunch of young people and said, look at these guys. This guy is an electrician. This guy is a construction worker. This guy here, he's a mortician. This guy here, he's a coach. How many of you young guys today? But when it comes to dancing and wearing a red cap Every one of you guys can wear that red cap. But when it comes to the career, the thing you love, you cannot display that certificate. If you can wear that red cap and go and dance in circle for George Weah and his people, why make you think that you cannot hold a certificate to dance around? Fellow Liberians, this election is about strategy. Politics is a game of strategy. I'm hoping to reach out to the ANC people. Let me say this. The CDC brand is dying down. But they got a weird shame. The weird shame. You know, the 1990 war against Doe, it was a very tough one. After the entire AFL, they got destroyed. The SATU, part of them got destroyed, but the Samuel Canyon Doe elite men that came from his county, they were the one protecting him in the end. And that was very difficult to get rid of Samuel Canyon Doe. And I went and said in level Morovia because they were that hard Samuel Canyon Doe elite. What do I mean by that? The CDC brand is dying around the country. People who voluntarily supported CDC, the support is going away. But when you hear we are saying that we are sharing, think about what I just described to you about the Samuel Canyon Doe. That is the battle that I see in the next election. How do you dismantle that we are sharing to take we are out of office? Because that's where the battle is. They are ministers that got money. They are directors that got money. And then including we are. Those are the people that the focus need to be on right now. But as far as the support base, these are people who say, you know what, I'd rather take we are than take worker. So they can go either way. But the we are sharing, when you hear Mr. We are talking about the we are sharing, that is where, when I say politics is a game of strategy, that's where you need to go. Yesterday, Mr. Toy came on the show here yesterday, telling people, oh, you said Mr. Comey was dead. I didn't say that. But they are intimidated. You see, one thing about government officials in Liberia, they know the strength of certain Liberians. And they know the weakness of certain Liberians. When guys like me talking, they come to listen on a false name. Because they know what I said in the past. It works. And they know what I'm about to say. If you go on the other side, they panic. And they believe that, oh, Jeremy could get distracted. So when he's talking, put some stuff in there, it will derail his focus. But I have learned not to react to them anymore. Because I want my message to be on point. This election is a very tough one. They're not going down hard. I mean easy. They're going to fight, they're going to fight, they're going to fight. But it takes a strategy. It takes a strategy to dismantle George Weah. George Weah can be defeated. Ellen defeated him before. And let's say twice. Technically, he can be defeated. But if you understand the politics game, that is about strategy. And that strategy got to be very strategic. It's not going to be an easy battle. But it must come from a committed group of people. Committed group of people. This is not an easy battle. This election should be about the future of Liberia. It's like Liberia is in a battle between evil and good. And an evil take over, we all dies. If you see it like that, every little decision you make, and every time you get up, you want to go out there to campaign, if you get that thing to the back of your mind, that the evil want to take the country, and if they do, we all going to die, you will be committed to that cause. Because one thing I believe, I don't like to put my hand in something and lose. That would make me to not sleep for a very long time. That would not make me to sleep. My man, don't rush me here now. Don't rush me here, my friend. Collie, don't rush me. Don't rush me. Don't rush me. I already told you I will bring you on. So don't rush me, Collie. Don't rush me. That one thing I don't like. You know, you got to do away with the Liberian way small. I told you I will bring you on. Do not rush me here. These are some of the things that we're talking about here. All right. So wait your time. Wait your time. All right. I saw Uncle P earlier. When I'm presenting myself, I got what I'm talking about here because I read them down. So I'm going to exalt my leg. I don't just can't be talking. No. I got my timetable. When I do my presentation, I'm already know what I want to say. So please, I want you to understand this platform is really a platform that things are in context. When I get done, that when I will start to look over messages, that when I will start to bring people on. If you're impatient, then I suggest respectfully that you go and wait, do whatever you want to do, and then you come back because, and you know, I mean, I can't really stop right now. So my brother, please, I beg you, just wait. This election should be about you fighting for the soul of Liberia. This election. These guys, they have shown us their ways. They don't care. They do not care. The few days, I saw Prince Sherry now. Just yesterday, he telling the people now, we're going to start broadcasting in Liberia. All because Jay Rennie said now, I'm broadcasting in Liberia now. They're not running down to go now. Oh, they're going to broadcast in Liberia. The difference between myself and them, the way I strategize is different. Every one of them who talking for George Weah today, they are not on record or supporting George Weah from day one. They were all listening to me. So when they see me opening a little strategy, then they try to pair it up. But what they do not have is what I'm not going to tell you here now. It has to be done what? In confidence. But they listen to me all the time. They follow my show. They are worried because all their blueprints were established. You see that press conference they always having, Smith Toby then, when Costa left them in 2019, the end of that year, they were worried. They came out to me and said, what can we do? I said, but what you want to do? Oh, Costa can talk for on the radio. I said, but is he the only person that can talk for you? I said, look at Fox News in the country. Every time Donald Trump does wrong, they talk about all the good things Donald Trump do, right? Yeah. Y'all go and open your own press conference. From Monday to Friday, you talk all the good things about George Weah. And that's why you see from there, they have the Mobile City TV, they had a press conference, even though they're not keeping up to that commitment. So they know what some of us are capable of doing. So when they see us coming out with something, it worries them. You see, not all politicians can convince the population. It depends on what you say. They got things to hide that they don't want you to see. They are hiding things they don't want the public to know. And when we start talking about this thing, it becomes a problem for them. Perkins, I'm back on my base. Perkins. Thank you very much, Lena Perkins. This is my base here, bro. I'm home now. Putting my dashes on now, Perkins. Well, it was good talking to you. Talking to you. Perkins saw me yesterday on the airport. He saw me on the airport. I'm going nowhere. It was just a Jackie movie. I said, I'm going nowhere. Perkins said, no, you got to go on the side. I enjoyed yesterday. I came out to my wife. I said, I'm missing the room. I met a good friend. He said, no, you got to go on the side. So thank you very much, Perkins. Thank you very much. And I hope we can meet again. You know, I really enjoyed the discussion. Again, the country is at a very dangerous crossroad. Yes, very dangerous crossroad. And this election, I want for people to see it as a battle for the soul of Liberia. The soul of Liberia. You know, when the devil takes charge of your soul, when the Bible say, we need to win souls for God. The soul of Liberia is at a crossroad. And this coming election, if you really want to redeem the soul of Liberia, if you want to redeem the soul of Liberia, this election should be about the issue. This election should be about someone who believes that the soul of Liberia is at the highest rates. And I'm asking all Liberians, do not take this election for granted. Liberia is now in the hands of evil people who don't get a damn to call you what you do, who don't get a damn to thank you for what you do. And people with that kind of heart, I see them as evil people. Because there's no normal human being who will have good mind for you and will not appreciate what you had done for them in the past. So this election is about good versus evil. Any mistake, remember, this election, they are already put in place a law that citizens from Liberia in America who are taking on dual citizenship, they are already telling you that they don't want them there. That's what they're telling you. They don't want them there. That is the worst thing they have done for the future of that country. That is the worst thing they have done for the future of that country. 2, I'm being told that Liberians contribute over $500 million, if I stand to be corrected, through money grant and other source of money to Liberia. It is coming from people with dual citizenship. But DeLong will not go there and say, nobody from America should send money to Liberia. He don't see anything wrong with that. But you as a Liberian who got that professional experience to go and strengthen institution, you cannot change an institution from outside. You got to be inside. DeLong is telling you that he has signed an amendment to stop all those things. How do you expect Liberia to be a better country when the nation is being hijacked by a soul of evil people? You are not even in the country. Yeah, 550 million. Thank you very much, Tunia. 550 million. 550 million each year. DeLong is not coming out to tell you guys in Liberia, and even some of you guys are here that got no clue about this information, that how much the dual citizenship and other Liberians are contributing to Liberia. He's not coming out to tell you guys. But he's blocking you guys from going there. You see, DeLong's son is in America here, for those of you that don't know. And I open on DeLong and I'm about to close on DeLong now. DeLong's son came to America in 2015. He's in Minnesota, married to a white girl. They are having multiracial children now. That law that DeLong put in place is not going to affect DeLong. By the time DeLong ends after 9 years, DeLong will come right to America here and can sit down. That law will remain unchanged if we don't put in the right people. And it will continue to affect generation from generation from generation, because DeLong's selfishness have put a cancer in our law that keep killing the future of the country. Keep killing. And DeLong will find himself in America here. And just come and just sit down. And that will be it. And that's why we are here to tell you that DeLong and George Weah, they are not in the interest of our country. If you want a better future, you know where to go. You got to stay here. You see, for me, there is no more the day I get beat. I'm already living my future now. Everyone in America here, you support Joe, and so Joe, we are your children in America, you're not worrying about them, right? But how can you support a man whose future will destroy the country? Y'all got to think about these things. Tarot Delon said he's the light. He wanted to gain power. Y'all gave him the power. But look what he's doing to your children's future. Tarot Delon, what he had done, is not going to affect his children's future. He's going to take money out of that system and feed his children and take them away. Every minister in that government, they're going to make the bad economic decision that will benefit them. And then when they leave, all the money they borrow, now only you don't have the dual citizenship librarian to go to the library and help because you're already stopping them. The money you're going to borrow, you're not going to benefit from anything because you're going to be a debt that you're going to keep paying. And you'll not be able to realize everything. That mistake must be stopped. We will do everything in our weak way. We'll get as many radio stations as we can get to get the message to our people. I'm committing myself because it is a battle between the good and the evil. The seditions and George Weah, I'm saying this now, they are nothing but evil people. What George Weah did to me, he did it to many people. We campaigned for him. He allowed evil to take charge of him, to pick up that phone and say thank you. Only evil people can appreciate good with bad. There is no way that good will look at good and turn it to evil. Only evil people. And I see him as a very evil man. Today, I'm being blamed all around as a sedition. But because he's part of the evil forces, he and everyone in our government, we should do everything to remove him from power. His 6 years will mean nothing. Why? Because after the first 6 years, individually, none of you guys can get up and say, J. Randy, when we are beginning this, I was nobody. I got certificate now how to properly hold a hammer and put a nail in there. I got a skill. There is nowhere in the country that George Weah can point to any population of people to say, you see the people here or these people, they got skills because of me. Those roads he building over there, they will remain there. There were roads there before we got there. And there will be roads and when we leave. But what about you, your own mindset? How do you tell your wife in the morning, honey, and your children, I'm going to work? When your children go out there and start interacting with other people, what do they tell their friends? Where your father? Oh, my father is a carpenter, he going to work. My father is a mason, he going to work. My father is an electrician, he going to work. What your children always say when they ask them, oh no, we are government. The children will see their father there. Yeah, my father dancing in circle over there. Yeah, he dancing in circle. You still in your 20s, you in your 30s, you in your late and early 40s, you dancing in circle. And you want to think that George Weah doing anything good for you? But George Weah will not tell his friend there that his son is dancing in circle. He will tell his son that the worker coming up, you're going to see my son playing. If a man who don't put the generation future first, but want to take all the glory, that's why I call evil is in charge of that country. He's an evil man. George Weah should have young people celebrating their accomplishment while he sit down. But he doesn't believe in that. He wanted for himself. This election is about evil versus good. Politics is a game of strategy. We got to start going into the soul. Let one sedition bring their children forward here. And let their children tell me what you do in the morning when you go to work. Today, what time is it now? It's almost 5:30 or a minute after 5:30. I mean, after 4:30 rather. It's almost, I think, 4:35. Let them come out and tell me. I challenge all the children of the seditions supporters, not those that are in government, those who are the supporters. When your parents get up in the morning, what do they tell you? You go to Sierra Leone, young people are going to do labor work. My father going to do some work. He come back. You go to Ghana, young people between 18, 37, they get up in the morning, they go to work. Some of them are business themselves. That is, they are entrepreneurs. They got their own businesses. But when you look at young people under Joshua, the children will get up in the morning and say, my papa going to the party headquarters to dance in circle. If that is an accomplishment, then we're not ready for 2030. Because by the year 2030, the labor force of the world will be looking at Africa. Where will Liberia be? We can go for the World Cup. We can go for African Cup of Nations. We can go for the Wafu tournament. We can even go anywhere far with the Mana River Union Trophy. Then what more about the opportunity that coming in 2030, where the world is saying for every workforce on the face of the planet will be coming from Africa. And I tell you what, there will not be no dancing in circle. There is nowhere in any intellectual discussion that will say they need people that will be dancing in circle. Joe Weah was proud to present to the Liberian people of his daughter graduating from a medical school in America, right? Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. But the question here is, he is president of the country. Has he shown you guys how many young people got some vocational skills in Rebel G? Some vocational skills in Riverside, some vocational skills in Le Lofa he just won. How many young people have George Weah shown, just how he showed his daughter that they have gotten this certificate here? Please, even the football academy, how many young people have come? You know, when Samuel Canada was president, he really strengthened the military. George Weah is a footballer. When have you seen any Liberian going far in soccer to say it was through George Weah? That is the kind of evilness that you guys are looking at right now. A very evil mind that don't want anyone in that country to succeed. He wants to keep all the young people down and make them so poor and uneducated. So when he stands up there, they're clapping for him. It's like a child who just bully all the other children there and want to be the only person up there. We don't want that kind of person. George Weah always said, growing up, he used to look through Johansson window, looking at next cars. That story related to us because some of us who grew up in a swamp, when we heard that story, like, damn, this guy is coming from where we all came from. But today, under George Weah administration, there are children still in Liberia. Not only are they sitting on the street, they are also looking through different windows. George Weah thinking that he's completely out of Liberia and in different part of the world. If you let all these things pass by your ear, I just feel sorry. For every mistake you make every 6 years, it's going to take another 24 years to catch it back. For every 6 years you make to elect this weird man, that's another 24 years of bad mistake. And it's going to affect you. If you were 20 years old, you're going to be 26 years old. What will you be doing? What can you tell people with a 6-year job we have been in office? If you were 30 years old, you're going to be 36 years old. What can you show that George Weah had done for you? If you're 40 years old, you're going to be 46 years old. What George Weah had done for you? But George Weah will tell you that in 6 years, I built my houses. Samuel George will tell you, in 6 years, I'm living a very good life. Mangel will tell you the same thing. Delon will tell you the same thing. But you guys, what will they tell you? What will they tell you? I mean, what will you tell us, rather? You guys that support them, what are you telling other people? When George Weah go to that bank to deposit money, he don't put it in your name. When Samuel Eto'o go to the bank to deposit money for himself, he don't put it in your name. Mangel don't put money in your name. You know what put money in your name? It's someone who gave you a job to do. Whether it's labor job, you go, you do your who won't work job, they give you that money, you go to the bank. Yeah, I'm here to open my bank account. Why your name? You call your own name, you put your labor money there. But none of you guys can do those things for yourself. Because you're behind a very evil government Only want to just use you while they please themselves. I'm looking for that day where Mr. Weir will have a big celebration where children of age 18 to 35 will be graduating from different vocational schools in the country with different skill set. It's never going to happen because there's no plan. It's never going to happen. You need to set your own agenda now in the coming next election. You need to set another agenda. If you are if you're going to be 26 years old, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Next year, you're going to be 26 years old. If you make one more mistake and get out another 6 years, the first 6 years, nothing worked for you. You're going to get another 6 years. You're going to turn 32 years old. You're going to be messed up. You're going to be messed up. Because in the second round, they don't get for them. Because they know they're not coming back again. So whether you want to put yourself forward, that last minute of time, they ain't get for them for you. They ain't get for them for you. The one mistake you put in there, you finish. That country is messed up. They're not giving no job creation. Every month at end, they don't tell you whether they're creating jobs or how many jobs they have lost. This campaign that we are running, have you ever seen anything about we are accomplishment? Citizens, listen to me right now. Get your pen. Get your pen. I'm going to ask you a question right now. Electricity across the whole country. But what percentage did we took the country from early? How many places in Liberia had electricity? And after 6 years, what is that percentage? Let me give you an example from early. Let's say, for example, Eddie Johnson said the administration only did 5 or 100% of providing electricity to all the places in Liberia, right? Joe, we are talking from adding 5% of electricity through the whole country. Let's accept that. Where is Joe we are now with the electricity now? Where is that information? It's nowhere to be found. It's nowhere to be found. That is why George we are today and Darrell Delonne, they're stopping us from coming to open your minds. To open your minds. They're stopping us. They're taking the money from the international community. But how many of them? Let's go to education. Eddie said education was messy. Where did Eddie leave the education? Was it at 15 or 100%? Where is Liberia education today? How much normal job we are at to that 15%? Is it 16%, 17%, 18%? Where is job we are part of the number when it comes to improving the educational sector today? Where is it? Where is it? Let's go to health. Maybe Eddie let health at 20%, right? It's a very big number. I would just get an example. Where is job we are part of the number that say, you know what, Jerry, anyone to 20%, we got it up to maybe 30%. Where is that record? Job, we ain't getting none of those things. Nothing. And they just keeping your head down. That your country over there. That your country over there. That your country over there. Don't mind the sedition in America here. They are the number one liar then. When it comes to stimulus check, they check their mailbag more than any other thing in the country here. They argue to all the welfare offered them. All the sedition in America here, the people can get them free money through the welfare system. They argue with the people every day. Every day they argue with them. We see them in the town here. So don't mind the sedition in America here. Who's sitting down here and telling you that, oh, Jerry not talking anything good. They are the number one people that beg the government here. The reason they will tell you that LeBron all right, but they can't go live. They will tell you that LeBron all right, but they can't go live. You need to understand that. How can you tell somebody LeBron all right, but you're not going to live there? Where
What sense does that make? They are the number one beggar then in the town here, the sedition. One mistake, the check they don't work for, they call the people, I get my check, and the little who won't wear the dream the time here, when they work for one day, they get paid at trouble. But then they will come here and tell you, oh, they made it. These are the people that destroying that country, fellow Liberians. You need to get it thing straight. If you made a mistake, you see how the country will holler that. You ever see Joe Weir? You ever see Joe Weir catching heart? You ever see any citizen coming out here and telling you, say, I suffer? The citizens are in America here. You ever hear them telling you, say, they're suffering? They don't tell you they're suffering. They read the broadcast, they go in their buy they show their people. Now that Joe Weir money given to them. Some of them getting money from Liberia anyway. But that money that giving that place is showing you that different men country that are very honest to them, that giving them that. So y'all got to open your minds. They're not helping you. When Tankani will run away and get what it will say to you guys, they like people how to deal with it. That the first thing they will start telling everyone, the America, they're stopping the fellow Liberian from going to the country to go work. The America, all right, the America that is stopping Liberians from coming to, going to Liberia to help. They will come here after they get retired. They come right here. They come right here to come sit down here. And what do they do? They're going to tell them, say, and they put that Korea in that country. They put that Korea in that country. That's what they come and can tell you. They will be right here. They already got their bases. You see Eugene Fagon? All the know Eugene Fagon be over there today. Here in the brown truck, in the town, the Rhino. It's one time in America.
We're here tonight. So, like I told you this evening, I promised to be live at 10 p.m. Liberian time. This is my first time coming live since I left Liberia. So tonight we're going to be talking about a couple of issues here. We intend to talk about several issues because we believe strongly that vast majority of our people actually need to know what is happening. We've not come live to beat chest against anyone, but we've come live tonight to let the public know about some of those major truths that they need to know. Because 2017, Liberian people, they overwhelmingly elected President George Weah. They didn't elect him because he had played football. They didn't elect him because he rose to the rank of becoming a global football legend. That was not the reason why President George Weah was overwhelmingly elected. They elected him based on what he presented to the people. When President George Weah came to power, or before he was sent to the presidency, President George Weah presented a case to the people, including some of us, that indeed he was sincere, that he was so passionate, that he had the zeal to be able to transform the living conditions of the people across Liberia. That was the reason why Liberians from every walk of life, be it educated or non-educated, they assembled, they came together through a collective effort to ensure that President George Weah was sent to the presidency of the Republic of Liberia. But what went wrong along the way? Fast forwarding, we went to the first round, October 10, 2017. We won the election. When we won that election, in the first round, we didn't meet the required margin or the required number, the 50 plus 1, to be announced as the leader as required in the constitution of the country. So it was, we all were supposed to go for a rerun. So at this rerun, between President George Weah and Vice President Joseph Numa Boakai, which took place on December 26, 2017, we were able to go out again to rally Liberians, to urge Liberians to encourage our people. We went out, some of our intellectual brothers who didn't see any reason to support President George Weah in the first round. We went and encouraged those people to come and support President George Weah, because we were very convinced that if President George Weah was saying to the presidency the issue of unemployment, the issue of nepotism, the issue of massive corruption, the issue of bad governance, the issue of lack of rule of law, the issue of no due diligence or of lack of respect for the rule of law in our country was going to be addressed. Because that was the reason why they said, that we were coming to power. But unfortunately, when President George Weah became president on December 26, 2017, situation began to change. Things began to move from that area of high optimism to an area of pessimism. Some people began to doubt the process because two individuals chose to hijack it. Minister McGill, Samuel Tuer, and they had one of their other friends that they sent to ECOWAS. The black fellow, they all had a clique. He got his name. He came from Ivory Coast. When President George Weah won, the first thing those guys did was they went to Burkina Faso and Ivory Coast. They went to that place. They went there and engaged to bury the president spiritually. McGill, Samuel Tuer, and this guy who is now at ECOWAS, he was not too familiar to us. He came from Ivory Coast. All of them went to Burkina Faso, and later they ended at Ivory Coast to spiritually bury the president. McGill was the one who initiated that process. That's the reason why Minister McGill, anything Minister McGill says to the president, whether it is wrong, whether it is bad, President George Weah will bow to it. President Weah fears McGill naturally. I'm not going to sit in the corner to gossip about this because I was with these people. I know what they are capable of doing. McGill and Tuer and the other guy who is now at ECOWAS, they sent him there as one of the vice presidents to fill the slot that was assigned to Liberia. They went to Burkina Faso and they went straight to a Burkinabe, Jujume, who brought his other people from Togo, Lomé, and also from Benin. And those guys did what they could do to spiritually bury the president. When McGill returned, the first thing McGill began to do, way before the inauguration, the first thing McGill began to do, McGill started going to people who are served in Unity Party. For instance, those individuals who serve in director position, those individuals who serve in commissioner position, assistant ministers, minister purpose, and he started engaging those people as to whether they were interested in serving in President George Weah's government. McGill at the time was residing right opposite the Era supermarket that is in Fishtown. The Era supermarket, the new complex, those complexes are across the road. That is where Minister McGill was residing. Every day, people came to McGill's house to bribe him jobs that he was supposed to secure. Even though, yes, it is true that we all are Liberians. It is true that we all are Liberians. That indeed the Constitution provides that every Liberian should be given the opportunity to work as long as they are qualified. But it is traditionally accepted that when people support you, It is incumbent upon them because the benefit of politics is not in heaven. I want you all to understand this. The benefit of people supporting you in every political venture is for you to get the benefit right here on earth. Not to go and steal, per se, but for instance, if I'm qualified to work in a capacity and I support you, it is incumbent upon you to look into my skills and my credentials and give me that job. Because I gave you my support when you needed it. When those Seditians qualified enough, when they struggled with President Weah, some of them from 2005, some of them way before that time, some of them from 2011, some of them in 2014 when he was contesting to become senator, some of them in 2017. When those Seditians struggled with President George Weah, Mageo, Samatwe, and the other guy, Tarawale, I don't know his name, is a black fellow, very dark in complexion. They went to Burkina Faso. They took some things because Mageo had unhindered access to President George Weah. They took this man to Burkina Faso and they were able to use to lure him into their Juju kingdom. I'm saying this tonight, and I challenge Mageo, I challenge Tue, I challenge their friend in ECOWAS, I challenge the three of them to say that what I'm saying is false. They left this country on the 27th of December. Immediately President George Weah won. Mageo, it was Tarawale that first left. Then on the 29th of December, Mageo left Liberia. They all went and met in Burkina Faso. Samatwe had gone to Ivory Coast. They all went and met in Burkina Faso. You know, people say, oh, you betray CDC. You dare CDC. Look, some of you guys are stupid people. Some of you guys are stupid. You are so insane, you even know what you do. You think you struggle behind President George Weah for you to still be begging on the street? Why Mageo, Tue, and Tarawale, the other guy in ECOWAS, they are the three most richest people. This government promised to alleviate our people from abject poverty. But guess what? Who are the richest people? The only three known richest people are Mageo, Tue, and that guy. President George Weah inclusive. We'll get to how President George Weah chose to build those buildings. We'll get to that point. But let me talk about this issue a little bit. When Mageo came, Mageo began to collect money from people. Mageo started receiving money from different people. He took money from individuals. All you needed to do, just bring your credential and give him money. In less than 1 month, Mageo immediately bought a house right to VOA community. The VOA community where he resides. Mageo bought that house cash. He didn't take no loan from any bank. I challenge him to bring the loan document. I'm not talking about you going to fabricate the loan document. I challenge Mageo. I'm daring him. I'm challenging Minister Mageo to bring an authentic loan document showcasing that he obtained a loan of $250,000 United States dollars to buy that property that he lives on right now. Immediately, President Weah became president. Those guys came from Burkina Faso. Mageo became very desperate. He became very, very desperate. He bought that house cash down. When he bought the house, some family members, they got angry. They said they will not agree because they were the rightful owners of the house. That was how Mageo went because he had gone broke. He didn't have enough money again. That's how he went to LBDI and spoke to and appealed to James Davis or John B. Davis to give him some opportunity to get small money so that he could appease those other family members. But the first money that he put into that property, he paid cash down. You know, they've threatened to kill me. But that's the worst mistake they're making. I fear nobody. I will never be afraid of anyone under the sun. Because I serve the one and only living God. The God who protect me, who bless me, who cover me, who deliver me from everything. When Mageo collected those money from the people, he started putting names down. Then they told this man, he now worked at LACRA. They told him, they said, my man, you are the one responsible to collect names of seditious. When you collect the names, bring it to the party headquarters. He's a he's the assistant secretary general for the party. They told him, collect the names, let everybody bring their CV to you. People took CV to that young man, and most of the CVs are still stockpiled at the CDC headquarters. Positions that were named, by the time McGill got to know, most of the positions, they were not familiar with them. By the time you name your position, he will call somebody and say, look, I got a slot here. I think you can start from there. You know that new government. When you just bring your little thing, we'll give it to you. Most of the positions that people are holding today in George Weah government, they were bought from McGill. That is the reason why when most of these individuals, when they perform dismally, they cannot be removed because Minister McGill sold those positions to them. I dare him to come out and say I'm lying on him. I dare him to come out and say that he never took money from anybody to give them job in George Weah government. I challenge him to do that. He received money from most of these people. He collected money from them and told them, look, I will give you job. So some of these guys came. He got 2 positions were given at the Liberia Water and Seawall. Those 2 positions were bought. The individuals, people who work at Water and Seawall listening to me can agree to what I'm saying. One position at Noka was sold out by McGill. Another position at the National Oil Regulatory Authority, that position was also sold out. At the Liberia Lane Authority, the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, the executive director position was about to be sold out. But some rigmarole took place, and that is how that young man over there was able to maintain his job. You know, I'm not saying these things because I want people to follow me. I don't need followers on Facebook. But, you know, I stood up for George Weah. When I joined CDC, Jefferson Koji called me and told me, Burma, you need to hold on. Let everybody raise money so that I can give it to you. And I told Koji, I said, I don't need money from President George Weah. I'm not joining CDC because I want you to pay me. I am seeing the future. I believe this man. I believe in him. I know he can deliver Liberia. Koji, except he said today that maybe because he don't want people to get angry with him, he will say, oh, it is not true. Koji can agree to what I'm saying. He called me at the Youth League office and said, JV, we're trying to raise money for you in the tone of almost 5,000. That was when the preparation. I went to CDC and said I wanted to join CDC. Nobody took me to CDC. I told Koji. I met Abubakar Ba in the morning hours, and I told him, I said, Abubakar, the way I'm seeing things, we cannot leave Liberty Party to go to another opposition. To go to a ruling party. I am going to support CDC. Abubakar Ba is a living witness. The current minister, assistant minister at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Then we both drove to Kings FM. It was at Kings FM that I made my debut work for the CDC. And when I went on that radio, I told the people that I'm supporting President George Weah because I believe that he can deliver the good for our country. I believe that for a long time Liberians have suffered. I believe that for a long time Liberians have perished in their own country. And that the only man who at this stage that I know can be able to deliver the people from that abject poverty, can be able to take them from the wars that they are going through is President George Manneh Weah. That it was based on that I supported Weah. I didn't support Weah because I wanted money. I saw the future ahead. And that is why I believed in him. We went to the election. There is no village, no town, no community that President Weah went to that I, Burma JV Burma, did not visit, did not go. And each of those villages we went, President George Weah made commitment to the people. For instance, we went to a village in Bong. President Weah told the people that if he become president, that the old folks, the older people, they will create a program that will cater to them, that will pay their medical bills as long as we are above 60. Tell me which Liberian has ever gone to JFK above 60 years old that has benefited from any free medical bill. Today we still have this president in power. I was there. It was the current vice president, Joel Howard Taylor. It was the first lady. It was the Maggie man himself. We all went to Bong. There's a village in Bong. I just forgot the name of that village. We arrived in that village. There's an older woman, a very striking old woman. She lay on the ground and told President Weah to walk on her because she said since she was born, that was the first time that cars, vehicles were entering her village. And that it was through President George Weah that car entered her village. So she wanted President George Weah to walk on her. President Weah told her to wake up. When she woke up, the woman, President Weah told her, in the midst of everybody, that when I become president, all women like this will be given the opportunity to go to hospital. And they will be catered to at the expense of the government. How many of those people, how many of those things have you seen in Liberia? We came to power to remove people from abject poverty. Tell me, the mayor in West Point that has been taken from poverty. Tell me, the old woman that live all the way in Looking Town, who printed her own t-shirt, who did everything for George Weah to be president. Tell me, which of that old woman has been able to be alleviated from poverty? The only two rich people we have seen in Liberia is Nathaniel McGill and Samuel Detour. These two guys, they are so much engulfed in African juju. They go from place to place. They go from place to place. When I left Liberia, I went to several people for prayer because I was afraid for my life. And those prayer warriors, they prayed for me. Most of these people are prominent people, prominent prayer warriors. When I left Liberia, I have visited, I came first to Sierra Leone. I went to Gambia. From Gambia, I went to Nigeria. From Nigeria, I came back. Then from there, I went to Ismail in Turkey. I know what those people told me. These are very respected and influential people. President George Weah, you can say what I'm saying is false. It's left with you. But if you do not watch your back, trust me, if you do not watch your back, for me, I don't hate you. God in heaven know that I have nothing in my heart, no grudge against you. But I'm telling you, you got your witchcraft right under your feet. Magio and Tue, these are the two enemies of your government. These are the two individuals who don't like you. They have buried you in a medicine bottle. I am saying this openly tonight because the God of heaven, the God of Bishop David Olabi Oyedipo, the God that never failed, the God that I serve has revealed it to me. That's why I'm authoritatively saying it. Magio and Tua are the two troublesome around you. They are very demonic. They are very, very demonic. Those two men are demonic people. My people, I'm appealing to all of you. If you're a Liberian who believes in Liberia, if you're a Liberian who wants to see this country to go forward, if you're a Liberian who wants to see your children to prosper, if you're a Liberian who wants to see Liberia to move from where it is to a better place, I'm appealing to you. I beg you, fast for 7 days. Fast so that God can redeem President George Weah. Everything President Weah is doing, he's not doing it by himself. Every situation, everything that President Weah is doing, they have made President Weah so stupid. I'm sorry for the utterance, Mr. President. I'm not saying it to make you look like you are irresponsible, but they have made you so stupid in the eyes of the Liberian people because so that they too can benefit. Magio and Tua, I'm not naming, those are the two individuals that everywhere I went that they revealed to me. Everywhere I went, those are the two individuals that God in heaven revealed, Magio and Tua. I know you will not believe it. When I wrote that article on July 31st, 2019, Magio and Tua, their jobs became so threatened. Those two individuals took my clothes to a juju man. That's the reason I am not saying they killed Muna, but they need to be investigated spiritually over the death of people, including Muna Peham Youngblood, who were close to President George Weah. Those two individuals, I am appealing to Liberians. I am not saying they are the ones who killed Muna, but I am saying they should be investigated spiritually. I am now also saying that Magio killed Senator Mabutu Vladimir, but I'm saying if you are a Christian who believes in God, I want you to fast and pray so that God can disgrace these people. God can disgrace them. We did not bring President George Weah to power for us to be disenchanted passing around. We didn't bring him to power for us to be passing around. How can a group of people struggle to make a country better? Two individuals just sat down and started collecting money from people to give them jobs that they did not struggle to get. I can tell you how many seditious that are in George Weah government. Most of the ministers in President Weah government, he don't know them. When we sometimes used to go for retreat, President Weah used to ask his ministers for their names. He don't know most of them. He don't know them. Sometimes when you speak to President Weah, he even know you. He just look at you and pop at you. Most of his ministers, he don't know them. He don't know most of his ministers. Why? Because McGill collected money from people and gave them jobs. He just imposed those names. To fast track this message, on January 29, I met President George Weah at the Capitol building after the inauguration. In fact, before I go to that topic, during the inauguration, while we were at the executive pavilion, because there the inaugural ball was held, while we were at the executive pavilion eating chicken and drinking wine, McGill and Tue, they later on included Sam Mana there, because Sam Mana were already earmarked to be the press secretary, so they included him later on. McGill and Tue went and drew a listing of a cabinet and posted it on Facebook. But then they didn't even post it. They were so eager that they did not even wait for the executive mansion password to be given to them. They posted it on Facebook. I am here tonight, and I want somebody to say that what I'm saying is false. I'm challenging anybody to say that what I'm saying is false. McGill and Tue, they went and put those lists on Facebook. They didn't wait for the executive mansion website to even be for the password to be given to them. They were so eager to do so because they knew exactly what they were up to. That's the reason today, nobody say you shouldn't empower other Liberians. Nobody say you shouldn't give opportunity. But for instance, when you come to power, those people who struggle with you, who went to you into the trenches, you must first prioritize those people because they understand what you stand for. For instance, if you take a top-notch edition, like the way the late Mobutu Yimpa was, and you send him to public work, that's why you saw Mobutu performing. Because he went with President Weah. He knew the late Mobutu. He knew what President George Weah stood for. That's why he was able to fix the roads. By the time the president said do the one, he go all out to ensure that those roads were constructed. When you take non-seditious who didn't struggle with you, they understand they never won when you won in any campaign and you gave them opportunity in positions. What happened? Most of them, the first thing they want to amass the wealth because they think that anytime they're going to lose that job. So they don't feel secure in that office. So the first thing they do, they try to amass the wealth. Having amassed the wealth, they become like a lackadaisical. They care no more whether you're going to fire them or you don't fire them. They don't want to know. They didn't care. But because McGill and Tue, their only aim was to become rich. The only aim was to become rich. Tue bought a house in Ivory Coast. In less than 3 years, Tue got properties that he never owned. He got house in Ivory Coast where his family live right now. How do you think those things happen? Let me tell you. I have no plan to join opposition. If CDC, I said it to people. I said it to people that we talk. I got no plan to go join opposition. We'll remain in CDC. That's why I suspended my membership. I didn't leave CDC. I suspended my membership. We are not going to run away from the problem. We'll remain in the problem and solve the problem. If you think you're going to gang up to kill me, then you're making a mistake. Because the God that I serve, no, I'm going to live to see the end of George Weah's government. No human being by the grace of God that I serve will kill me. I don't care how powerful you are, how connected you are in the world. As long as it is not God's design plan, you will not harm me. You will be the loser. So don't even think that you're going to come after me. If I'm in Sierra Leone, I will tell you I'm in Sierra Leone. If I'm in Guinea, I will tell you I'm in Guinea. If I'm in Turkey, I will tell you I'm in Turkey. If I'm in Gambia, I will tell you I'm in Gambia. You can't do nothing to me. Because I didn't steal from nobody in Liberia. I didn't kill nobody in Liberia. I resigned from your government because of the excesses that are going on. I believe that you promise so much to the Liberian people that you are not doing. Because the vice president was seen as a threat. What McGill did, McGill started bringing wars between Vice President Joel Taylor and President George Weah. At some point in time, when Vice President Joel went to see the president at the mansion, She had to sit in the waiting room for hours without even seeing the president. My girl insisted that the vice president should talk to him before, in fact, that the vice president will not see the president. On many occasions, they happen. So when you see the vice president going disgruntled today, she's not going disgruntled, or she's not angry because of some of the things that are happening, but they have humiliated that woman so much. They have humiliated her to the extent that she even know what to do. They have humiliated her so much. Why should a group of individuals who went to a revolution to redeem the people, to liberate the lives of the people, choose to gang up? Few of them decide to gang up and plunder the state. The very things that they condemned yesterday, they decide to engage in those things today. Where did my girl get money from? In less than 6 months to own a house that cost more than 300,000 United States dollars. Where did he get that money from? Where? What?
His Excellency Tony Black, he mentioned something.
Ways for unity and reconciliation.
The mansion, the executive mansion, knowingly very, very well that for protest of great, and they seems to just not be fair. So now I guess this gentleman noticed that, and he decided to show transparency. So he ended up in Nimba, knowing Nimba to be one of the leading cities in most talk about. So I mean, to be fair enough, I mean I especially knowing that it's Prince Johnson town, I actually, expected everything to be well in Nimba. And surprisingly, it did not really show to be such that way. And even when one or two person, was in the habit of trying to stop people from talking, they just did not give a damn. Like to say enough is enough. They continue speaking their minds because it is also their constitutional rights. And then I also too went on to play, the trip that Yeke Koruba is making around town, the different counties. And he seems to be warmly welcome, into each of these places he have ever been, like Bon County, Nimba, you name it. Like people are actually in support of the peaceful protest. So what will you have to say to that? What's your own understanding or analysis to everything you have seen?
Well, first of all, let's just take it back to January 22nd, 2018. And before we go to that, let me just introduce myself. I'm J. Randy Doppel, the first citizen who started to see the writing on the wall and felt that there needed to be some corrective action. And because of my stand, I lost a lot of people in the process, because sometimes you got to stand your ground to believe what you think is the right thing to do for the right reason, so that people can get to learn. We might not accomplish what we want to get, but starting the process. And after that, I started the classroom show, the show where I discuss every political candidate, including the president, making sure that wherever they go wrong, I come in to provide corrective action. And I think over the course of the time I have ran this show, what I have gathered from my personal observation, we are not ready for the truth. We believe that if it is our candidate, including the president, when you say anything that is factual, but they see it as something that is very direct, it hurts them and they come after you. And that is not unique just to Mr. Weir, unique to every supporter of their party. So it has become, from my observation, protecting your own territory But the bigger picture here now is the president who wanted to change. We all campaigned for Mr. Weir, hoping that the change that he promised the people was indeed going to be the change. But I think that change is taking an alternative route wherein the country is really leaking in every sector and every part of the country, and you don't have to live in Liberia to see how things are going. So the question becomes, what has happened to the hope for change? Are we seeing those things happening for the betterment of our people? I don't think so. Because the reason I don't think so is when I look at the president appointment, most especially the first appointment back in, I believe, in January, and started to see the president putting in place individuals who were not competent, individuals who had bad scorecards that had affected the future of the country. It was in that time that I started to have a change of heart, change of mind, and I decided to look at strategies as to what can be done. And I started to call out things as the way I saw it, because I felt that it was going to get very nasty and ugly. And in March, I launched that campaign and I started to provide corrective action, because I said that during the campaign in 17, on November the 6th, that if this president doesn't do the right thing, I will come back here and provide constructive criticism. Apparently, a lot of people forgot about that and felt that, Randy just doing it for X, Y, Z. But in that audio, I specifically mentioned that it was not about anything else, job, nothing of that count. And I just wanted to make sure that the people of Liberia get what we all campaign for. So we have come this far. We are seeing a lot of scandals. We are seeing a lot of lack of transparency. We are seeing it all, Will. So I think I'm very proud of myself. Even though I supported the government, I'm here always telling them the truth. There are sometimes I made some changes, but I think the greater change that we need is the satisfaction from our people. If the people are not getting the satisfaction, then that is not change the people want. If you see the people making comparison to the past administration and giving the past administration some advantage points, and you as the president don't have the points, that means there's something wrong. We see too many blames that have been thrown from the government. We see too many trips that have been made by the government. We see too many and all assignment in terms of employment without justification. We see the finance minister who is doing things without accountability. The finance minister is my close friend, but from his behavior, I think things are falling from the wayside. So to speak to the other issue on this coming Friday, I think it is a clear indication that President Weir has his a brick wall, because there's nowhere in the world, I don't care where it's collaboration, that you as an opposition, every political party is established for an institution, and it's established for two reasons. When you establish a political party, you must have an idea, and that idea should be supported by your priorities. So to see the ex-president coming to President Weir's aid, and we don't know what it was all about, that is a clear indication that the president has hit a brick wall. He has shown to the Liberian people that when things get tough, he don't have people who provide solution to his problem, but he going back to someone who was one time in opposition to him. And it is not about a national crisis. You see, when we had the 9/11 in the United States, when Obama had the Sandy, when Obama had the Louisiana spill, he brought in former president to help him up, because that was a national crisis. But to see a president having a policy failure and look up to the opposition, that tells me that something is absolutely wrong. So I think Ellen appearing with the president, I think it's about time that the president begin to rethink himself, begin to look at his cabinet members, and begin to issue pink slip and rebrand himself. Because the only hope he has now is to be able to rebrand himself so that the people of Liberia can give him that second chance. Because it's just only 1 year. There are a lot of missteps that the president has made. And I will admit, because I spoke against that. Number one, even a thief, when he enter your house and he see a watch on the table, he's not going to run for that watch. He will take time by looking left, right, above, and below before making that run for that watch on the table. When Mr. Weah took office, he ignored every sensitive red line, red tape, and he immediately went to build a house. In my mind, when I heard that and I began to see that, I was like, oh my God, this is one of the greatest mistakes that will ever haunt the president's legacy. Because here's why, and I will be bold because I said it on my show so many times. When he was in different capacity, from the soccer legend to the UN ambassador, to Eddie appointing as ambassador, to senator, these kind of big projects did not take place. And for the mere fact that there was not a assets declaration to show how much he had, all those things raised all the alarms that you can think about. And now to see the economy being strangulated, and in the presence you pay in your homes, there's no reason that you should not blame anyone to not question why you put yourself before the country interests. So here we are. The first quarter is coming to an end. And next month, the first quarter will end. And by what we call quarterly report to determine performance, the government has failed. Technically, the government has been in office for almost 18 months now, and we are not seeing anything positive. Every day in Liberia is another trauma day. So early appearance to me, to sitting with Mr. Weah last Friday, is a clear indication that he has dropped. He has failed. And the only thing now is for him to reset the button. That's what I have to say with any appearance, and with Mr. Weah. That he has no other option but to go back to Ellen, who is an
But
opponent.
you said something very important and striking to as well to take into consideration that the fact, this guy or President Weah can consider going back or calling on to Ellen Sirleaf Johnson for a national issue regarding the country. That speaks the incompetence, of, let's say, his government officials in general. The fact that he's seeking help outside, running outside, and this is a government in the past that he served once, as an opposition too. Criticize this government hugely. On the other hand, we actually learned that he also to try reaching out, to the VP boycott. So all these people that the president have been reaching out to, these are people during the election, before the election, he greatly criticized, seditious in general criticized, and now he's extending his friendship unto these people that he came into power as, you know, they as his enemies. This speak volume to how well his government is doing or not, and even the people that he entrusts. So,
Yeah, you see,
so
you
what
see,
will you say?
yeah, you see, Mr. Weir and his supporters, from what I see now, and this is my honest opinion. I think you read my final post this week where I said that he had disappointed me and many other citizens. And here's the reason why I wrote that post. During the campaign season, I wasn't much closer. I mean, if you draw the different cycle around the planet, if you have the 9 planet, the main planet, I have the different circle. I would say I will probably like within the 9th cycle, beginning from the first cycle being the one closer to the president, and then the 9th cycle away from the president. That's what I was. But what I tried to do on my show, and I spoke to many of them, was number one, in July of 2017, I told the citizen that in how much we have the campaign going on, what we need to do is to look for 250 people and assign at least 3 to each different ministry and agency. And what do I mean by that? That the campaign should be divided into 3 phases. Phase 1, which is the pre-election. Phase 2, which is the post-election. And then phase 3, which is supposed to be the inauguration. So in the phase 1, the 250 people will be people that will be properly vetted. These people will be vetted based on their education, work experience, their moral ethics, and of course their performance. That was 1. Number 2, I also suggested that they have what we call the policy evaluation team that will begin to do research on every ministry for the past 6 to 12 years of performance, looking at budget that was spent in every year, programs, what were achieved from the program by evaluating report. And then the 3rd phase will be the inauguration phase. When I said that, the look that I got from these people was like maybe he's from a different planet, and what he's seeing is something that we cannot comprehend. And I knew that was the beginning, Will. So what happened? The president brought on board, and honestly speaking, a lot of inexperienced people, very inexperienced people. And as you can see from their action, there is nothing. You took a guy who sat down in an African store and only read literature material and came out and provided it to people, and you say, oh, this guy is qualified. You brought a guy who worked at the Ministry of Finance as a consultant when he never even had years of experience, because the way consultancy works, you must be able to work in a specific area for X number of years, and then you give it up and then go into your own practice to be a consultant, because that years that you spend will give you the experience, not the other way around. So we see all those things the president brought on board. And also he brought in folks who, matter of fact, we campaigned against, that they have had bad scorecards, their performance in the country have been worst, and he brought all these people. And in the end, many citizens and qualified people were left in the cold. And we all sat down and watched what is going on. But I started to provide constructive criticism. And one thing the president is not good at is listening skills, paying attention to details. He doesn't have the qualities. And the people around him don't think it is necessary that he should be listening to people out here. And now they're seeing the result on the wall.
But let me ask you this question. What do you think about June 7 protest?
I think the protest is necessary because protest is another way. Protest create two things, right? I know in the past, if you look at the history of protest in our country, it had never used any positive result, meaning it had never been sustained. Because if you think about it, and I'll give you a brief history about protest, the movement for justice in Africa started in the 60s by Dr. Amos Sojo, who felt that it needed some justice in Africa, particularly Liberia. But look where Sojo is today. So that particular movement that started as a protest group for justice did not materialize. Then we came to the People Progressive Alliance, the PAA, by Bacchus Matthew. It did not sustain. And then in between time, we have just a lot of regular, not regular, but once in a while protests, and it did not materialize. But this one, I'm hoping that something will come out of it. And here are my two hopes. Number one, it should be well planned out. Why the shooter are supported, but I don't see that much awareness being provided to the turnout, except for Monrovia. We have 14 counties, and if we want to shake off the tree and we want to root out the tree, the protest has to be coordinated. It has to be planned out in order to draw international attention. When you are calling for protests, key things you want to remember. You want to have major players' attention to be drawn to the protest. You want to make sure that your position statement regarding the issue, especially the most current issue that is affecting the reason why you are protesting, are part of the reason that that protest should be able to get those information from the people. So I'd say the protest is in the right direction, but I had some little doubt because number one, in Liberia, one person can wear multiple hats, and that is by Liberian standards, which I won't argue on the show here, but there are some individuals who are in the forefront, and I think looking at their scorecards, because you see, the standard that I measure things on, it has so many characters that are involved, and if some of those characters are upside down, so to speak, and not you cannot recognize whether it's the letter A or it's the letter V or it's the letter W rather than the letter M, if their if their track has been like that, then I don't give 100% to the intent, because there is a highly likely possibility that letter that I'm thinking is the letter M, it could be the letter W, or the letter W could be the letter M, so to speak. So based on that, I support the protest, but I have few percentage that I will hold back because of some major players' activities in the past, and that is I see them as a risky people that could flip because they have had some behavior in the past. But I stand to be corrected because they say people have the ability to repent, and after they repent, they can continue to do the right thing in the right way for the right reason. So I'm not going to hold them, blame capacity. I'm just telling you that it's just that you're sitting in a chair, and I say, well, don't sit your behind on that chair 100%. Make sure you push some of your muscle up, because that chair can break at any time. That's how I see it. But I think the protest needs to be coordinated. Coordinated meaning churches on Sunday, like tomorrow, people should go to the churches and enlighten the people why the protest is significant. Touching on the important points, go to different civil organizations, make sure that people in the different counties, they don't have to come to Monrovia. They can go to their superintendent office or offices in their county. Now we have technology.
Okay, let me ask this. I understand your concern. I would love to be blunt, and I would definitely love to speak out. So we know some of the major players that are, leading this protest, that I'm sure you are a bit concerned about, like Costa, like Yeke Koluba. We even like Darius DeLong. Okay, we know that these people, they have shown some despicable past that, I mean, some people like you will feel that they don't have, that right to be trusted to do this or go or get involved in such thing, But yeah, but the thing here is that I would like to relate this whole issue to what do you think is going to be the basic tools in order to fix the past. Like, for example, we all saw that we saw Ellen video that she had with the foreign journalist. I mean, a key point there was that she was asked regarding the civil crisis we had in Liberia, that she supported Charles Taylor logistically and financially. She admitted yes. That means that that ties her even to the accusation of the lives of over 250,000 that was lost in Liberia. She's highly responsible as well.
True.
I personally listened to BBC once when she made the recording with BBC that ECOMO should level the mansion, knowingly very well at the time then. There were people, Liberians, like you and I, seeking refuge right within that mansion. And this journalist boldly asked Saliv after admitting to her support to Charles Taylor, do you believe that then you owe the Liberian people apologies? She bluntly said no. From that point in time, she started causing trouble just to excuse herself out of that interview. Now, I don't know about you, but I know there are people who are still in support of the War Economic Crime Court. Even some of them that works in this very administration. For example, one like Yeke Koluba, actually being blunt, coming up feeling that he needs to pay for the atrocity of his crime against the Liberian people. He, as well as General Bodneke has been in that same line and path too. So, if you are looking at people like that are driving this protest for such a reason, want transparency, and up to now still speak, about the War and Economic Crime Court, why would you still have a doubt about such people? I mean, I and also I know Henry Costa as well have done one of the despicable things, like when he lost during his race. He came on the national radio on air and he insulted the Liberian people because he wasn't voted by the people that he expected to have voted him into seat. And today, he's asking them to join him in this protest, knowing this very well too, that this protest, when you flip it on the other side, could be the answer to a lot of our questions. Like, for instance, are we going to get justice? Are we going to get war and economic crime code to our country? This is about raising the voice of the Liberian people that the international community is going to hear. So, why do you think, why are you having doubt about those kind of people?
Yeah, thank you. That kind of drill in a little bit, and I think I can button it from up to the bottom here. For me, I always like to take a historical approach to things, because historical approach will always give you some data that you need to look at in order to prepare yourself for whatever project that may come your way. You see,
folks
who came to Liberia with protests, what had the protests done for the country? If you see Gada Amos Soldier, Gada Tupana Tipote, Dr. H. Burman Formula, these individuals, they went to Liberia and routed people up to carry out protest. In that process, some people died. All right? Some people died in the process. And where are they today? They all had served individually in government, and the wealth they had accumulated. Where are the results? The result is the fact that many people who supported them, their children today are left to fetch for themselves. But they gain from it. All right? So the problem there is there are two things that got lost in the process. The organization through which they came did not sustain itself. Like today in America, you got an ACLU, you got an NAACP, you list those things. Black Lives Matter today. The Black Lives Matter today was an institution that started from protest, but it sustained it, but to build it into an institution. We fail to do those things. Now, when it comes to the individuals, H. Burman Formula were right in the office there with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And there are things that Ellen did that are things that when Doe did, those guys were very, very defensive when it came to that. But when Ellen was doing it, when Dr. H. Burman Formula's sister came to the United States on one of the shows where I had to be that time, I asked her, Miata Formula, everything that is going on in the country, your brother was an outspoken and loud person during the Doe administration. But what has happened in the early administration as a security advisor? Do you feel the comfortable position your brother is in today? Or she said to me, well, I think from what he sees, everything is fine. Now, let's come into this whole present and future march that we're talking about. Like I said, I always look at standards. Maybe it's because of the society and organization that I have worked into and how people measure performance, how people look at character, how people build trust based on integrity. So these things have become part of my daily routine of how I look at things. So when I look at these individuals who I had a little question about, it is their God-given right. It is their legal right. But for me, it's just like they say, come from your house, don't bring water. I say, no, I'll put a little water in my pocket. And, just in case. Because I cannot rely on them. Because they have history. And here's what. You see guys like Darius DeLong, and I'm not going to single all these individuals but I want people who listen to me to get to understand when I say I had a little doubt about these people. Guys like Darius DeLong, as number one, this man was with Ellen. He made a trip to the UN. He came to Australia. Those things were something that were not really merit, but it was privilege that were given to them. But they were not speaking at that time.
Well, it's at some point in time, Darius DeLong spoke out.
hold on. Let me just give everything to you so you can start. Now, everything came to an end. Nobody said anything. Carter Rufus Neville. This man has been in the Liberia National Legislature, drawing the X amount of money that people have been complaining about. And he never said anything in regards to that. But because he's out of office now, he has become the biggest advocate. Mo Ali, you and I paying student loan in this country. Mo Ali came during the early administration and went to one of the most expensive schools. How did he get that money? How many Liberians couldn't have gotten that opportunity to come here? Some of us, when we were in Liberia, to even get a scholarship to go to Nigeria or even to a local school was difficult. But he got those things on silver platter. And they were in the government and saw everything. When Eddie said, I take 4 for Nukao, they didn't speak out. Now, let's come to the grand poobah of all, Mr. Costa. I met Costa in 2011 when he was the single, I think it was 2011, 2012, but in 2011, 2015, right in that bracket. I met him in Wilmington downtown when he came to the United States. I went and personally said, thank you, Mr. Costa. I have been listening to you. I've been listening to you because the voice that you speak, it speaks for my older sister. She had never worked in her life. And the administration, I thought it was going to be there for Liberians. And at that point of time, Costa was affiliating with any political party. And just how when new company come into being, establish the IPO, he had not provided his IPO as to who you are going to support. So at that time, he was a very quiet guy. And I started to admire him a lot. And then he brought up Ellen. I think there was a time that there's a guy called Dangote. He wanted to build a coal plant in the Cannonville area. And Costa called me to speak on some environmental issue, which I did. And that, with him, turned our whole case upside down. And I was like, wow. Even when I was about to get a job with the EPA, I called Costa from my Princeton office and asked for his input. And the advice he gave me, I prevailed on that advice based on other professional advices that I sought at that time. And I decided to turn down that position because certain things were not being met. So I built that relationship of confidence in him. But then, throughout the time, what happened in the early government, how he looked at Borka, how he looked at the other people. And then after the first round of the election, and he started going back to the very people that he presented to the Liberian people, that these people are not people that we should trust, and campaigning for them. I was like, oh my God, what has gotten into Costa? Has he lost his integrity? Has he lost his value? Has he lost the awareness? What has happened to him? And I started to take a step back. And then further down the road, he came and sat down with Smith Toby and said, I cannot be an advocate anymore because I have a family. And I said, okay, you got a point there. Because you cannot keep fighting all the time, especially if you can't win. But then later on, I saw him with the president. So, okay, that's good. But then what happened today now? That he had defaulted to something else. So when people see me writing on Facebook and asking questions, it's not because I dislike him. No, I don't dislike nobody. But I'm trying to figure out who is he. How can I personally and professionally look up to him when he keeps flipping? And nobody should get me wrong, because this is how people evaluate people in the culture that I found myself in the United States. Everybody may live in the United States, but there are certain places that when you work, certain community you live, certain people you associate yourself with, these values are measured to determine who you are. And from that background I come from. So with all these guys being part of the protest, looking at their performance scorecards, I just had little doubt in my mind whether they're going to flip if something goes wrong.
Okay.
That and nobody should hold me. These are things that anybody will hold. It's like your husband being a cheater. He comes to you, or your wife being a cheater, and she comes to you and say, "Oh, honey, I'm done with this thing here." But then you say, "You know what? I will trust my wife, but there will be a little thing in my mind. I will trust my husband, but there will be a little thing in my mind because it will take time for me to fully recover and get that trust."
Okay. So
And this is where I am. This is where I am with those things. Well, this is where I am with those things. You know, because of their past performances, that's why I'm having a little doubt. But no doubt in my mind that these guys should carry out the protest. Because President Weah, he's a guy that don't listen. One thing I said before you come in, during part of my corrective action to President Weah, I told President Weah on December 31st, and that broadcast right after the election, I had about 16,000 people who listened to that broadcast. In that broadcast, I said, President Weah, you are not president for Ellen. You are not president for Professor Suni. You are not president for CDC. You are president for the entire Liberian community. And I also said to Mr. Weah, you need to go back to the 14 counties and begin to dialogue through a town hall meeting to ask the Liberian people, what do they want you to do? It is not just building roads. The country went to war.
Okay,
There are so many things that got destroyed.
Okay.
But the president refused to take the advices. And sometimes, if you can listen professionally, there's something called, when you build program, you plan the program, you implement the program, and then you monitor the program. But at the same time, in that monitoring process, you got compliance and you got enforcement. So the protest now technically is the enforcement aspect of the whole process that will compel the president. Because remember, protest, like I said, produces two things. Protest will produce policy change, and protest group can be turned into another civil society group. So,
okay,
as some
so
people, I will look
let me come
to
in
see
here.
a better protest. Go ahead.
Yeah. The whole 9 yard. I understand what you are talking about. Looking precisely at those people. I'm sure you also too did a follow up. You heard Eugene Fangon planning a counter protest. And the whole thing about what these guys were and what they are standing for now is troubling. We also see that today President Weah is having Ellen in the overall office to discuss national issue. I mean, we all know that's something concerning the country, which is, I mean, logically speaking, it's like Ellen is still part of the body politics of Liberia and decision making, which doesn't sound too well. But whatever comes out of that meeting up to this time, with everything as we know we have done, do you even want trust this administration any longer? And if we are talking about, a better decision being made, do you think the Liberian people should not re-elect President Weah come 2023?
Yeah, well, let me start from the bottom to the top this time around, right? You spoke about Eugene Fangon. Eugene Fangon is a character that is very troubling to me, all right? I received communication from several journalists And on one of my shows, I really went after him. But here's the story with Eugene Fagon. It was through you that I came across Eugene Fagon. I remember back in 2015 on the Scene show of yours, and thank God for maintaining this this show. And one thing I forgot to mention about Costa here, all right? Since I spoke about maintaining your show. Mm-hmm. Costa, in my opinion, you see, the Fox News Network, the radio talk show host Sean Hannity, Rush Limbaugh, and the others, Glenn Beck. Even though Glenn Beck has flipped a little bit, but got a Rush Limbaugh, they remain with the Republican Party. So just to add a little addendum to Costa issue, I would have supported Henry Costa 100% if he had remained with ALP, but discuss the issue and don't flip to any political party. That means that he's consistent, he has that value structure, he has that integrity. As long as he was going to remain just how Rush Limbaugh is with the Republican Party, and he remained with ALP, but continues to expand and expose national issue, he was going to get those things. Because from my observation, I would say, you know what, he was a party, but we have national issue, and he using his party base to expand on the national issue. So I just want to put that in there. Now, Eugene Fagon, as you know, I met Eugene Fagon on the show. You introduced Eugene Fagon to me. After the campaign, before he was even elected, I said to him, I said, Eugene, no, it was right after he got called. I said, Mr. Fagon, he said, yeah. I said, you remember the lady called Erin Cochran? He said, yeah. So they brought some troubling relationship between diaspora and Liberian, particularly from the United States to Liberia. They go when you go. Because he left during the income tax season. I said, can you do the Liberian people a favor from America and just publish how much you think you're worth? You can redact some of the area by blocking some information and reprint it and give it out. He said, yes, I will. I said, all right. After Eugene left, I started contacting Eugene. Eugene, yeah, it's been 1 month now, 2 months, what's going on? Because I wanted for the Liberian people to regain trust in us and don't see every Liberian that go to Liberia to go and take money. After several posts, Eugene Fagon called me right to where I'm sitting now. And my case was playing around. I had him on speakerphone. That man insulted me. Right after that, I went back on air and I started to cry. I felt hurt. And people like, oh, you're afraid of Eugene Fagon, you this. You know, professionally, when things hit me, I don't go back on air and abuse because I know my character will be online. Most especially with the kind of digital technology we had now where people can record and keep your recording. But then when I started to see Eugene Fagon misbehaving, drunk, insulting people, and President Weah did nothing about it. And then the least that really got me up now, journalists that go to that ministry every Thursday, they are giving money to Eugene Fagon to give to these struggling journalists. And it is being said, and I already put a challenge out there, that Eugene Fagon will take, because each journalist is supposed to get $25. He takes the $20 or the $25 and gives the journalist $5. Wow.
How long has this been going on?
I got all the transcript. The only thing I said on my show that he's an alleged thief and he need to verify. Because the next time I come with that show, I will be providing those information, not just on my show, but I will be publishing the information.
Yeah, but my question is, how long has this been going on?
I cannot tell, but those journalists are willing to come on my show and tell me. But I have all the information. There even a minister within Eugene Fagon's office, who not in office but in their building, who in fact has been giving out that money to Eugene Fagon. And I got that communication that he was told to give these people their money. I have a transcript. So I wanted discuss the issue on alleged, and I'm also going to discuss it on your show here as an alleged that he has been taking $20 off the guy, $25 every time they went down to the ministry there for the, and the reason for that money is to publish in their papers everything that is being said about the government and effort. But now knowing Eugene himself too has been affecting that. So coming back to him, I see him as somebody who is ashamed to himself, is ashamed to the Liberian people. And now, this is a guy, remember during the campaign, he began to call people cartel.
Yeah.
He began to dig and bring information. So you will imagine that this man, what he did during the campaign, that he will be a zero tolerance individual who will stand for the truth, who will stand for the right thing.
But I don't mean to cut you off. Like you said, I mean, honestly, the entire planet knows that he came up with that stigma against the settlers, or I mean, they are all Liberians, you know, as cartels. But surprisingly, I do have his video. I saw just a couple of days ago, Eugene was on air begging diasporan Liberians, begging from all walks of life.
We'll come to that. Just hold your peace. I will come to that, right? But let me just expand on this cartel thing. He calls Ellen cartel. He called Joe Boyka cartel.
Yeah.
What happened during the course of this week? The very cartels were the people that President Weah called into office for consultation.
Definitely.
So is President Weah himself a cartel now? And is Eugene part of the cartel? These are questions that the media is supposed to be asking Mr. Fagon. So that said, the protest Mr. Fagon is talking about, he should be ashamed of himself.
I mean,
Why
even
the
besides
protest?
that,
Because-
even besides that, again, I'm sorry. I think Eugene have been reduced to a level where it is about time for George Weah to even let him go, because when they had a meeting, he and Yeke Koluba, he was excused amongst all ministers and all government officials by demand. He was excused from that meeting, showing, you know, no regard and respect to him, that actually reduced him and making him less of an important individual to this government. So don't you think George Weah should have a rethink about this Eugene guy?
Not only Eugene, I think Samuel Toy need to be replaced. I think McGill need to be replaced. I think Pizzo Tar need to be replaced. And I think Eugene Fagon should have been gone from the day he insulted Eric Snow, because that was a gross disrespect, not only based on the standards of being a minister and the code that represent and protect government officials, but he also humiliated the standard that our country should have for high-profile officials in our country. If that happened in the United States, where a government official is seen in the public, not only insulting but also drunk, you know, President Weah lowered the bar when the Senate, even without the Senate, remember, the representative said he was not a governmental material. It only got stopped because some intervention from whatever back-end deal they talk about with Eric Snow that stopped that. But I think Mr. Weah should have given Eugene the pink slip. But he knows best what he's doing. But let me come to
I will let you to continue even with the
let me
very
come to that.
cartels that were called to office.
Yeah, let me come to that protesting. Why you think the people protesting? The people are protesting because the campaign that we ran, you know, when you're running on a platform, any political party that run on a platform, that platform will become a policy that will be turned into the government working policy to transform lives, to improve the environment, to make life better than where it was when they took office. Eugene Fagon's inability to even work with his boss to create a pro tourism, to bring people, to say we are working to making the Patawi waterfall in Bon County attractive. We are working to make the Sapo National Park very attractive. Eugene Fagon has not been able to do that.
So in short, you are saying that he's misrepresenting his position.
He's not only misrepresenting, he's unqualified for that position. I mean, like I said earlier, this is a man who stood in an African store and only talk about government. Is that something that we are so...
But then where do you think the problem comes from? Because we should know better, to be able to know the kind of people that he's, entrusting with those positions. I mean, Ellie had her weak side, but one thing is Ellie knew exactly, the functionality of those different posts and positions that she could always audit, to know if those guys or those departments were actually functioning. And that was why she was always making changes within her government. So,
well, she struggled a lot, all right? And I think Ellen struggled to really straighten that line that she keep trying to bend, who have been a lesson learned from Weah in how he was going to recruit. But you see, like I said, President Weah, he came to the table with less experience. And the only reason that I supported Mr. Weah was two reasons. Number one, the opposition were in no capacity to win that election. And if I was a political investor and say, invest your money into Weah because he's going to win. And when he wins, whatever billions of dollars he gets, how much you invest in, you will get 10% of that billion. That's exactly what I did. There was no way that either of those guys could have beaten Weah because the Lavrenpo knew their scorecard. Omen Joe would have had that opportunity if he had left Ellie in part way with her in 2011 when she took office for the second time, but they all screwed up. So now when Weah took office, he had his own agenda. Everything that people were doing, like people that are campaigning, Weah and his folks had the thing planned long time that this is what they were going to do. And they decided to go ahead and do it. And that's the result. So when you see guy like Eugene Fagon say he's going to counter protest, it's a sign of defeat. It's a sign of incompetence. It's a sign of failure. Because the very thing that people are campaigning about are policy failures that his boss, the president, has failed to implement. So why is he going to go out there to go and counter protest?
Why do you think that he's also too campaigning and asking you guys to help buy bond, for the government? To help support the government financial crisis by buying bond.
Back in the days where our people need to tell them, man, go call that Jew. And go call that Jew. Whether the big brother has spoken to the Jew and the Jew said, oh, I don't like you, but as young brother to our big brother, we eventually go call the Jew. And what do I mean by that? This Eugene Fagon man, he cannot even deliver in his ministry. And he is the one that's sending out there now to go and ask people to buy saving bond. Does he know what it means to have saving bond? Let the economic 101 that I did called economic analysis as an engineer. When you start right now in Liberia, people are living on what we describe as minimum wage. Minimum wage. Liberia has not reached to what we call living wage. Living wage is the one where you make maybe $1,000 every month, and then $500 or $800 of that $1,000 will cover all your expenses. Then you'll be left with $200, and that $200 is where you can go now and start investing in other things. But the people in Liberia can barely keep their head above water.
the economic strength in the country, the purchasing power is not in the country. So what do you expect Mayor Eugene Falcon to understand what I just said? He's an errand boy. He is an errand boy. You know, they still think that Eugene, the cry he once had before, when you used to talk about the cartel, the wish, they still believe in their minds that he still got our people.
Well, here's the thing. Another thing I would like to bring to your attention. I don't know if you can expand on it too a little bit. You know, like you talk about how limited Eugene is, but he kind of appeared to the general public like someone who is well inclined. I always see him. I also saw him today. You know, keep on bugging and going after these bigger names in society that could break or that can break, you know, that even there when it comes to the bone. And you rightly made mention a few minutes ago about the economic situation, the living standard, you know, of the people in the country, or if I would say the common man. So in short, when Eugene was speaking about buying bonds, logically, if even he's not spelling it out, any rational and well-taught individual should be able to understand that he's speaking to these same big names that have the money, that he considered to be cartels. He's speaking even to the very diasporan Liberians that he wants encourage that America should deport, you know, because they don't have their papers and it speaks against the government. Don't you think that this man, he doesn't even know what he's doing?
You know, the reason in my politics I take my engineering approach and apply to politics is because we engineer, we are trained to look at deviations, cause, analysis, why. If you don't answer the question, it becomes difficult for you. Eugene Falcon, when he started the cartel, the witch, this man was in the United States. He left that country for a very long time. And he didn't understand the culture practice in Liberia. But because the weird people were so desperate for a savior who could have a louder voice compared to Costa, and I can say this on record, right? I think the reason why they hired Eugene Falcon is because when Costa leaked that information communication between he and President Weah, and he campaigned for Boca, some leakers, I call them leakers, and Nathaniel McGee is one of them. Some leakers, they went to Weah, calling themselves wise men, and start to not only prevent certain people, but I think part of the reason why Eugene was called on board is because they felt that Costa could not be trusted. That's my professional instinct from my analysis. That's how and why Eugene got that job. There was no experience, but they wanted somebody to match Costa way that he conduct himself. And from what Eugene did during the campaign, it was based on that they took him straight to
they
the
needed somebody that could match Costa. Precisely.
But that was the wrong choice. Because why? Eugene, you know, not everybody that wear glasses, they are smart people. No. If there were prescription that say you must be smart and bring your IQ, Eugene Falcon won't be wearing glasses because he's not smart. When he started to denigrate these people, he did not even understand the cultural practice back home to know what he was saying. And you know how today he's being exposed? Last Friday, while he was talking about Ellen and the indigenous people protesting, his indirect boss, Mr. Weah, was sitting with a cartel and negotiating with Ellen, but he was on the other side. You see, when you are inexperienced and when you are insensitive because you lack the experience, that's what happened. When you see Eugene Falcon talking about bound, He doesn't understand how bond work.
I
You see today how the American
Yeah.
economy right now under Donald Trump is growing. Right now, people are investing in different things because one, the employment rate is increasing, pay is coming correctly, the purchasing power is strong. That went now. But you have a country with 5 million people. The Liberian government combined with all the other NGOs, they don't even have up to 250,000 people that are employed in our country. How are you going to get people to buy into your bond when they are not working? When
Like
they
you
can
said,
barely get anything?
like you said, I see how contrary he goes to things a lot. I mean, that was surely a salient and brilliant point you made. I mean, just today he was talking again about the cartel and practically naming those higher hierarchy names, and Ellen name was also counted in it. And I laugh. I'm like, but isn't Ellen the same person that, that just this gone Friday was a call into office by his boss?
They say you can fool the people one time, but the next time when you come with that same trick, they will not work. It will not work. Eugene Fagon used that cartel and divisive native people campaign. It worked for him, but that was the only mojo he had. Now he coming back with it now, and everybody know who he is. Because guess what? The reason people supported him, he has shown to the people, he has proven to the people that he's not that kind of threat. And you know what? When I talk about people with character, integrity, Eugene Fagona is getting exactly what I'm talking about. That's why I say, look, it's better to live with your character than for people to judge you after they assume that you are better. Eugene Fagona got no value in that place. He has no value. He's not an added value to the government. In fact, besides the government being the largest liability to itself, Eugene Fagona is a quadruple liability to the government because he is in his own world. He's operating and saying things in his own world. Here's a man who is discussing Ellen, and Ellen is sitting down with the president. You see the discontinuity between what he does and how he does it. So he's lost in the process.
So in pretty much, in a simple term, it's like the entire government is messed up because George Weah knows, Eugene messages that he has been putting out there, but yet he's continuing in the path, that is contrary to what Eugene is doing. So it's like they are not meeting at a parallel point.
It is called lack of control. It is called lack of communication. And that one key thing that the government continue to struggle with. They don't have communication. They don't have communication protocol. Now, before I come to expand on that, I don't want the listener to be kicking themselves about the question you asked, whether President Weah in 2023, did you say whether he will be
you
elected?
think he's going to be re-elected? But let me hold your thoughts there before.
Hold on to that. Let me answer that because some people are very constructive in their observation on the show. Now, as the way things are right now, if it continue for the next 5 years, he's done. He's not going to win. But here, what he can do. There is nothing embarrassing about being under pressure to change things. Matter of fact, he can even begin tomorrow or Monday. He needs to let certain people go. And I would say this. Mr. Samuel Toyer, he's my best friend. We went to school together. We shared time in America. When he was even leaving from here I spoke. But, when it comes to education, that we struggle to achieve is not a privilege that we took for granted. And when people start to violate the principle of education, I don't see no friendships in it. Because you know what? If you behave like that, then you are in violation of the principle of academic standard. This man, he has been given the opportunity to improve the economy. Everything the brother has done has come strictly from theory. He's incompetent. I'm sorry to say this. There's nothing about it. Number two, Nathaniel McGill. McGill holds one of the key and important position in our country. To revisit every concession that Ellen signed, to revisit every project. He doesn't even know his job. If the United Nations can come and tell you do this, but report it on time, to what level as though people go and like you teaching a kindergarten child that read your name here and over here you do it here and bring that people to me. That how elementary things are. He also needs to go. Eugene Fagon also needs to go.
Okay, Rennie.
The Minister of Gender needs to go.
All right.
So if he doesn't rebrand himself by letting these people go and resetting the tune and looking at strategies that will test the different sector and challenging every remaining minister to provide a vision plan and that will focus on priority area and within every 3 months of the fiscal year report those things to him to determine the progress bar, he's done.
Unless, okay, all right, Rennie.
Unless, because sometimes I'm not here to insult the voting population, but they are another risk factor that you don't want to overlook. They are just the state of Ohio. When Ohio went in favor of George Bush against John Kerry, even though George Bush took jobs from the people, they still went ahead and voted for him. So it will play a key role. Remember, you kill my pa, you kill my ma, I will vote for you. Do not underestimate our people. They can sway anywhere. So
all right. So let me hold you there, Randy. We are going to take a quick break.
Okay.
And I want you to be right there.
Okay.
So folks, so we are taking a very quick break and we are going to be coming back. And the next thing we're going to be discussing and looking at is the trip of Yeke Koluba, to the different counties as well. And the threat that Yeke Koluba has been receiving, including, Prince Johnson making the statement that no one else goes into Nimba unless they do get his permission. So sit back there while we try to take a quick break here, and we will be back, with things here with you.
What would you say spurred on the civil war at the time?
Oh, again, because the poor got poorer. There were no opportunities for people to compete for leadership, for political office. The elites are those who benefited from economic gains. So that led, first of all, to a coup d'etat. And the coup d'etat replaced someone where the constraints in the society continue, and eventually it led to 2 decades of civil war.
Some people don't have money to go and buy truckload of sand, so they come here and buy a bag of sand. The people want to send to do that the poor people, they want to do their love renovation because the structure that got damaged during the war. So sell it to them.
We as combatants will make our mates to understand that if they're not pay off, then we'll continue our own country here. We don't want to spoil it. So we'll continue to spoil it. We'll spoil it.
At that time, after the coup d'etat, and when you were running to be, when you were running part of the elections as well, do you think that in hindsight, that your support for Charles Taylor, as you had said during the TRC, may have been wrong?
Oh yes, everyone's support for Charles Taylor had a lot of support Perhaps he still does. Yes, I was wrong.
Why? What makes you say that?
Well, because the whatever were the motivation for his taking leadership were never achieved.
What do you think informs that? Because earlier on, for instance, we were speaking to His Excellency Obasanjo as well, and he was speaking about how he supported President Buhari and voted for President Buhari, but in hindsight, he feels that he took the wrong decision. What would you say for you is that moment that said, actually, I shouldn't have done this?
You know, the one thing we want to stay away from is trying again to politicize our society. We've had enough of that in our lifetime. Charles Taylor is gone. We should let him go in peace. Our nation wants to find new ways for unity and reconciliation, and so I don't want to get any more into that. I think I've said what I had to say on that.
Do you think you still owe the nation an apology?
No.
Why not?
I said no.
Yeah, I understand, but why do you feel that
Apology
you don't owe?
for what?
For supporting a man who would later turn on his country?
That's an unwarranted assumption on your part.
So you don't believe that you owe...
Did we come to this interview to talk about Liberian politics? I thought we were talking about democracy.
We're speaking about, but this is part of the process of democracy.
You don't define what I say. We're here to talk about democracy. You want to talk Liberian politics? Come to Liberia and I'll give you full time to do it.
Sure, ma'am.
This interview has ended.
But we're also speaking about...
No.
Don't you think that this is part of democracy?
You don't hijack people this way. You know, you plan something, you want an interview to talk about Liberian politics, say so. Then we do that, and I'll give you full coverage. But if you tell me we're coming to talk about democracy at a time when I come to a conference on democracy, and all you want to talk about is Charles Taylor, please.
But the conversation then continues, ma'am. This is not the only topic that we'll be focusing on. We'll continue.
No, but at this stage, my whole state of mind is that I've been hijacked.
I apologize.
I don't like that.
I apologize that you feel that way, ma'am. Do you care to speak about the TRC?
No. Interview's ended.
It was the Americans who put pressure.
On our tip, as soon as we get on, let me provide my analysis on there.
Okay, so folks, welcome right back here, right to the People's Station. This is your platform where we bring to you news, sport, press release, you just name it, the whole nine. Yeah. And we are based right here in the United States. Very soon, we are going to be coming live from the ground in Liberia. And you can listen to this broadcast live and direct as well from our online radio. Right now, you go to our website. We are live there. It's radiolbr.com. www.radiolbr.com. And our app is on TuneIn Radio. You can look us up there. If you have TuneIn app right on your phone, just check us out, Radio LBR or LBR Radio. Our app will pop up immediately. You can start listening, to this live broadcast. And we have our personal app on the Play Store that you can download for free. That is Radio LBR or LBR Radio. It pops up and it is free. It takes a second to download, and you can always have us right on your phone on the go, that you cannot miss any of these interesting programs and conversation. So, Mr. Randy, before you, let's say, speak to that, I would like to take us off air again a little bit here. A quick,
Okay.
yeah, a quick look at things back here. So just stay there.
All right, sure.
Okay, Randy, we are back.
All right. At least I want to finish my little stuff. I eating my little potty here.
So let's just say roughly we have what? How long do you think you can go? Maybe up to
Let me see
12,
my time here, yeah, because
maybe up to what, 1 year time, because we left for my end it's like 4 minutes to 12.
hold on, my phone is 4 minutes to 12. Let me see quickly here. I think I can spare you maybe about 1:30. We can do 1:30 and I'll be good to go by 1:30.
Okay, sounds good. So so as I was saying that when we get back, we were going to look at the visiting or the campaign that, not campaign, but the rounds that Yeke Koluba is making. I think he's District 10 representative, right?
I believe so, but I cannot confirm that now.
Okay. Yeah, the rounds he's making because of the the saying going around that this rally is going to be a mess and not even peaceful. So not even peaceful, rather. So Yeke Koluba is going around. He tolling the various counties to give them the assurance, of the protest. And we saw that within that protest, there were people that show concern of the current economic situation within the country. But before we go on that, Mr. Randy, this is the flow that you talk about addressing alien behavior during that interview.
Yes. So you see, every monkey black hen will show one day. Ellen was oppressing during the Doe era that disregarded the Constitution, that disregarded human rights, because Ellen felt that whatever Doe was doing didn't deserve any constitutional due process. So she went ahead and did what she could do and managed to come and support the MPFL. As a matter of fact, she said she only get $10,000 for humanitarian purpose, and it was not something that meant to take 250,000 lives of our people. And we called her slack. She became president. She ensured that Taylor himself went to jail. Now, according to her, she went to attend some type of workshop on democracy. But if you look at everything that Ellen was doing in Liberia, wasn't that something that was not subscribing to democracy in Ellen's eyes? And everything that she did, wasn't she fighting on behalf of democracy? Now, when she was asked those questions, tell us about the situation in Liberia. She started off with the elite class, that they had certain elite class of people in the country that were totally in control. And because of that, the majority were left out. And she spoke about the coming of the coup d'etat, and because the elite class had a constraint that did not give opportunity for what I believe is total democracy, that talk about justice, total representation, equality, and freedom. So it led to coup d'etat. The reason it went that far is because the process of democracy was not in due process for all. And then she said the constraint continues with Dole, and it had 2 decades of civil war. And right in that journalist's mind, Ellen had rolled over her story into Taylor. Now they asked her, did you regret supporting Taylor? She admitted, she said yes. But do you take responsibility for Taylor's action?
Why she said no?
Because Ellen would tell you, say chicken can lay egg, but do you own any chicken that have egg? No. But you have chicken that can lay egg. And the reason here is Ellen got busted. And if you listen to the interview,
sure.
Let me say this. Ellen know that there are people who are calling for the economic and war crime code. And all along, everywhere Ellen has gone, her interview has been stage managed. She know exactly which question will come to her. So this one, she let her guard down because she said she was going to discuss democracy, not knowing that God had done their homework. That journalist said some things that, you remember when she started the story, it was sweet. It was a very good story. But when the Taylor thing came in, now she started to push back when they asked her for responsibility. And what the journalist did was, he brought Obasanjo's scenario with General Buhari, that he supported this man and he felt regret and he has some responsibility for his action. And he said, I don't like what Taylor did. That is, I had chicken. But do you have chicken that have egg?
No.
Oh, but you know that chicken can lay egg? What are you talking about chicken can lay egg? Wait till you have chicken. So, did you take responsibility for Taylor action? If Ellie say, yes, I do, then where Taylor is, she also supposed to go there too.
Exactly. That is a great point.
That's why she got very defensive.
Yeah.
So when the guy came out, when she said, if you think that Liberian politics should be part of this, then that means that she got into a defensive mode now, because people like you and myself and other smart people will say, you know what, the thing the woman see, this thing can be used in court against us. So she pushed back on it. Now, she got cornered. And I asked her, the guy said, okay, this is part of the interview process. Oh, you know, Taylor is over, but the guy asked her, what you think you disappointed in Taylor? What Taylor supposed to have done, he did not accomplish it. Now, what the Liberian body will be asking Elena, what did you think that Taylor did that he did not accomplish as leader? Did you send him to kill Doe so that you can become president? And number two, when the guy asked her now this question, if you take responsibility, she said no. And the guy said, okay, it's going to be part of the ongoing conversation. And then she said, no, I'm not here to discuss about Taylor. So she stuck, she removed the Congo people own, she removed her own, and focused on Taylor. I have to say that from the time they asked her the question, it was all about Taylor. And then she started to go defensive now. No, Taylor is this, Taylor is that. Matter of fact, the whole interview, I think it was planned. You hear what she said? We always think about crooked thing. The whole interview was stage planned. Right now, my mind is hijacked. So right in that position, she made herself victim to the guy. But she was like a venomous snake that had already been hit, but is trying to escape. So she told the guy, oh, my mind has been hijacked. I'm so confused. And right in that time, the guy said, I'm sorry. And he said, good, that's what I want. Because as long he had taken an apology, there go the opportunity for me to leave. Because he admitting to Ellen that he had done something wrong. So the moment he said, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. And I understand. Can we continue? The moment he said, I'm sorry, either of you or Ellen escaped.
But don't you think that was enough for President Weah not to have even affiliated himself or aligned himself with this woman by calling her into the overall office this coming Friday?
Well, from what I'm hearing, somebody told me that Donald Trump will call Hillary Clinton and say, how you doing, Mother Clinton? So I'm hearing also too that Mr. Weah will call his opponent, Man Ellen. I know we Liberians, we are respectful, but on the political football field, your opponent, your opposition should not be given that level of respect. Because in the eyes of different Liberians, they will see you as weak, as incompetent. Ellen Johnson said it, and President Weah should have no interaction as long as he's president. Ellen can go swing by, but that swing by should just be about hello and goodbye because I got job to do. But for him to bring Ellen over there, the deal was done a long time ago. That President Weah was going to give Ellen what Ellen wants. And that's how come today the question about why President Weah has not audited Ellen still remain in the scars of Liberia. He is yet to tell us. Because President Weah did not tell us where he met Ellen with the country. People will say he said it by his mouth. I can tell you right now that Joe Weah got $20,000. I mean $20 million that what he paid out. Do you think that will be enough evidence for people to be persuaded to agree with that? No. When whatever the mob says, it should be supported by documentation.
Okay.
Ellen had said that the country did well on her whole, but we don't know how much accomplishment that she has carried out, and President Weah did not tell us.
Okay, so let's move forward now before we run out of time. Looking at Yekya Koluba rounds he been making, and we learned that Prince Johnson have threatened that no one goes into Nimba without his approval. You know, yet Alexander Cummings still went ahead. Yekya Koluba also too went ahead. What do you think is the problem? I mean, why is Prince Johnson flipping?
Look, my brother, since that war came to an end, if you see our fellow Liberians walking in our town and they all dress up, and you think Liberia is a normal society, then you are not old enough to study history. You are not old enough to know that there are people within our population in our country who have done a lot of heinous things to our people. Most of the people who experienced the war, whether they were victims or perpetrators, they are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Right? Prince Johnson is one of the top-ranking persons that have PTSD. Remember, during the war, they men kill people and can't ask for them. And when we elected him, or the people in Nimakande elected him. So in Prince Johnson's world, not the normal world, but the abnormal world, he still sees Nimakande as authoritarian that belong to his IMPFL. You know, back in the days, they would say, but we're not going to territory that Nima people, that MPFL territory, or don't go in and pay for Unimoke. That's how Prince Johnson is still living today. But I'm glad that people are letting him know that he's not the one that gave birth to Nima County. Nima County is the one that gave birth to him.
But what I heard is that actually Prince Johnson descendant is not from Nimba. In fact, the Johnson name is not a Nibadian name. Says I think it is in line with Ellen, background. So he's not a true son of Nimba.
That story, that other part will be another day. But let me say this. Just how all the African American got these civilized names that don't represent African. When the settler went back to Liberia, they carried some form of slavery where they were changing people's names to own it as property.
You want Eugene to come by again? You want to get Eugene ideas to come bash people again?
No, I'm not giving ideas. These are studies that I did. When you come to America, you go to you go to school that allow you to study about African American history. Eugene, when I got associate degree, he didn't get enough, so he won't be able to expand more. But
they changed those people need even coming down to history. What we know that our study told us that when those people were brought over as well or sold by their own brothers and sisters, their names were also as well changed by the slave master. And if they refused to, they go on a serious punishment. Now, going back just a little bit, reversing things, is that most people wonder why did these African Americans or free slaves came back home and brought with them the same matter that the slave master had them underneath, the way they were treated, and how the same old fashioned way they started living with their own brothers and sisters back into Africa. And what I learned was that it was almost like a payback. They felt that their ancestors were put into slavery by their brothers and sisters who sold, their mothers, their grandfathers, their fathers into slavery. So it took a long time for these people to get adjusted to the fact that, things happen and they are all interrelated.
So we, before I lost track of the question, everything is about control in this world. Everyone will control. And the way you gain control is by putting in place strategy. So that comes to the Yeke Koluba stuff, because you know your people, some of them are getting tired now. So I think as part of the strategy, there's something I always tell people. Work smart, but don't work harder. Work smart to get hard work done. There are some people that work harder. Sometimes you see the man carry heavy log on his shoulder, but you get a piece of machine that can lift that log and put it in a direction you want it to go. That's what we call working smarter. If you work harder, you will drain the body down. If you work smarter, you use the brain. So all those things in the political spectrum as it relates to the protest, what Yeke is doing in that direction, he's doing good. But again, like I said, I always look at character. While it's true that Yeke is making use of the opportunity that has been presented to him by President, we have failures, he too have some unfinished business. One thing I would love to see him advocating for most often is the reduction of their salary in our house. That lawmakers, those 73 people, they are taking almost like 75% of the wage bill in our country. How can you have a country where people living on less than $2 a day, and you got somebody drawing $12,000, $15,000, or $17,000 a month? Can you imagine that? So I think, aside from the protest, Yeke too should include the lawmakers, the extra, and I think the protest should also focus on removing some of the lawmakers, particularly the Senate in next year's election. Because everything that Samuel Tuohy has done to that country, everything that Nathaniel Magee has done, including the president, the Senate and the representative got the power. These people just took Kamina Janet from over there. That tells you the kind of power they got, right? But what they're doing is they are selectively exercising those powers. And until we can start to get people at Yeke who will encourage other like-minded people that will go in there and be fair, I will still think that I cannot sit in a chair where I will sit with my entire body resting in that chair. I still have some little doubt too about Yeke too. Because these are areas that he need to focus on. Will. Do you think what we saw Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi did to Trump before the Democrat took over the House, do you think it will have such a check and balance in our country? By now, Samuel 12 would have been in trouble. Remember, the president nominates, but who gave the approval? The House of Legislature. They approve. They could have said, we don't want this man. Because the Liberian people say so. So that House. You know, before I end tonight, let me say this. The problem in Liberia, George Weah is just the symptom. I want you to pick up a tree. Everyone that listen to me right now. Pick in your mind, pick up a tree. On that tree, there are three important things. But the most important one is the root of that tree. When Liberia was founded in 1847, they planted something in our root, in our tree that continued to grow. And until we get to the bottom of that problem, it will be just like every season. When the winter time comes, what happens to the tree? Well,
the leaves all gets dry, drop off.
And what remains?
The bare stick. The bare stick.
And the root, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we've been doing in Liberia. We waited till men died. Half of the season went off. It came out fresh with tuber. We chopped tuber off. We brought in dough. We chopped dough off. We brought in Taylor. We chopped Taylor off. We brought in Ellen. We wait for Ellington. We got Weah. Now we're shaking that tree. The change that we want in Liberia is in the root. The reason the tree keep growing is because the root is that tree. Our problem in Liberia can never be fixed because we keep cutting all the branches on the tree. But the root of our problem is rooted in our ground. So picture is going forward. That whenever I say the root cause of our problem is not that. Think about it this way.
So let me say, if I'm following you, for me, I always have thought about using your description. The root is actually the reconciliation of the country, knowing that we haven't fully reconciled the country yet.
No, let me put this into context. The root that we face with today, the root cause of our problem, it started from 1847 when we launched our country as an independent country. Whatever we planted into our three branches of government, whatever system we are adopted, the corruption, lack of integrity, is within our root of that tree. So whenever we shake that tree and get rid of one leadership, we're not getting rid of certain people. But the problem that exists is within our laws, how we implement our law or enforce our laws. So when you bring in a new branch of people, when they sit there and begin to see what is put in our root, and they begin to operate on it.
So now, the Constitution needs to be restructured. Restructured.
Yeah, what we need to do. The root of that tree, we go in there and say, what is in the root? Oh, we got democracy in the root here. Oh, okay. So let's look at the cause. Then we take 4 branches of that tree. We say our democracy, it has a root cause problem. But what are the causes? Causes number 1, we do not have total representation. That's one of the causes. One of the root cause. But we have a democracy. But on our democracy, we should have total representation, but we don't have it. Root cause, lack of total representation. What's the second root cause? Lack of total justice. What is the third root cause? lack of freedom. What is the fourth? Lack of equity that everyone not getting. Then we move on and we say, what are the solutions? When we look at what? Total representation, we want to make sure that we, the people of Liberia, can recall our lawmaker if they don't perform. We need that in the Constitution. Every constituency should have maybe about 10,000 or more signatures to recall somebody. Solution number 2, reduce their term to 2 or 3 years. Then you come to justice. You know what justice is? Justice serves 2 purposes. If you do bad to people, the justice will come after you to pay for what you did. When justice offend you, justice will come in your behalf, on your behalf, and be there for you. But we don't have that in Liberia. Equity. Today, many people are living on less than $1 a day. In other parts of the world, in Liberia, it's less than $2 a day. But you got people who are taking 15,000. That is inequality in our society. Total freedom to express yourself. You got a Prince Johnson who think that Nima County belongs to him. So you see how the root cause is explaining with the solution. So until we begin to look at the root cause, every time we go to that tree, we shake that tree. Tobo have fell, Doe have fell, Ellen have fell. Where is there now? We're shaking that tree. If the next person gets there and we don't look at the root cause, it's going to be difficult. So our changes will just be seasonal changes. And then in the very end of the solution, provide teaching to all of our school system. Make sure that the children that are growing up now, they learn integrity, moral, values, and you name it. And then when they grow up after us, they will grow up with our system. Other than that, we got a long way to go, my brother. You see how far we have come with the same thing? Since 1980, you and I, 1980, I was just a young guy walking around. Now, today, I see one gray hair coming in my hair. Why? Because we've been trimming the trees and leaving the root.
So you think out of the mistakes, out of the things that got our country today in this Edenic whole ransack situation, would you want to blame it on one set of people? Would you, like what Eugene would say, it is, the cartel, the Congo people? Would you want to say that?
No. Here is why. If you had asked me in what I know now, and if you had asked me in the 1970s, I would say yes. And here why I would say yes. When Liberia was established, Joseph Jenkins Robert took office, and in 1874, we just went off. Are you there?
I'm here. We are here. We are still on.
Oh, okay. I saw the screen was showing commercial. When Joseph Jenkins Robert took office in 1847, they established the 3 branches of government. They never met the indigenous people until 1874. That was 26 years later. And he was about to leave office. So the planning of the country was not a full participation of our indigenous people. But over time, we had President Tubman, we had Tobo, we had Samuel Doe. So we have our fair share to turn things around. And for the modern world today, we had George Weah, who of all would have run up everything and start to change the page. But he went in there and started to do his own thing. And his own thing now is creating riot, hardship in his country. So when Eugene Fagon come out to say these things, he's been very biased. Because he who is complaining, he's part of the system now. And what is he saying? He's keeping quiet, right? Because he riding the expensive car that he never drove in America. He riding it. He not waving here and say, well, you see the last time they gave me the kind of car, I refuse to take the car. That's how the system is. So he's now part of the new branch or tree now and they're trying to shake him up. And guess what? Here's the thing here. The second reason that we had challenges, almost everybody, and this is my honest opinion on the show tonight. Think about it this way. When Tobo was there, Ellie and other people were against Tobo, right? When Tottenham were there, other people were against Tottenham. But what happened? When Doki, Ellie continued. The Ellie, the Ure, the Boyka, the Child Walker Bronsky, all of them have served in government. What change did we see in the country? Nothing. Today, yesterday was Ellie. CDC was making noise behind Ellie. Ellie made noise behind Doe. CDC is there today. All the noise they made, nothing changed. Today now, you got Darrell Dillon, you got Mo Ali. These guys had opportunity in the past of government, but today they're crying.
Well, as I learned, Darius Dillon,
after they shake that tree, when we are fall down, those very people who in our same circle, they're going right back up there. Do you think you're going to bring any change?
So, as I learned, Darius Dillon is interested in running for the senatorial seat for Monserrado in next election against Sir Joseph. What change do you think that brings?
You know, this is one of the most interesting scenarios that God has presented to us. When we are started running for the presidency, they said he never had better education, right? Will the Liberian people be asking Darrell Dillon now to provide some high school or college certificate? See, when
no, because the man said that the people say he's a third grade student.
Okay, so no matter how they classify him, hold on, I'll get to you later. Hold on. You're going to bed, it's actually, it's late. Let me finish my broadcast, please. So, when President Weah started to get into the political fray of our political football field, people were saying that he was saying educated. So now, Darius Dillon is going in there. Will the Liberian people ask him to provide any college credential or high school credential? I would say no. But here's what I had to say after that. You see, we in Liberia, the standard we use is a customized standards. It is not a universal standards. Because there's nothing in the constitution of our country that says you must be a college graduate. I don't think it also mentioned about being a high school graduate. I stand to be corrected on that part. But what it takes, Darius Dillon, in all fairness to him, has been in our national legislature from the day of Edwin Snow up to present. In America, they will say what? Forget the education, he had experience. But when we start to measure things just on book, and don't look at education, and we went after Weah, then the same mindset will go after Darius Dillon. But Darius Dillon has had years of experience in understanding the fabric of our politics. So, in all fairness to him, whoever will say they need educational credential, in my eyes, in my performance as a professional, Darius Dillon will be qualified to run for that position. All he needs to do, two things. Take Costa from behind him and run his own campaign. And then number two, when he wins, he should bring smart people around him to guide him not to fall into the wrong hands. Because in the end, he might be the Akara grade. And the way I met him here, I can't change it. And I went down, the trust level of Liberians will start to sink further down to say, you know what, these guys are just making it noise because they don't have it. And if that happens, trust me, that's the same way I got now, that I look at people's character, it will start to manifest in the country now. Now, these guys, they just using us as a springboard to get out there. So Darius Dillon, Costa, all the guys who are advocating today, the young and new upcoming generation is watching them. And they better make sure that they do the right thing in the right way for the right reason. to leave a legacy system with the next generation.
So before you go, our parting statement, because we have run out of time now, what would you like to tell or say to our Liberian people for the upcoming June 7th protest in Liberia?
I would say protest peacefully. Walk arm in arm. Every banner that will be displayed should indicate some message. For example, Ribot-G is disconnected from Monrovia. There are babies struggling to get milk. Employees are not taking pay for 5 months. Finance Minister takes money into our community will all report, because those are messages that can be captured on Gettys and can be put into the digital library of social media. So every protester that is going to carry a banner, it should have a purpose that people can read and send that message abroad. And that will give President Weah now the run for his money. So I look forward to that.
Okay. So
we
folks,
have done our talking to Mr. Weah, and he did not listen. I don't know when will he, but this is just the beginning. And you know what I also hope for too? I learned, and this is the final one, I learned that Mr. Samuel Toy has cut down the budget. The Liberian budget, fiscal budget, was 540 million. I learned that he had trimmed that budget. And where he going to get that money from? Because when you cut the budget, you have to go and start cutting other people pay to fill in a gap. If for any attempt he go to those who are trying to keep their head above water, like the teachers, the police officer, the ordinary people, and cut their pay, then the next one that we will come over and that will be in front is what we call economic strike. From the airport to the seaport, nobody will go to work for 1 to 2 months and shut that government down. And that when now, Mr. Weah will be forced to resign, because the last thing you want to do is to strangulate the poor people where in the national legislature people getting money. So Mr. Toy, he has to be very careful. I know Mr. Weah says he's a clever man, but some of the clever things we see over there, even my 5-year-old can question it sometimes. Thank you so much for your show, my brother.
all right, that's Mr. J. Rennie Dapo right there. Thank you so much, sir, for being exclusive out here with this interview. It is a pleasure serving, out here with you. And at least we were able to provide some information. And to our wonderful and
Thank you, Will.
yeah,
And good night to everyone.
yeah, and loving Liberians out there, before you go, Rennie. Yeah, okay. So yeah, to our Liberians out there,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. One of the day I'm dead and gone, that's how the generation will be listening to me. So I am just watching myself and say, yes, what will the next generation in years to come, when J. Rennie is no longer around? This is why, right? This particular recording, by the way, is on Twitch, it's on YouTube, my channel. All right. It's all being recorded. Most of the time when you see me with a big background like this, I'm not using my cell phone. All right. I get out of here. But I would like to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. And, there are many videos that I have that I usually bring out so that you guys can get to see. When I'm supporting or making any case for another political party, I want you guys to understand how far I have come with the CDC government. There are numerous videos upon videos that I can show you guys here all night that have proven and shown to you guys that I did my part for CDC. But the question here is, what has CDC done to change things based on the advice or advices that I have given to CDC in the past? The answer was none. Absolutely none. I got one more video for you guys, and then after that, we'll call it a day because tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. I'm supposed to be up to be broadcasting the guys, joining the guys in Liberia. So again, this video, since you Montreal, this video was recorded in 2019. All right. I saw you mentioning that not Donald Trump or Joe Biden. No, this video, it was in 2019. So I just played the video. I got a whole archive of all the videos. And so as you can see, I wear my glasses, in my sweater, and stuff like that. So that was 2019. Now the one you were about to watch, that one is the one that got a 17,000 hit, and that took place on January 29th when Mr. Weah was announced president-elect. Now I want you to listen to what I will be saying, because everything that I'm doing today, I got a reason, whether it's audio, video, document, I got everything. I keep stuff. One thing young people struggle with and they cannot get, or everything that I do, I capture everything, even down to my high school diploma. I met my friend yesterday. I'm in Jacksonville. I asked him, I said, do you have your ID card? He said, what ID card? I said, you're talking about ID card. He said, no. I said, I got mine. He said, what? I said, yes. I still got my ID card. I still have even my gray sheet, they call report card. So you are looking at someone who is a holder. I hold things. And then when it comes to tracking document, I hold these things. So there are thousands of videos that I have. And all it takes is for me to just see situation. So all of you say, oh, give any this, give any that. No. All right. So let's watch the video. Listen to what I'm about to say. And then after that, we'll call it a day. All right. So let me bring that video in there. All right. So the video, 2017. 2017. And listen, guys. 2017, listen to Jay Randy here. It's coming on right there.
Hi, I'm trying the video again. If you out there.
So this is when Mr. Weah got elected. When he got elected, he was president-elect in December. That was my message to him. Listen, guys.
And you can hear me, please just type Y for yes or YES so that I may know. Let me try here to see whether you guys can hear me. All right, I'm gonna have to find myself here and see. Let's see here. You guys can hear me. Yeah, I think you got. Yeah, I can hear myself here now. So I think I should be good to go. Yeah, I think I should be good to go now. All right, I should be good to go here. Let me try to get some folks. If you don't mind sharing the video for me, I will appreciate that. But I would like to share it with few groups so that folks can join me here. It's not going to be long. As you can see the title out there, Constructive Suggestion and Advisory Warning to President-elect George Weah. I have some information through my suggestion to share with him. And I would like you guys to be part of this suggestion because it's going to be kept into the technology history so that whatever I'm going to say, whether it comes to fruition or it done, you guys will know that I once said it and you will be on record to prove whether I was right or wrong. So let me do something quickly here to the last group here and then be able to start the whole thing, the ball rolling here. Okay, so I think I'm good to go. So again, I would like to thank everyone who have joined so far. My coming here is something special today. Usually it would be Tunis and myself on the CDC Hour USA show, but today I decided to come solo because I have a personal message for President-elect Senator George Weah, not as a seditious, but this time around as a professional. You know, let me thank all seditious and all meaningful Liberians for supporting our peace process in our country. It showed to the world that we are making progress in the direction of becoming one of the successful democratic republic on the continent and in the world. And, you know, when I saw what Mr. Borka did yesterday, I was very amazed. Tears came down my eyes, because that was almost like in the United States, where the loser will send a concede message to the winner. Having said that, guys, I want to also thank all the citizens for standing very strong behind Ambassador Weah, now President-elect Weah, for the past 12 years. I mean, you guys are proving to be very strong in everything that you plan to do. And looking at Senator President now-elect Senator George Weah to lead us in the direction we want to be. But here's what I have to say. I know you guys want to join me, but please just give me 10 to 15 minutes. I would like to say a few things so that we can have this conversation, please, because it's very important. I want you to get this point so that we can have this conversation. It's very, very important. So please just give me 10 to 15 minutes. Now, here is what I want to say to President-elect George Weah. Our people of Liberia overwhelmingly elected you as president. Now you are president-elect. Based on that, they have invested their interest in you, and they look forward to you leading them to some sort of good life. Is it going to be quick? Absolutely not. Here what it's going to take. It's going to take your platform with your vision and your goals to achieve whatever you want for the people of Liberia. That said, President-elect, you are not president for Madam Salif. You are not president for the coalition. You are not president for me, Randy. You are not president for Dave Kaye on here. You are not president for my brother Armstrong. You are not president for Saib Bangura. You are president of the Republic of Liberia, in which everyone that I named so far are part of that country. You now represent everyone within our country. What I think you need to start to look at first is the issue of reconciling the country. That should be the first step, and that should be done simultaneously. Second issue here is when it comes to how you place people in government. This is where my 4 suggestions are going to start. Suggestion number 1. I have 4 suggestions. So guys, I want you guys to listen to that. I have 4 suggestions. Suggestion number 1. I saw a lot of folks who came from other political parties to join you in our effort. I appreciate that. That's what I call partnership. The partnership with you in order to have you elected. Kudos to them. But the people of Liberia, in and outside the country, know the work ethics, know the scorecards of Mr. Eric Starter, Mr. Weston Finley, Mr. Glenwood McIntosh, Mr. Winston Toppet, Mr. Professor Suni. The people of Liberia know their scorecards. So suggestion number 1, I would suggest to you that those gentlemen I just named, they should be on your advisory board. They should serve as an advisor to you. The reason they should be in our role is because the people of Liberia have seen what they have done. They have what I would describe as their scorecard. They know their capabilities. So suggestion number 1 is to put those guys on your advisory board. Suggestion number 2, when it comes to your cabinet and your directors, I want you to have that open vision, because right now there are a lot of people who have surrounded themselves around you, preventing other people from getting closer to you. That is not healthy. What is healthy is for you to have that portal between Liberian in the diaspora and local Liberian, because that will give you the opportunity to flex your understanding of how things should be done. Because why? almost everyone in Liberia, you in Barcelona know what their work ethics are, what are their performances. You know it all. Nevertheless, you can still bring them on board. That's it. When it comes to your recruitment process, I want you and your team, your transitional team, to be able to bring in and vet the best. Suggestion A on suggestion 2. Whoever you're going to select as your minister for any ministry, let that person doing your interaction with them or your team be able to come up with a 3 years vision plan for that ministry. 3-year vision plan for that ministry. The reason for doing that is to effect changes. That also goes to your directors. Whoever you're going to appoint as your director should also be able to come up with a 3-year plan to effect that agency performance. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because I'm an analyst. President Johnson's study became a massive failure, which caused Boca to lose this election because he had no record that Ellen Johnson study was able to establish for the past 12 years, and it failed. And the reason for that is people handpicked people, whether it was in Liberia, whether it was abroad, and took them to President Johnson's relief. And all she did was to take them and put them in position without even asking them for their credentials. Now, still speaking about that credential, Mr. Eugene Fagon, if you don't know Randy, you're going to know me. I admire everything you did to Mr. Boyka. I'm a citizen, you're a citizen. Having mentioned what I think Ambassador Weah should do for whoever he's going to put in the cabinet position or in the director position, whoever will be chosen for every ministry, Mr. Fagon, you and I have to make sure that we present that person education, we present that person work experience to show to the Liberian people that that person is indeed was vetted and we have seen what that person is made of. If you cannot do it, I will do it. Because you know why? The failure in the past has been government officials from the president have failed to vet people. They only took people who they had close association with and they put them in position. That is why you saw President Sharif just keep reshuffling, because she didn't have that vision to determine what she really wanted to get out of her platform. Ambassador Weah has used his platform to tell the people of Liberia that he will bring up a change. So as member of the CDC team, before we take the cow to the waterside, I want to make sure that it's a healthy cow. What do I mean by that? Before President-elect George Weah take office, I want to make sure that I be on record to tell him what I'm telling you now, because I predicted that Mr. Trump was going to win this election because Hillary Clinton baggages she had. He did win the election. I predicted in March that Ambassador Weah was going to win this election because Ellen Johnson said he had failed to execute what she should have done. Now I'm saying to Mr. Weah, what I just said, you must be able to listen to me and be able to at least process what I'm telling you so that you can become successful. Now, that said, when it comes to check and balance in the system, you represent the people. You do not represent the national legislature. You do not represent President Sharif. You do not represent the Supreme Court. You represent the people of Liberia. That said, I want you in your term of office to have your press call at least 3 days in a week, to have them invite the press team to sit and listen to your press secretary, giving them an update on what you are doing to meet the needs of our people. The reason for doing that is to create check and balance in the system. I'm not saying you should do it the way Trump is doing it here. I'm saying as president, you came with a vision. That vision was in your platform. We discussed that platform here for you. Now we want to see the effect that it's going to have. It is one thing to have the plan. It is another thing to brief the strategy and ideas into that plan. And that is what I'm trying to present to you here. So I would like to see, on a weekly basis, you have an update. And that update is your obligation to the people of Liberia. Again, You are not president for President. You are not president for Ellie Johnson Sirleaf. You are not president for Gregory McIntosh. You are not president for Professor Tapper. You are not president for Westonga Finlay. You are not president for Mr. Suning. Also, I want you to also maintain institutional knowledge people. That is from the assistant director down to the janitor in every ministry, in every agency. That's what we call institutional knowledge. These people understand how the agency works. They understand how the ministry works. Those are the institutional knowledge of people. Those are the people you have to maintain. Now, when it comes to performance, I will also want you to have a council that will monitor all the performances of the ministers, your directors. The reason for doing that is to determine whether your goal is being achieved. Because when it comes the following year for you to give your State of the Nation address, each ministry should be able to outline to you what they have achieved from that goal they gave you, what are the challenges, and how are they going to solve this problem. During your inaugural speech also, Mr. President-elect, I don't want you to say, I promise to do this. No. So many leaders have promised and they have not been able to deliver. I want you to talk about solutions as to how you're going to find ways to improve the living standard of our people. Be able to say that in your speech. Do not say, I'm going to promise you, because history has shown that a lot of promises haven't been realized because people promise, but they don't plan before they promise. So please, I'm saying this because I was on my show with Tunis. We defended you, and this is the time now that I got to provide these constructive suggestion and warning to you. Failure to follow this instruction, Mr. President, you're going to go right back into the sea swan, and the people are going to start criticizing you. And those who think that I'm looking for a job, you're going to see me because I will be here to providing constructive criticism about Ambassador Weah government. I am not saying this thing for you guys to hit me. I want for Ambassador Weah to succeed because I'm an individual who have been in so many places that I have been able to contribute to the success of wherever I work. That is why I'm saying this thing here. Now, when your ministers are confirmed and are given the opportunity to serve you within the first 60 days, they should be able to come up with that 3-year vision plan they gave you. They should be able to come up with a smart goal strategy that will tell you how they want to achieve those things. Take, for example, if you take somebody for the Ministry of Agriculture. Right now, we are importing pepper, all kind of crap that we can use on our soil. Liberia is not on the ocean where we don't have land. We have a vast land. So let the Minister of Agriculture, in his plan, be able to tell you how can he or she increase rice production, how can he or she increase like soybeans, corn, how can we turn those things into process in order to create production in our country. Because any country that continues to export raw material, it is not going to increase economic growth. So let them be able to do these things. Secondly, I was very disappointed in Madam Sirleaf when she took the Ministry of Planning and Economic Affairs and put that underneath the Ministry of Finance. That was wrong. Here's why. The Ministry of Planning is to project the economic strength of our country in terms of our resources. It is also responsible to determine the exponential growth of our population. That ministry should be a stand-alone ministry. They are also responsible to carry on planning in the rural areas that involve all the other ministry performance. That was wrong on Madam Sirleaf's part to do such a thing. So another suggestion to you is to be able to take that ministry out of finance and make it a stand-alone ministry. All right? That will be suggestion number 3. All right? On the check and balance system. Now, the final part here, the final suggestion to you, Mr. President-elect, is to be able to stay away from Madam Sirleaf. You can listen to what she has to tell you, but you don't necessarily have to follow them. You must have open-minded people. You should bring in bright ideas, bright minds. There are many Liberians out here in America, in Europe, in Thailand, in Australia try to seek for these people. Look for them. Because the more fresh idea you bring into your government, they are not part of the traditional society of folks that include Mr. Tyler, Mr. Weston Finley, Mr. Winston Tapper, Mr. Greatway McIntosh. When you bring those folks out to join you, they are not going to work in your government. Some may want to work, some may want to consult. But the reason you bring in that idea together is to make sure that you get a refined decision that will help you. Because people that come from the outside coming with a lot of vision that they can give to you. That is why I'm appealing to you that those folks that just name and continue to name should be on the advisory board and not in your cabinet or on your directory staff within the area that you have total control, because it's not going to help. So again, Mr. Fagon, I want you to join me. Let us be able to show to the people of Liberia, to the critics of Ambassador Weah, that whoever he's going to select to serve in these different positions, we need to make sure that that individual resume, because once you are in government, your record is public. There are certain records we cannot present, but things like your educational credential, your resume, your work experience, your ethics, these are things that I would suggest that we present to the people of Liberia. And the reason we're doing that is to assure them that Ambassador Weah is indeed making a very considerable choices of our people, so that when they start to perform and they don't perform well, whether it's Moba Molu, whether it's Miguel, if they don't meet the performance level of your government, tell them, my brother, we can find somewhere else for you to perform. Because what you will be telling them is, I represent the people of Liberia. They expect more from me, but I have to strategize ways in how I can achieve the more they want from me by making sure that I put plan into action, and action deliver result, and result will be evaluated, and then we can continue to look for another performance to increase other area. So having said that, guys, I want to stop here because it's not something long. I just want to make sure that this message be shared with Ambassador Weah, because right now I have been here trying to support him. I cannot get to him. Thank God for technology. That this medium that we have to our advantage, someone in his circle will say, you know what, you might want to listen to this. Because you know what, at the end of every year into the new year, the State of the Nation address, based on your minister performance, they will give you report that they will be able to, those reports will enable you to tell the national legislature and the world and the people of Liberia how well are you doing in your government. And it will build for you the track record that you will not have to campaign for the second term. Because when you lay that foundation, you will not have to campaign. You should learn. You saw how Mr. Boka struggled because bad pace. Sorry for that interruption. I was getting the call. She set a very bad pace for him, which is why he was unable to succeed. So this conversation will continue. I will be on the platform by myself. If I see things happening in the Weah administration that does not affect changes, I will come back here and let you guys know about it. So till then, I don't know if anyone has anything to say, but that's all I have for now. I wish President President-elect Weah, I wish him success. And I also want to make sure that you out there and myself, we should rally around by coming up with this suggestion so that his government can take heed to some of these suggestions. Because if he doesn't take any of these advices from us and things happen, then we will be on record. I will be on record, you will be on record. So you should have that openness and allow good conversation to be here, because we have to, rest assured that my brother God is saying that good decisions will be made. I want to see people who will be in your government that will be here accountable for what they do. I don't want to see the old school people, because we already know who they are, folks. And one thing I also want to encourage Mr. Weah to do, I want to make sure that he get into the business of also bringing folks who will consult with the government. And, bring folks who will consult. Liberians can consult with the government. That alone will cut down costs, expenditure, like gas slips, like vehicles. And one thing too, when you have your plan, Ambassador Weah, I forgot to inject this into the conversation. If you have any plan for our people, like you want to increase tuition and the House of Representatives that include the Senate and the representatives, and the both Senate and the representative. If the guys in the House are refusing, you might want to come on the social media, call a press conference, tell the people you represent that the folks in the House there, this is what I'm trying to do. They are not giving me the chance to do it. They are your elected district representative. Call them up. Try to expose them. If they refuse to do anything, expose them to the public and to the world. Trust me, little by little, as we go through the election period, they will all be kicked out, and those who want to make sure that they meet the needs of the people will be put into office. Do not give them simple hand, because at the end of the day, when you take side with them and you fail, trust me, Mr. Weir, you don't want to walk down on Broad Street for people to look down and say, "Look at him." And many people have said that, "Oh, your education is not this, is not that," which I don't believe. But in order to test those who have education, like I said, when you select your minister, let them give you their 3 years vision plan within 60 days upon you accepting them to take that office. They should come up with a smart goal plan. It's one thing to be book educated, and it is another thing to be well experienced with years of experience educated. That is the mistake Eddie Johnson said he made. So again, thank you guys so much. Anybody who want to participate, you are welcome to do so. If not, I need to take a hike. I got stuff to do. It's snowing out here. So if you want to join the conversation, please let me add you on. I think Mata want to come in. Let me hit in here. What they say here, they will receive an invite. Okay, I got an invite. Mata, I think. Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
my man, we finally made it.
Yes, we did. We did. That phase is over now.
That phase over. Now we're talking about governance, and that's some of the key
Yes.
points you're stressing when it comes to governance. Because
Yes.
some of the problems we're having Liberia over the years, and we've been overlooking is when it's about vetting people to occupy key policy position in government.
Yes.
And going to school and understanding the workings of government are two different things.
Correct.
And going to school and demonstrating integrity and honesty and leadership are two different things. So
Yes.
people just think going to school is all about it.
Yes.
It comes with some price. And
Absolutely.
when you want to lead, it comes with some
Yeah.
responsibility.
Guys, just hang on, guys. I'll just give everybody 1 minute. So I see all the admins. So just hang on. Let my brother Mata finish, and I'll bring you guys in. Okay. I haven't used this meme before where I can take 2 or 3 people. So I don't know how it works. But
No, I don't think you can bring 2 people on at a
so
time.
it's one at a time, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So finish your thoughts so I can bring the other guys in.
A good point this morning.
Okay.
Some of
Thank you.
Understand, I don't want to be repeating you, but I want to applaud you for raising the kind of argument. Especially we from the citizen, we need to raise the kind of argument because in the past, people in the United Party, some people felt that you can be part of the party and guide the party's strategy.
Yes.
I'll be very critical of some of the things the party does. And
Yes.
we from the CDC, so we'll just sit there and play blind eye on to see the governance system going wrong. We
Yes.
need people.
Yes. Not at all.
We need people with integrity. And one thing we're lacking
Yes.
in our country, brother, I work
It's
in that country.
integrity.
I work in that country 12 years, almost 6 years. I'm auditor.
I agree. Yep.
And our
Yep.
party HIPAA audit. And the HIPAA
Okay.
audit, we're looking at periods, we're auditing period outside early administration. But I would tell
Correct.
you that what even break about education, even the system of accountability, the reporting system, even kind of reference.
Okay. Okay. Mata, I'm getting a lot of guys, so let me try to take them. Yeah. You can always come back in. All right, bro.
I want to encourage you to continue the discussion.
I will, sure. And I need your support too, because we have to make sure that Ambassador we have to succeed. So it's all about constructive and suggestion. That's why it's all about here. Okay, let me bring in Abdullah. I'm bringing Abdullah now. Abdullah, how you doing, sir?
Yeah, Jay Randy Dope. Jay Randy Dope, how you doing? I'm calling you from Cairo.
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm here today carrying on this
I
photo
guess,
just to make sure that
yeah.
Ambassador Weir get these constructive suggestions from me. So there are a lot of folks who trying to join. So if you have anything, let's take 1 minute and just say what you have to say because a lot of folks coming in, please.
You know, I just want to say just two things to you.
Okay.
I have been supporting CDC from 2005 up to today.
Good.
We have succeeded. But
Great.
I will be in defense of CDC to tell the president to do good for the Liberian people, and I will be against him if he did not do good for the Liberian people.
Absolutely.
You understand me?
Yes.
I would like for the president-elect to fight injustices in Liberia is too much.
Yep.
And he should not give anybody position in that country, the person who have a tinted record of corruption scandal.
I agree. Because you know why? Yes. The reason I agree with you in Sierra Leone, when the president was elected in Sierra Leone, all those who participated in the war, he let them go and brought a new breed of people. So I agree with you.
No, I mean, yeah, some of them they participate in the war, but I'm telling you, those government workers are in any government now. They are corrupt. People like Gafon, they got corrupt people in our country who are stealing the Liberian people money. They are enjoying themselves. I will be against the president, and I will be against him face to face when I come back to Liberia. Not to employ, not to give anybody government work if that person have a tinted record of corruption.
Okay.
That must help his government.
Okay.
Thank you so much. This is my message.
Okay. Let me add Cecilia there. I'm bringing in Cecilia. I hope she's coming in. Hi, Cecilia. Cecilia. Hello. Is Cecilia there? Abdullah, you can turn your stuff on. I don't know whether it's one at a time, but you can turn yourself on. Let me bring in Cecilia.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay, let me bring in. All right, I'm bringing in. I think it's Tali. Is Tali there? All right, Tali. I'm adding Tali on. Can bring it in. Okay. All right, let's see who else here. Let's see here. There's someone else here. Let me bring in Gus. All right, Gus is coming in. I'm trying to guess. Okay, I'm connecting to Gus. Gus.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for joining this little thing of mine. And what have you to say? Because I know you and I come a long way. We have a very good professional background. So the constructive suggestion, I would like to see what you have to say because you know how we have been refined over here, and we want to make sure that Ambassador Weir become successful. So the floor is yours. 1 minute, sir, please.
Well, first of all, I want to commend you and everybody that supported this cause. I called it a cause because I was just on another program. You look at the likes of Sekou Kalasko, the Memesi Kabai, all those young kids down there, well articulated. You will even think they have master's degrees.
All right, guys. All right, so let me just move this here. Move from stream. All right, guys. It's been a long day. I know every one of us have been busy today. So I just want to say a big thank you to everyone for watching this past video that was in 2017. And those who stuck around to see what I said before and what I'm saying now. Not everyone going to understand because people live in present memory. They don't care about what you said in the past and what you are saying now and why. But you just got to keep your hands up and keep moving because there is something called the 80-20%. 20% of the world
rule the 80% of the rest of the population. So how you see it, I just want you to understand. I did my part and I stand behind it. I am the only person who are giving CDC the highest public advice. You can do your research from now to the end of next year. You will not find many people making such recommendation to CDC than I did. The struggle continue. We'll continue to keep talking. We'll continue to keep talking. So I'd like to say thank you. And everything here is on YouTube. All you do, just go and type in J Randy Free Talk. You will find it there. So I'd like to say a big thank you to you guys. Thank you for sticking around, sharing your time with me. Thank you. Thank you. I'm signing off because tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. I'll be back here joining the guys in Liberia for us to resume our normal activities. Now that the holiday is going behind us now, we'll be back here. So thank you guys for everything. Just hit that like button for me. Hit the like button. Yes, hit the like button. That's all I'll let you guys do. Hit that like button for me, all right? Also, George Chapman were here. Okay. George were here today. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity. And God bless you guys. I see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.